이제 네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 자, 스페노가 자, 레드로 플레이합니다.
합치고 앨리스랑
네. 체이까지 4명 전면 쫓아가서
이거는-
다시는 몽둥이 네,
그리고
어이구 한방
이거 선 전멸이었으니까 이거
윙드가
이거?
앞으로 전진해서
고치
네. 역으로
앨리스
헬프
쳐가면서
네.
앨리스 전멸이 있기 때문에
네. 그래도
뺄 써야 돼요.
어이구 프로리스 네.
결국까지
맞점쳐 헬프 가져 네, 진작에 구자는 움직임 봤거든요. 자, 피하면 좋은 거고요.
네.
자, 윈드까지 체이가 또
이거는 주고
뒤쪽에서 끌어맞고요.
빅풀공 대박. 빅풀공 대박이에요. 지금.
거기는 잘 들어갔어요.
데미지 딜레도
쏟아져서
죽었고요.
뜨면 딜러 어떤 정가를
위험해요. 죽었고요.
네.
추가 싸움이
네.
있습니다.
소울 쫓아가 도망
네.
놓치면 밀었어요. 파일럿
윈드까지. 빅풀공이 루시 안 돼.
이제는
좋고.
이제 구잔의 일이
자, 트레이스
타워도 네
화약통이다.
소울 3대1 깨고 빠져요.
깨고 자, 투장 위험. 룰루를 잡았어요. 룰루 끊었으면 할만합니다. 룰루 끊었으면 할만해요.
뉴클리어 다음은 뉴클리어 몽둥이지.
날개 없는 호랑이는 추락할 수밖에 없습니다.
그렇습니다.
룰루 무사는
이거
같이 있어야 세요.
이거 60초 아웃입니다. 룰루는요. 소울 3명 거 73초 소울
게임 끝-
넥서스를 막을 순 없죠.
GG.
와. 네, 경기 시작했습니다. 자, 지네어가 레드, 이에 맞서는 블루는 스페너입니다. 네. 중간에 자, 구잔 1.4. 한번 먼저고.
이거 오히려 역으로.
프로리스 너는 네.
타밍은 어느 정도 안정적으로 하는
네.
편이기 때문에 체이가 전멸이 없어서 전멸 없어 잡아야 돼요.
맞고요. 예.
굉장히 판정이 좋아졌죠.
폭질로 끝내.
안 되죠.
예.
에이블 갑니다.
자, 먼저 들어왔고요.
미리 빼놓고 파일럿 잡아요. 잡아버리려고. 그러나
끝까지
무조건 파일럿 잡아야 돼요.
잡았고. 자, 전환행정 가능하죠?
리산드라까지 오고 있습니다. 리산드라까지 오고 있긴 해요.
3명 알리도 왔습니다만 순식간에 트레이스를 타워
잡아야죠.
불피잖아.
잡아야죠.
불피인데 잡아야죠.
위에 룰루. 그러나 룰루 와서 갔고요.
사실은
위험합니다.
네, 사실은 깊숙한데요. 저쪽으로 밀어버리면 추격에 하지만 역으로 네.
아리가 필요하지.
프로리스
여기서 플레이스가
도전
알리가 더블킬. 미안이 안 되죠. 그러니까
망치로 총을 띄우면 망치
잡았습니다.
네, 이거 없습니다.
저는 이제 자
네, 그 전에 죽으면 안 되죠. 아이고!
죽었어요.
네.
스페로 이거 막으러 갔다가 누군가 발 묶여서 또 죽거나 이러면 난리 나거든요.
레도 가야 돼요.
레도 가야 돼요.
바로는 우리 편.
자.
바로는 스페로 거예요. 바로는
사신 위험. 사신 기전면.
네.
자 여기서 마무리 누가 하나요? 레드 묻었어요.
네.
순간 잡았는데
더블킬.
예. 약간
방금이 많았죠?
자, 약간
자, 그레이브스 멀어요. 그레이브스 멀어요. 그레이브스 멀어요. 그레이브스 멀어요.
그레이브즈가 반대쪽으로 돌았어요.
네. 먹이가 될지.
리드라
네.
디산드라
다시 아직 안 죽었어요.
살긴 살았는데 아니 근데 살긴 살았는데 진영이 너무 안 좋아요.
현장 있다.
누군가 죽어요. 이거
네.
진영이 무너져서 누군가 죽습니다.
네. 그러면
체이의 슈퍼 플레이.
네, 소울 하나 죽고 쭉.
파일럿.
네, 프로리스. 야,
애매해요.
이거 위험하지?
이거
위험한 거 아닌가?
뽀삐 오고. 이제 뽀삐 왔고요.
아이고, 네.
그런데 니달리 리산드라도 나오거든요.
네.
제압됐어요. 네. 리산드라 옵니다. 리산드라 와요.
네.
리산드라 와서.
아이고.
이렇게 됐어. 자, 이거요.
네.
지금 너무 멀고
네.
억제기 내줬네요.
네.
억제기 내줬고
들어가.
점사할 수도 있기 때문에 빨리 싸워야 돼요.
네, 들어가도 1.4야, 들어가도 1.4.
이겼어.
들어가도 1.4. 들어가도 1.4.
지지.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. EM Fire. KT Rolster. CJ Entis. Longju Gaming. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1. Hello and welcome to another day of Champions here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me today is Justin Song, an OGN translator caster for IESF. Doa is sick today. Papa Smithy is out of the country. So how you doing, Justin? Welcome to Champions.
I'm doing good. I'm a little bit nervous. Butterflies in my stomach right now. Second time casting, but hopefully, I have big shoes to fill right now. So.
It's all right. You're going to do great. We're going to have a great show tonight, and we've got some good games on the docket. We have EM Fire versus KT Rolster, followed by Longju Gaming against CJ Entus. So you look at this, some pretty clear winners possibly in KT and Longju. But we'll have to see because EM Fire, they nearly took down SK Telecom last week.
Yeah, even though they lost the overall series, they did take a game off SKT, and they had a relatively great showing compared to their previous games. So I'm hoping to see a great game today.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they did beat Spenu, which was a bit of a surprise in and of itself because we didn't really expect a lot from EM Fire and the Najin rebuilding starting this season. But SKT definitely didn't play the best games, but EM Fire, they took one win, and they were incredibly close to winning in game number 2. They got Dragon 5 twice, and so nearly made that game 3 a pretty big 2-1 upset in favor of EM Fire.
Yeah, so overall, how they're going to snowball that good experience from the previous week, how they're going to transfer it to this week is going to be the bigger point to see in these matchups today. So I'm hoping to see something great.
Yeah, me too. And I think one of the bigger surprises has been their jungler Crush on Nidalee. They've been playing a lot of poke compositions based around some tanky top laners for Hippo. We saw the emergence of Top Trundle, which has been in the LPL, but really a strong split pusher, and EM Fire won a game with it. So
yeah, and that Trundle can be also flexed as a support also, so it could be a surprise for either side of the team at this point. So pick ban-wise, that's another point to see. We're going to see global standings here right now. G2 leading EU LCS and Immortals leading NA LCS.
Yeah, of course, H2K tied with them up at the top. Both of those teams looking strong so far. And Immortals just running away with it in North America. As we've seen, just very dominant showing so far. Huni and Reignover making a nice transition.
Yeah, overall, Energy is leading second, Counter Logic Gaming third, and in LPL we have Chaogu Reapers and A leading in the A side, and B side we got Royal Never Give Up, and LMS we have AHQ Sports Club 4-0, always strong in LMS.
Yeah, they're doing really well, and of course the Flash Wolves right on their heels. Chaogu has actually completed the first round robin in their group in LPL without even losing a game, so they've got 10-0 in 5 best of 3s. So they've been looking really quite good, and it's been fun to see them, and of course Uzi coming in for their last games. We're going to take a look at some of these KDA standings across the regions.
Yeah, Bang leading in LCK right now as SKT, even though they only have a 3-2 record, so that's surprising. You see them running a lot of protective Bang composition. Maybe that's why the results are like this at this point. And NALCS Immortals Adrian 22.7 and Forgiven in H2K again 17.
Yeah, and of course Adrian too. It helps when you play a lot of Janna and Soraka. He's been playing some very defensive style support, range supports, and so that has boosted his KDA, but only dying a couple times, I believe, so far. And Forgiven, just doing Forgiven things over the ULCS, as we've noticed. And of course Trace, 700 MVP points, up on top, ahead of Peanut with 400.
And Score, who we're gonna see today, is third in the MVP standing. So depending on how he does today, might jump up that spot. So we're likely to see that maybe have a strong showing.
Yeah, and with Score too, he's been so great all season. We'll talk about him a little bit more. And Trace fell down. He used to be the number 1 KDA that has been taken away by Bang, but he's still on top in the top lane.
Yeah, Smev also leading second. Two of the best teams in the region right now, Janair and Rocks Tiger, so definitely showing up there. Jungle, again, as we mentioned, Score leading with the KDA 6.0. And Peanut, definitely one of the top 2 junglers in the region right now, Score and Peanut, so they're leading off the standings.
And I think the surprise, too, is Winged coming in so strong this season. He's had some very good games, even though he had big shoes to fill from Chaser. Kuro having an outstanding season so far. He has been an absolute monster for the Rocks Tigers and really enabled by Peanut's more aggressive style of jungling.
And Kuzan also coming in, if I remember correctly, was a sub last year?
Yeah, sub for GBM, yes. Yeah. And he's been doing quite well. Janair really stepping up. And of course, Bang still with a massive lead in that top side, or in the AD side. But we will see Arrow tonight, and maybe has a chance to boost those stats.
Gorilla, of course, been one of the top tier supports for a long time now, still having great showings in a lot of these games, and Che leading in second. Wolf third, Hachani fourth. Hachani, though, been playing very well ever since he stepped in for that KT pull.
Yeah, we thought that we would actually see Ignar starting, but it has been Hachani, and allowing for some more veteran, I think, shot calling, I would estimate, from them. Of course, in our rankings, Rocks Tigers remain undefeated, 10-2 overall in terms of game score. And the Generic Green Wings with their upset over SKT right now in second place. But KT, they've only played 4 games, so we're going to see game number 5 tonight against EM Fire. It's important to remember that the wins that KT have been against Spenu, Samsung, and the Afrika Freaks. So they haven't really had hard opponents yet, so they've had a lighter schedule. Second game?
We got CJ Entis against Longzhu Gaming. Longzhu 6 right now, so they've been playing better than their previous splits in the LCK, so I hope they can snowball this and keep going on like this. Again, CJ is probably not doing very well right now as of now, so but anything could happen in these games. So
that's right. All right, and taking a look at our first team of the evening, it is EM Fire, falling 1-2 against SKT after their 2-1 victory over Spenu, but those games, again, were very close. In the third game, they did have the 5th Dragon buff twice. They were just unable to close. And this team, they've been doing okay early. They're number 4 right now in gold differential at 15. So they've had the strong early game, but it's been the closures that have been causing them problems.
And that's a lot of the story with these mid to low tier teams. It's they have great early game during laning phase, but they're not able to close, maybe due to shot calling issues or objective control. So they need to fix that if they want to come out a little bit. I see their goal is trying to maybe end up mid in the standings, is what I've been hearing when I talk to them. So maybe that's what they need to do.
Yeah, I think that would be quite good for them considering the total roster overhaul. But their opponents, longtime juggernaut KT Rolster, will be starting Hachani again today. And they actually are several steps behind in terms of that gold differential at 15 minutes. They, over the first 3 series of the season, were playing for the long game, playing for a 4-1 split with a lot of scaling. But last week they came out against Samsung and just went nuts. I mean, in Game 2, Sunday before 10 minutes was 2-0-2, and he was playing Poppy, and he had assisted or killed their jungler, mid laner, AD carry, and support. So he was roaming all over the map, losing CS, but just farming champions in the early game. It was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, Someday has historically shown great showings in a lot of these carry-oriented top laners, and the meta still haven't shifted completely yet, so that's probably one of their stronger points for this team, is getting that Someday role in the lane and having him contribute more on the overall aspect of the map. So
yeah, he certainly did that last week. As we take a look at our match point right now, EM Fire 1-3, KT 3-1, but KT has yet to really, besides the Rocks Tigers, face the toughest opponents. EM Fire beat Spenu, but they've been getting better every single week, this EM Fire team.
Especially that last series with SKT showed that they are one of the mid to top tier teams, and then maybe they can show this against KT. And KT, as you have mentioned, have not been tested yet properly other than Rocks Tigers, so they need to have a win against these have a great showing against these mid to low tier teams to show that they're actually part of that top tier bracket.
Yeah, and of course it was a very close best of 3 with the Rocks Tigers, but they did fall in the end. So as we take a look at some of our KDAs right here, big difference in that top lane between Hippo and Someday, but these guys play very different styles of roles. When we look at Hippo, we've got the Trundle, which was his win, but it's all tanks. Everything is a tank right now. Meanwhile, contrast that to Someday, 3 games of Poppy, 3 games of Fiora, as well as GP and Ryze, and you can see that KT should know what to expect out of Hippo, and this is a match that Someday I think can really run away with as a carry.
Yeah, as you mentioned, as I've mentioned before, Fiora, all these Poppy picks, they're very carry-oriented top laners, so I'm hoping to see Score snowball that lane a little bit harder, maybe gank the top lane a little bit more, put some emphasis on the top lane, so Someday has more freedom to run around the map and pressure other lanes also to get that game rolling.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a key to victory here for KT. And I hope to see the more aggressive early play from KT that we saw last week versus Samsung. I think it suits the meta better than their attempt to scale off of 5 dragons, which was a staple of their play in the early weeks, just getting on Fiora and wave clearing until Someday could take over the game. But when you unleash him early, you're able to close a lot more convincingly. So we'll see if KT continues to go in that direction tonight as we get into picks and bans.
You see on the blue side, EM Fire, and on the red side, KT Rollsters, Callista Van coming in, of course, very good AD carry with a lot of objective control with that Rend. Hoping to see Rise banned out here, probably, possibly. Thresh ban, actually.
Yeah, we've been seeing more and more of that against Cougar to shut down a little bit of EM Fire's playmaking. And when we talk about EM Fire's compositions, they've been really relying on poke compositions with champions like Lux, Nidalee, and Corki. That's been a bit of their go-to so far this season because Hippo has only been playing these tanky top laners, so they rely on Crush to have more of a carry presence out of the jungle.
Yeah, Elise coming in as a second ban, even though she was slightly nerfed in this patch, if I remember 6.2. Are we in
Yes.
there right now? Yes. And then,
Movement speed nerfs, yes.
yeah, and Trundle ban coming out, that could be both flex in the top lane and support as we've seen from the last games, and Gangplank of course very strong, even though his ult got nerfed in this patch also. In 6.2, we're gonna see Shen, the rework Shen, right? So that might
available,
also,
yes.
it is available, so we might see that happening here in picks and bans.
Yeah, no Jin this week. The new Shen, he is fair game. Also, the Kindred is still disabled, so we will not be seeing that. That has been one of Score's better champions. Lulu will be the final ban, but this will leave up the Nidalee, it'll leave up the Rise.
And Alistar too.
Alistar should be the first pick here from KT Rollster, and they can go ahead and take away the Corki. I think this is good because when we've seen EM Fire do well, they have been playing with poke comps. So force them to play a carry against Someday and have Someday be basically the better carry player.
Yeah, that's gonna be important. Yeah, with the disengage from Alistar, that would be good for a poke comp just in general. So they're running a double AD carry, maybe. Also, maybe with Graves, triple AD carry meta.
Yeah, we could definitely see that come through. Depending on what they want to put Someday on in that top side, they could turn the tables and run a poke composition themselves at this point, especially with the Lux available. Both of these teams do appreciate some good Lux, but Poppy still up. Could just see the Lucian takeaway. Lucian has been Arrow's go-to AD carry, so this is a bit of a denial pick as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Graves right now being hovered over.
I think it'll certainly be a Graves with the Elise ban, unless, of course, with the new buffs, you never know these days. Poppy Graves would be the most likely champion picks. This would be Someday's 4th game of the season on Poppy. And no, could see the Nidalee here. This would be a composition we would much more expect from EM Fire, actually.
Yeah, straight up poke composition with a lot of disengage from both Poppy and Alistar. So
Yep, definitely. Very strong so far, and saving their mid lane pick, assuming that it's not that Corki for last, but still having that flexibility.
and Shen, maybe.
I don't know if the players have had enough time, honestly, to practice with that new Shen yet to make it work, even though it does seem like it might be a strong pickup. We may not see teams want to take that risk quite this early on.
Hippo has been playing a lot of Novelist top, but has not had a great showing on them. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to go for it again. With Edge picking that teleporter, maybe this is the case. I don't know if it's a good pick at this moment, though.
Yeah, especially blind picking that Rise. It could be the Corki, and it might cause some problems in the laning phase. We could just see the Fiora here up against the Nautilus. And we had questions, is Hippo going to be the type of player to take this top lane carry? The answer is probably not. They're flashing over some options right now.
Zilean, like, in other regions, been being picked relatively on a frequent basis, actually.
Well, we've seen it in 2 games. One in the LMS, and then, of course, Energy running it with GVM. Will be fun to see it, but Victor, definitely the more reliable poke and wave clear choice. Fly has been known to play the Cassiopeia, but we'll see what they're actually going to go for. I assume it's going to be a Victor here. They could take Corki Ezreal also and just put that Corki in the mid lane, even though it does give you questionable lane matchup. And it will be the Zillion actually in the mid lane. This really worked for Energy in their match against TSM in the NALCS last week. I think it's definitely a very strong pick. My question is, will KT have the damage to finish things out? But if we think about how Energy won that game, it was with Zillion building more for HP and utility with the Rod of Ages, the Seraph's Embrace into the Banner of Command. And then how Energy engineered their victory was through very aggressive diving. And we have gap closers on every single other member of KT right now, so they will have no problem going absolutely deep underneath the enemy turrets, especially with the Alistar. And we'll see if they can replicate that success that Energy had, because in that game they beat TSM 19-0. No kills for TSM.
Yeah, Zillion also has a great wave clear also in general, so could be also used as a poke composition in the game. So, and like with that ult, it also provides some sort of disengage, like when you're trying to come in for the kill.
What I love about KT's composition is they had a flexibility of drafting into a poke composition here. And then instead, at the last pick, after they see the Braum, it gets flipped on its head into a dive comp where they can follow up on Zillion bomb stuns. Very creative draft from KT. Exciting stuff. Let's get into game one.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
All right, let's get into it. KT Rolster versus EM Fire, game number one. KT taking a page out of the Energy playbook. I said very creative draft here. And that Braum's still going to be useful into the turrets for disengage, but man, are they going to have a problem stopping these dives, especially considering EM Fire doesn't have a lot of range here, so they'll have to kite very effectively with the Nautilus and the Rise. They have some ability to do that, of course, but they need a lot of scaling here, and they may not have time for it.
Yeah, one upside coming from EM Fire is that the Rise is running in mid lane is against a Zillion who doesn't necessarily have a lot of solo kill potential, so he could farm up very well against that Zillion if he just lane clears and then just get the wave pushed back and keep going on forth like that.
Yeah, they also both will need to go Rod of Ages, so we're going to look at some ramp time here for both of these champions, but it's that threat. For those of you who didn't watch the TSM Energy game, definitely worth your time. It's funny, too, because GBM's been playing Zillion for a long time now, and he finally pulls it out in the professional scene, and it works just marvelously for him and the rest of his team over in NA.
Yeah, regarded as GBM's pocket pick, if Fly has a great showing here with the Zillion, it could be turned into a legitimate meta.
Oh, I think it absolutely can. I think it is a strong pick under the right circumstances when you have the ability to play around that dive. Issues with Zillion typically are being low on mana early in the game, and of course that trade. And we actually do see Guger here just running in for an early ignite off the lane swap.
Yeah, harassing that jungle so that Nidalee has a little bit of pressure. Guger coming in there again, maybe. Nope, he does not see him.
Yeah, just checking on the Wolf camp. So early invade, they see Poppy in the bottom side. They realize they have an opportunity to go and disrupt the jungle after getting level 2 off the Krug camp. And so starting on the weak side and having Someday show in lane opens up an opportunity to slow down Score in his jungle clear and blow his flash early.
This means that the Rek'Sai is going to have an earlier gank potential than this Nidalee, so we're going to see how that turns out.
Yeah. You can see already the invade. They're going after the blue buff right away. Someday backed off and threw his ward or his yellow trinket into the brush, so they know that the blue is going to be stolen, but this will be a 3-buff start here for EM Fire, and KT really has no answer. So Crush has been a bright spot definitely on this EM Fire team, is finding some relevance. They're also going to get 3 people down onto the bottom side tower, so they'll have a faster tower kill. So sloppy lane swap here from KT is going to result in some pretty big advantages for EM Fire.
Probably moving on to top lane right now, but they're going to take this turret first. Missing out on a lot of EXP and CS.
The question will be what EM Fire does after the earlier turret kill, and how fast they want to swap back, and who exactly is going to get this XP. But EM Fire definitely controlling the pace of this game in the early stages, and you see Score just sort of left to his own devices, picking up the scraps in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, but that Nidalee does have really fast lane with jungle clear in general, so Crush taking his red right now, and tower's gone for both teams on the top side and the bottom side.
Ssumday gets into the top lane to help out and just about even up the speed on that turret take. So despite that pretty horrible start, by the time we do get into actual gank territory due to the lane swap, we should have Scores flash back up. Edge still getting harassed underneath the turret.
I mean, that's just going to be the story of this entire laning phase just in general, but it's just how he farms and how he's going to turn that pressure, I mean, the early game pressure, and survive that so he can turn into a monster in the late game.
We see Cougar, the fast transition into the top side, just giving Ssumday some harassment. They've kept him down when it comes to CS. Nautilus now has to back out, and the bottom side as Hippo goes for the Krug camp, considering the aggression that Arrow and Chani are putting down. Edge is going to have to recall, but has TP, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to get back into lane.
Nidalee just still farming down in the outside jungle.
Yeah, just trying to take the safe approach here while they play around their strong side, and KT happy just to take the passive trades right now, considering that early deficit as they try and work their way back in from the poor lane swap. And EM Fire just got to stay even, not trying to punish, not trying to go after the flashless Nidalee at all.
Game going on like this, they're not really capitalizing on the poor lane swap that the KT kind of screwed up, but hoping to see they transition into something better. But
yeah, I agree. And the Rex side too, moving into the top side, just not making any kind of aggressive play. Finally, they're pushing out the turret. So Ssumday has some issues farming, but on the whole, it's been, I think you're right, just not a very good conversion on the advantages that they had and insufficient aggressive play. So the trade not going to be an advantage of EM Fire, as that gets KT right back into this one, and because they flipped into the top side, it'll be KT in fact getting the first dragon.
yeah, so they're actually turning that disadvantage into an advantage at this point if they fail to capitalize on it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's better in those kind of situations if you bounce the wave and hold back in the 2v1 lane so that you can actually punish Score and try and invade instead of just going into default lane swap mode. Different ways, and actually EM Fire Cougar has been on point this game on his roams. He's actually going to try and take this dragon away. It will just reset. Chani here getting low is going to headbutt pull EM Fire away, but they're going after this. Arrow now here too, and the Zilean is fading into the lane. You see Fly have the priority, and so this has been bounced around, but no dragon taken in the end.
Yeah, very nice rotations from Cougar just in general this entire game. Fast, as we've seen in the faster transition into that top lane earlier.
And this is the reason why we see these Thresh bans, is that he is very capable of playing aggressively on Thresh, getting into the enemy jungle and messing you up in the early game. So as EM Fire has proceeded this season, more and more people are picking up those Thresh bans against them just as a way to slow down what has been one of their more consistently good players.
Thresh just in general, no matter how many times he's nerfed, just his kit's so great that he's gonna be a contended pick no matter what. So
yeah, basically, if they were to nerf him to the point his statistics, he would have to take an absolutely enormous nerf to not be viable at the professional level, considering the utility that he has and what pro players can do with that pick.
a lot of versatility. Hippo taking this gigantic wave. Something's still here in the top lane though.
Yeah, interesting. So Hippo will be catching up in CS after this wave. KT in the meantime freezing on the bottom side of the map and trying to farm up this Corki while denying the Lucian, but that means that Poppy is going to take a bit of a hit here when it comes to CS. Still just happy to sit in the mid lane and scale. And with this style of diving composition, you really are just trying to buy yourself time until you can hit your power spike once Zilean gets a couple items. And at that point, that's when you could really begin diving in earnest. But here comes Hachani over the wall, actually gets the knockup, and a TP coming in on the side of the Empire. Hippo is on his way. Hachani now locked up, and we see Someday coming from the backside. First blood actually goes over to Someday. Soul is quite low. They're trying to pursue Soul, but a bomb is going to fall to Fly. And they actually managed to clean that up. Hachani looked like he might have been in some trouble after getting rooted there by the Rise after the TP, but that wasn't the case, and they will transition right into the Dragon.
Yeah, great flash pulverize, getting 3 members of that team, just having a better vision in general, allowed them to initiate that fight and come out on top.
Yeah, I totally agree. They had, KT has kept this Dragon warded the entire time. The Empire's vision had a couple of deep wards, but they couldn't actually see how many people were coming in from the mid lane, and then of course they couldn't track Someday's TP into the river. And again, Someday showing up with the better plays in the early game, and that is netting him a nice 1-0-1 scoreline so far.
Spencer Scott picked up for Someday, getting a little bit of MR, and that Catalyst built on both Zilean and Rise right now. So
yeah, Fly will go ahead and take this opportunity to recall. So not stacking up that tier just yet, looking to finish off his Rod of Ages and then start the tier stacking. Will be a bit delayed, we're assuming he does go for tier, but with Zilean, that is typically what we see. With GBM, he actually did go tier first into Rod of Ages, so I'm curious if Fly is going to make an alteration to this build.
101 on both mid lane and top lane, so that's going to be easier for Score to gank. Any lane can be ganked now at this point.
Crush here is trying to help protect Hippo, as they don't have a lot of wards in the top side, and Corki starting to open up the map a little bit and roam into the enemy topside jungle, protecting Someday, so at least he can pick up the farm, and maybe looking out for an invade at the moment, as Edge continuously zoned out, but he's been able to stay pretty well up in terms of CS, just getting some chip damage on his turret due to the better wave clear of Zilean in the early game.
Great objective control just in general for KT Roasters at this point, taking that drag and that top side.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Rift Herald and put it onto Score, as we typically see, throwing that onto the jungler for a little bit faster clear speed. Edge going to take a big shot there from the Runic Echoes.
Spike.
Yeah, definitely. They have vision in that brush, so very safe for Score right now to shoot from over the walls. And now, try and put some pressure on the bottom side. Soul does have his ult, and there comes the culling, trying to play around this Rift Herald buff. They get some damage down on the turret, but not a whole lot. But Fly still doing work and continuously pushing Edge back and autoing the turret, so doing an excellent job against this Rise here early.
Edge though is still not down in CS at all, despite the pressure that Score has been putting on them and Fly, so that's relatively a good sign, I guess, at this point. And they're taking that mid turret right now, rotating.
Yes, they are. So continuing to move through, and Score making the most out of this Herald buff, and that will get them yet another turret. So KT up by 1. They still have their mid lane after the lane swap, and they finally start to push forward. And we'll see how much control they can get over the Dragon in this particular situation. So got a couple more minutes before that respawns.
KT relatively aggressive in the early game, as you mentioned, as you wanted them to see. And, so I guess that's a good sign. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it should be, yeah. And I think that by having the mid lane pushed out so early on, they will have a lot more room to work with, because having that mid lane tower out is good in almost every single situation. And when you're playing a dive composition like this, because they can start to get deep wards in the top and bottom side, you can see already in the top side, they'll be able to track the enemy team's rotations with those wards, and therefore it makes it about 1,000,000 times easier to set up these dives that they need to continue to proceed with in order to take a victory here and to play their composition to its win conditions. So they got a lot of speed, got a lot of gap closers, so they should be able just to move faster, especially with Zillion's E giving that speed boost. And it just comes down to putting down the tower pressure and threatening dives at this stage.
Then in this essence, KT is still somewhat of a Pokemon also, so you can keep pressuring, keep throwing those spears as we're seeing right now, and with the mid-turn gone, that's going to be relatively easier at this point.
Yes, it will be. So they already got the bottom side warded, so trying to make plays down where they have the wave pressure. They're switching Arrow back into the top side, so they're just making it very difficult right now for EM Fire to respond by constantly swapping their pressure and making sure that all of those waves are consistently pressed forward and that EM Fire doesn't have a way to walk through their own jungle safely. See moving the pink line over into the top side jungle right now as Arrow pushes the wave.
You see that entire bottom side jungle has been warded by KT. Great vision control coming out from Hachani and Score.
Yeah, Hachani 2 just at level 6, and that means that the dives might well be starting at this point.
Fly coming in.
Fly definitely coming in, so they have a lot of tools to get people off the turret. Headbutt, of course the Poppy ultimate, and there you go. That's going to work some nice stuns underneath the turret as they just chip away. Ow. Yeah. Take a lot of damage, and the problem for Yemfire is that they have the Braum shield, you have Breakable to try and deal with some of this poke damage, but they don't have a whole lot else. Soul does have the culling, he's not going to have to use it on that wave. There's another stun there, and that just changed straight into a Nidalee Spear.
It's just watching it makes me hurt inside a little bit.
You wouldn't like to be on the receiving end of that?
No, I do not.
Well, who knew that Zillion would be so good at sieges? We haven't seen a lot of him since his kit was reworked, but having these skill shots where if you double up the bomb, you get that stun, it allows such great follow-up poke from the likes of Nidalee.
Rotating back to Dragon.
Yep, has spawn, so you have the Dragon up and available, so it'll be an easy second take here from KT as Score will hop over the wall to help his team take out number 2 here at 16 minutes. So we know KT started the season loving to play the 5th Dragon, and this game they're well on their way to an early 5 Dragons.
3k gold behind, actually 2k gold behind at 16 minutes, so things are not looking good for EM Fire at this point.
No, this is a pretty substantial early deficit. And remember, KT actually coming into this match with the lower differential at 15 minutes, generally speaking. So this is, I think, a testament to that they've really, in the last week, upped the pace of their games, played a lot more decisively, and been less concerned with wave clear and more about early closures. So pretty big change in play style from even just a few weeks ago at the start of the season. Emulating the Tigers, for sure. Okay, so Hachani now is moving into the top side of the map and trying to take over this Tri-Brush, protecting Arrow. They do have a pink ward there, so Arrow actually just very slowly pushing this out.
He knows he doesn't need to risk anything at this point, just let other lanes snowball also, and turn this lead into a bigger advantage in the mid to late game.
Yes, and waiting for his allies to get out of base too. We had a lot of recalls there from KT, so he didn't want to put pressure on before everyone could get into the top side and join him. Rift Herald taken for a second time. It actually did do a lot of work onto the turrets when Score had it on their first attempt, so they may just make it the exact same play again while Sunday sits in the bottom side. He's actually developed a pretty substantial CS lead.
30 definitely not small for a top laner.
Extra impressive too, the Score has managed to get a CS advantage after the start that KT had in this game. Just a very smooth recovery of a poor situation. Here we go again, more counter jungling from the likes of KT playing around that vision. They will get the Wolf Spirit to track the members of EM Fire.
It's like jungler's worst nightmare. You cannot step into your own jungle because the enemy, the enemy keeps missing, and he's most likely in your own jungle. So
Yeah, just too much damage there too, especially with the Alistar CCing you. The miss there on the bombs.
and with the CS lead, Someday has just freedom to split push all day if he wants, because if Hippo decides to step up into his lane, he can just solo kill him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's still a major concern. We see Hippo actually going for the Swifties and hasn't even finished his Sunfire cape yet at 18 minutes in this game. He is very much hurting. Someday, on the other hand, has his Sheen moving towards the Iceborne Gauntlet, and there is no one to stop him from pushing on the bottom side of this map.
So much poke, so much damage coming in here from every single member of KT.
And he's just going to get a free turret right now. There is no defense with Hippo in the top side. No, he does back off. No wards means Someday is going to be playing slightly more cautiously. Score actually getting the Herald buff from over the wall onto the minions. And the poke continues here as Fly just pushes in the mid lane. KT, you'd think they'd have to group for this, as Fly actually is going to take quite a hit there from Edge during his ultimate.
At this point, they might try to group up, seeing that Edge has now a kill pressure on to that Zilean.
Yeah, this might actually just ruin the entire push from KT here, losing that mid lane pressure. Somebody's still working away. Hippo going to anchor toss his way out. That trade actually did cost KT that entire push, playing a delicate game, but Edge manages to play aggressively and break the pressure that they were putting in. So it looks bad there for a moment, but in the end, the Empire actually don't end up losing any more of their turrets, still falling behind when it comes to the Team Gold.
Yeah, almost 4K down now, so pretty substantial at this point. What would you say be the opening that EM Fire needs?
Well, I think that if they can get a preferable dive from KT, where they can actually just kite with the Nautilus and the Rise, they might have an opportunity, but KT has opted to simply split them up and use their individual advantages across the map to slowly work away these towers, so they're not really having a whole lot of options, unfortunately.
Yeah, the story of this game has just been KT pushing and then just trying to defend the turret. They're going to go down at some point, though.
Morellonomicon 2 coming through did have a pretty significant cost decrease in the patch 6.2. So that's a bit of a switch up from what we've seen built so far by GVM. And just still going for some cooldown reduction, which we saw him get through the Banner of Command. And now we have a dive coming through. Edge is caught out, and Chani just locks him up. And the follow-up damage there. There's a stun coming in from the Zilean bombs. Crush has to get out. Arrow very low, and there's the TP. Hippo going to come in. He's going to take out Arrow, but Arrow will revive. Gets this Chrono Shift down onto him. Cougar now underneath the turret, trying to block as much as he can. And there's another kill for KT. And this is the threat of the dive with the Zilean. It is absolutely devastating. And the snipe there, as you say, from Italy. Very nice dive, and that's what they had to be worried about. They couldn't really capitalize on it. The KT push isn't going to stop now. They are going for this inhibitor.
Yeah, watching that play just makes me want to talk about the pick ban phase again. Like, they were opting for the poke composition, but with that Zilean pickup, they suddenly turned it into a dive composition, so they could work both ways. High versatility, very smart from KT.
Yeah, very interesting to see the difference in these Zilean builds, though. The Morellonomicon, definitely an earlier pickup, so it doesn't create such a late-game power spike. We're going to take a look at this replay one more time, and Edge just gets caught out and immediately destroyed. Meanwhile, Crush gets the bomb, stun, and follow-up, has to back off, but KT just not worried. Chrono Shift down on the Arrow, he's not going to be dying, and Score just zips over from the other lane, and they start to dive and clean up themselves. TB coming through from Someday, nice knock-up at the end, and then the fadeaway spear here. Lots of damage from Score.
The fadeaway.
Yeah, and taking a look at this, I mean, this is KT's only going to get stronger as their rods continue to stack up on Italy and onto this Zillion, and looks like Fly is actually going for just straight up AP this game, so doing a less utility-oriented build and just looking for the damage, really.
That all does scale on AP, so
Yeah, it does, and I think I like this with the Morello Namicon buffs and the pretty significant decrease in cost that they buffed. I think that this build is probably a little bit better just because you don't get the mana pool, but you get double the mana regeneration. You still get the CDR. Someday now going to get grabbed here. Hippo coming in. Someday going to knock up two people. Score now Cougar form skirting the outside. Hajani's right in the middle of the fight. Fly coming in for the follow-up. There's one bomb onto Hajani. There's two bombs onto the rest of EM Fire. Crush. Not going to be able to do much with a flank. Score gets the first kill of this fight. Someday fell low, but the poke is still raining in from KT. EM Fire going to have to fall away from this dragon.
that fight started out as a 3v5, but they still managed to turn it around, just showing how much big of an advantage KT has over EM Fire at this point, taking the third drag at this again. So great objective control just in general. I do not see EM Fire coming out on top on this game at this point.
No, neither do I. You know, Justin, just at the start of this game, we had that lane swap, which meant that two towers went down. But ever since the lane swap point, there hasn't been a tower, a dragon, a baron, a Rift Herald, a kill for EM Fire. So if there hadn't been a lane swap here, we may have been looking at a perfect game from KT.
And I don't think Edge had a blue buff ever since the second blue buffs either, because Score has been just inside his jungle this entire time throughout this game.
Well, there's a time for EM Fire to try and make a comeback even from this massive deficit. It'd be now Seraphs is completed onto Rise, so he has actually managed to stack up enough items to make himself a powerhouse, and of course, just being on Rise will make you a threat in the late game no matter what. So KT needs to start thinking about locking down this Baron.
Hippo on Nautilus has not been having a great showing. I don't know why it was picked, but he's not really showing the reasons why it was picked at this point. 50 CS down against Someday.
Well, Justin, he hasn't shown us why he's been picking it this season. So your guess is as good as mine. This is his fourth game of top Nautilus. He just seems to be very limited when it comes to champion pool, and the team seems that they don't want to put him on anything that isn't a tank. So they have quite a small portfolio of strategies available to them in this particular situation, and KT still controlling the vision. 9 wards around the Baron pit right now, and it's this pressure that really has to come through. Fly actually hasn't gone back to shop in a really long time.
Never needed to, I guess.
Doesn't care about death cap, I suppose. Okay, so Someday still working on the split push now. Moving into most likely Asterix Gauge. See what they want to do in terms of this bait. Someday's TP is back up. Flies is down, but he's clearing out the mid lane. Empire, as long as they see Fly, though, shouldn't be so worried. KT actually does not have a very good composition for taking Baron. Not a lot of tankiness there. So it'd be hard for them to 3-man it without getting massively chunked out.
Yeah, at this point, all EMFire can do is maybe try to catch one of them out in the jungle, but with the vision control going in KT's way, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Someday pushing super aggressively, but they cannot kill Someday at this point with 2 core items up.
Yeah, Someday can't kill Nautilus either, though, so there's that aspect to it. Nautilus just vastly too tanky at the moment. KT's going to be stalling out a little bit here because they can't adequately threaten the Baron with 3 people, and they can't really split push either, so they actually change up their game plan, stop baiting the Baron, and move 5 people all the way down to the bottom side. Back to tier 2 sieging. As KT realizes they're not going to have much success with their current strategy. Hippo's going to get knocked into the wall. Nice bit of damage there, taken down 50% by Someday. An arrow. Rom Shield going to block some more of that poke, but the tower's already down below 50%.
Yeah, Rise was a little bit late coming down, but with Hippo initiating, I don't know if he was initiating or initiating, managed to push them off just for a little bit, but it's going to go down sometime.
He still has this ultimate up, so if they want to engage, they can have it. But EM Fire taking a safe approach. The next wave, KT knocks down another turret, moves them to 6 in this game. They do have an open inhibitor in the mid lane. That's going to be their next target.
Slowly pushing this game towards victory.
That's how it's going to be. But I do like that they changed away from the Baron bait, though. They couldn't actually make it believable with just Corki and Nidalee and Alistar. You're just not going to take that fast whatsoever. So here we go again. Now we see the disengage. Crush going to knock up Arrow, but Arrow has no problem getting out of that. Hippo actually going to TP in from the backside, knock up Arrow, but Sunday gets low in the mid lane, does have to flash backwards. Hippo now caught and collapsed on in the back line. Gets a double kill. Achani still here, skirting the outside, trying to get some hits onto this inhibitor. As we see a 3-for-0 trade. Takes some flying. Now the engage. Achani going to pop his ultimate. Soul exhausted. Soul pushed into the turret, and that's going to be a finisher from Score in the Cougar form. Achani backs off with 0 HP effectively.
This is game.
Yeah, that's going to be the win here for KT. After that lane swap, this was a perfect game from KT Rolster. Beyond those 2 early turrets, they make it 11-0 in kills. No dragons given, no heralds given, no nothing given. And that'll be a 29-minute win for KT.
Yeah, so picking Zilean guarantees maybe the 0 death? I don't know, but no kills coming out in either of those games.
That's true. Energy, KT, both play Zilean. The opponents in both games get 0 kills. So definitely a strong pick if you have a good mid-Zilean player and a mind and a teamwork to follow up on those dives using the Chrono Shift. Good start here for KT. Need to be a little bit more careful in those lane swaps. But other than that, about as clean as you get.
And no mistakes after that point. And KT, who's relatively has been slower in the start of the game, actually had a lot of early game pressure on all sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Even though they did fall behind in that lane swap, they were the ones who maintained the pressure through the early and mid game, and there really wasn't substantial wave clear there from EM Fire. Besides the Lucian, they couldn't deal with the multi-pronged attack across the lanes that KT delivered, and that just led to a turret snowball and a huge win for KT. So they go up 1-0. We are going to have game 2 of this series coming right up, and we'll see if EM Fire can fight back. I think that Trundle ban definitely helped, took away some of EM Fire's punch. All right, guys, game 2 coming up in just a few minutes. See you then.
언제? 이거 진짜.
세팅을 한 3분 안쪽으로 빨리 끝내주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
세팅방 모르니까 세팅방. 아, 언제 하는 거야? 정전자 문제인 거야? 그게 아니라 룸 페이지가 2개밖에 없어요. 전 쉔도 해야 되고 라이즈, 리산드라, 문도. 그냥 안 할 거잖아. 그냥 아무거나 하셔도 될 것 같은데? 야, 내가 임마 핵심인데 지금. 빨리 해, 빨리! 박정석 때문에 지금 늦어요, 박정석 때문에. 세팅 겁나 하고 있네. 빨리. 전화해야겠다. 야, 장누리 전화번호 전화해봐. 아니, 그냥 처음부터 그럼 룰이 있는 걸로 세팅해 주셨어야지. PD님이에요? 아니, PD님 계정으로 그러면 그 계정으로 해주셨어야지. 이상한 계정이잖아요.
홈페이지 2개를 1등 하던데.
내가 교육을 쏘는 것도 아니고, 이거 왜 나한테 그래.
야, 건우아! 탑만 가라!
아니, 왜. 빨리 할게요. 네.
아까 저희가 처음에 들었던 아이디로는
홀로 할게요, 그냥. 그거 주세요. 세팅 각이라 그래서 원래 박혜민 형 많이 떠오르시는데 세팅은 무슨 1시간 반을 해요 지금. 자, 저녁 밴 들어가자. 뭐야? 쟤네 멤버 왔어. 박정석 집중 전제 나온다. 와, 뭐야 이게.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Welcome back to Champions Spring. Your MVP is Fly in the mid lane for his Zillion performance, 100% kill contribution, and a lights out performance from KT Rolster after the little whoopsie in the lane swap at the beginning of the game. Take a look here at some of the contributions. You can see Johnny, like he was going to get caught out right there, does manage to make it work, and they catch him at the choke point with all of those bombs and then the stuns on these dives. Great follow-up pulverize.
Yeah, being on that bomb just makes you feel like you're on death row, just waiting till you die.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happened. Brazilian did put them on death row in this game. It's the constant re-engagements underneath the turret, using the chrono shift to juggle that aggro, get a player back up, and then immediately re-engage. Very impressive use of this composition from KT Rolster. And I really liked the pivot in the draft phase too.
Yeah.
When you saw the poke comp coming in, and then they actually threatened the dive with Alistair and Zillion right afterwards, did make some of these picks a lot harder for EM Fire to deal with.
A lot of versatility just coming in with those picks.
Giving you the smirk. So we saw that OGN special
Yeah.
intro, Justin. What is that? What is that about?
Okay, so they're having a caster versus caster match, I guess, and then Breach, ex-coach for Najin, I don't know where his current coach
CJ.
is. Yeah, CJ, was taking an hour and 30 minutes to set up these pages because he only had 2 room pages, was complaining the entire time. In the end, though, knowing this, the other team target bans Malphite and Shen, so he has nothing to play. So if you guys want to catch that, catch it on OGN soon.
Should be quite funny when they broadcast that. We are going to see Ignar coming in. This is going to be his first game of the season, actually. It's very exciting. I mean, Ignar actually was one of the bright points on Longju's roster from last season. Looked very mechanically competent. We've seen, of course, many highlights of his Thresh plays very solid player, and we'll see if KT's shot calling falters without Hachani in the mix.
Yeah, known for that thresh play, so this may be another reason why they might not be able to target Ben Thresh this time. Maybe leave that open for Ignar.
Yeah, could change up the draft for sure. KT will be on the blue side this game, so they may have some more flexibility. It was a lot, the Trundle, the Thresh, a lot of target bans, pocket bans here from KT in the last game. They should have the freedom to do that again.
And knowing that Hippo doesn't have a great showing on carry-oriented champions and Edge on that Rise didn't have a really great performance, they can leave that pick open again and pick something else.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that the scaling, KT really showed that they can abuse that through early aggression and some well-coordinated pressure and dives. They showed that they could shut down EM Fire with their lack of wave clear, and we'll see how EM Fire is going to respond here in Game 2. I fully expect that Trundle to be banned, especially when EM Fire has the red side. So, surprisingly, it'll be the Thresh.
Yeah, that means Ignar does have a large champion pool that, I guess, at this point on. They might pick Alistar again, seeing that they're on blue side, but Gangplank being banned out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is trending towards a potential Alistar first pick. That was always one of Ignar's better champions. And considering that you can really accelerate the pace of the game with good Alistar play by having the early dives, might be well worth it to go that route again.
Yeah, Rise definitely a ban-worthy champion for someday.
Yes. Only one game on Rise this season, but of course KT has shown that they're quite comfortable just waiting for champions to scale. And there's the same bans from last game, Lulu taken out by KT, and now EM Fire. Will they ban the Callista or the Elise? These are the bans they had in the last game. I think the Callista may be the way they go, but KT as a team, many teams have been prioritizing the Callista. KT, unlike the Tigers, unlike SK Telecom, has not really been one of them.
Yeah. So for first pick, we might see, again, as you mentioned, Callista or Alistar. Most likely Alistar, though.
I think Alistar, because KT has definitely preferred Lucian this season. So take away Alistar. If they take Callista, they're not going to have an optimal laning partner because Thresh is banned and Alistar was first picked. So you'd have to go into... they don't have Trundle either, so perhaps even a Braum again. That's not going to be too great if KT doesn't go for a poke composition. Callista Corki could be the quick pickups, but that would show the mid lane immediately. But denying the Callista Alistar combo definitely useful. It's not like Arrow can't play it, it's just that that hasn't been top tier priority for this KT roster team this season.
They seem to do better on Lucian, though, and they're taking away the Nidalee pick from the last game, showing a lot of respect for Score. In general, Greg is definitely also one of his better champions.
Yeah, not truly a part of the meta right now, but always an outside shot. We could see it. And the Nidalee was actually banned against EM Fire by SK Telecom in Game 3 of their last match. Crush has really done well individually on the Nidalee this season, and to the degree it has drawn the ban. Score, though, with a larger pool, I would say, than either of the SKT junglers, so they may not consider it quite as much of a threat. But giving over that Corki, not a surprise. KT snap that up immediately. Score can still play the Graves and the Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai definitely feel like with Elise or Graves, actually, the stronger champions in the jungle.
Yeah, Graves hugely powerful right now. Score certainly capable of playing these AD carries as a former AD carry himself. So Corki will be picked up again. Don't know where that one is going quite yet. Or Arrow.
Could be flex both mid and AD at this point. Zilean could also be played again with these.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it would be another strong pick. I think if you're looking for those dives again, there's no reason not to pick it here. You have two strong burst AD carries with good gap closers. Get underneath the turrets with the Alistar and make it work.
Victor, very highly contended mid lane pick as of now. My biggest question is, what is Hippo going to play today?
Yeah, that's it, right? Poppy may come through here for Hippo. This would be his first attempt at a more carry-oriented top laner. No guarantees that is not a support Poppy, however. It's happening again.
Oh, no.
Oh, Poppy at the end, so flipping it at the last second. I heard the Korean caster sigh over that pick, too. I think we're all done with Top Nautilus, Justin.
Yeah. As much as I love that champion, just not in the meta at this point. Fiora could be Fiora, one of some of these better champions, played it 3 times, won every single game with that.
So they're going right back to what won them the first game, and they'll just lock in the Zilean again and say, hey, we know the victor's in that mid lane, so we'll just sit here and play wave clear wars early. But late game, we're going to have, again, a ton of gap closers on KT. Everybody can get under those turrets nearly instantaneously for the dives. And someday, if they get a kill in the backside onto Fiora ult, means they'll have a nice healing pad underneath the turret also. So a formidable dive composition from KT.
Yeah, with the Zilean ult, Fiora can just go ham in that back line and not worry about dying. So Fiora being alive twice, that's bad news.
Yeah, heal, Chrono Shift revive, looking good for KT, and that will mean the Porky in the AD carry position once again for KT Rolster.
So Tom Ken's support coming in, possibly.
Who knows, Justin? We've seen Hippo play Tom Kench in the top lane. That would be what I would think they're going to do, just because Hippo doesn't really seem to have champions like Poppy available for him to play in his champion pool. But they've got until
right.
20 seconds for them to switch it over. So I'd assume this is Guger, Kalista, Poppy, trying to take advantage of the strength of Kalista's ultimate with melee supports, getting them right into the enemy's face with the Fate's Call.
So how is Poppy support, by the way?
Great. Very good. And let's talk about the adjustment here, because having the Poppy support, or Poppy top, but having the W with Poppy stopping all those dashes is actually going to be incredibly important to stuffing the dive from KT. And having it on support means that it'll be with your core wave clear much more of the time, and therefore easily able to delay or stop those dashes from coming in the dive. So I think picking up the Poppy here and putting it in support is a nice adjustment. They also have Tom Kench to eat the allied champions and make sure that they are safe during these dives. So EMFire has adjusted well, I think, with their composition. They can snatch people out with Fate's Call, they can put people in Tom Kench, and they can try and turtle. That's how we're going to see them probably play in this first, or the second game of the series rather. KT looking to do exactly what they did in game number 1. We're going to get underway. Game 2, EMFire KT right now.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while
사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, EMFire looking to get back into this match. KT Rolster seeing if they can close this one out.
생선까지 30초
Be the same
남았습니다.
strategy from them effectively with this mid Zilean. Dive, dive, dive. EMFire, though, they've got a lot of escape tools this time that they didn't have in game number 1.
Great scaling overall in general, too.
Yeah, nice scaling. They've got lots of targets for Tom Kench, lots of damage coming from Crush and Edge and Soul in the late game. Certainly true. So KT just needs to up their level of execution, because
미니언들이
EMFire
생성되었습니다.
going to have so many ways to get them out from underneath the turret. Again, hard to dive against the Poppy W, hard to dive against the Poppy ult, hard to dive when Poppy is getting ulted by Kalista, or when Edge is getting eaten by Tom Kench. It's a creative solution to the game 1 problem. Full disengage. But that said, still going to be a pretty passive style of play, because the problem with EMFire is that beyond the Kalista ult, they don't really have a lot of engage here, so if they have to use that for disengage, they may not be able to force the fights in the late game that they really want.
Yeah, but most likely they're trying to look to kite backwards and just try to survive with this sort of a composition. Have a lot of disengage, so that's an upside.
Yeah, definitely have that kiteability here.
Standard lane this time instead of lane swap coming in.
Yeah, I think KT wanted to avoid this situation, but they are going to have to deal with the Callista Hoppy lane early. They do get the faster level 2, so they'll be able to push forward, at least for the first wave. And much better wave clear, too, from EM Fire this time around, at least in the mid lane.
They're doing this for the second game now, like casting. I have so much respect for Doa. Like how he throws out these jargons and stuff like that in this kind of a time span. I don't know how he does it. Owen,
You're doing great. It's an art. It takes practice. All right, Cougar going to come in right now. Arrow has to Valk out. Ignar still trying to trade, but minions in the way. So EM Fire going to take some hits onto Arrow right there. We end up things just about even when the dust settles on the top side. Score not having those same issues that he did in game number 1. We do see Crush looking for an opportunity in the enemy jungle, but can't find anything onto Score, at least right now, as no more 3 buffing this game.
yeah, someday having a relatively large CS lead at this point over Hippo right now on that Tahm Kench, but
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big problem because one thing KT does have going for it in the late game is we've seen it time and time again. Nothing is going to stop this Fiora, and certainly not a Tahm Kench. They also don't have a TP in the mid lane, so on a one-to-one basis, pretty dangerous here. Crush, though, with a bit of an invade, just trying to keep safe, and with that ward by the red buff, we'll see Score walking down. So cute little bit of counter jungling from Crush, and Edge is back out of that one.
yeah, being aggressive in his trades, knowing that Graves is trying to clear his own jungle at this point.
Yeah, coming down to that bottom side. Really good invade and really good ward there from Crush. Uh-oh, Cougar in trouble, though. Gets the Ignite on his head. Not going to die. Pops a potion. Ignar tries to make a play. They don't even burn a summoner from EM Fire, so holding their ground. Score is wasting a lot of time here. They know exactly where he is.
Typical Korean solo queue jungler, wait in bush for 3 minutes.
Well, it's just a great counter. It was just a great counter jungle and a great ward there from Crush. They see Graves walk down to the Krugs, and so there's a large possibility he could be in that lane. They're just going to play back. Of course, he does cover Fiora's backside as she pushes up, but Crush is going to take that advantage to get even more CS out of the jungle and really starting to expand that farm lead.
Cougar does have that Ignite advantage at this point, so if they try to all in, that is an upside. They keep pushing this Tahm Kench, and he can't really do much at this point. 14 CS lead, or I mean 12, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's just going to get bigger, Justin. It only gets worse from here. Unless your jungler's punishing that Fiora early in this matchup, it does cause a lot of problems.
Trying to invade here, I think, from the KT.
Just taking a look around. Edge is out of mana, actually, so he's not going to be able to keep this trade up.
Well, that has to go back though, I think.
Yeah, he's going to need a recall. Does have that TP, but it's a big change from last game. Last game, Fly was able to, on that rise, nice force on the delay there. Ignar coming through. Fly doesn't have any more damage, though, and there's a flash pull comes through. Edge still on the run. Ignar gets in a couple autos. He gets enough mana, though. Nice for the Chaos Storm, and they're going to flash over that Score. Not going to be stunned by the gravity field, but good heads-up play there from Edge. Fly doesn't chrono shift himself. I don't think he had the mana to.
No, he didn't. Seemed like Edge was the one that was getting baited, but in the end, it's who comes out on top. Great seeing that kill potential.
Yeah, did all he could. Did have to use both of the summoners for it, however. Ignar here, one-on-one versus Crush, does get the knockup. Hippo trying to follow up, does land the tongue lash. Fly is back here, though, after the TP, and this means that not really going to be able to do this Dragon.
Somebody stepping up.
Edge there, Sunday here, just trying to clear this ward, defend his pink right now. He's going for it. Ignar is here to provide the backup. Does dash backwards, loses his pink. So they'll have to give up that vision control for the moment. 5 from KT on the bottom side of the map right now. Looks like they're trying to swap the lanes back. They really just want to continue this Fiora versus Tahm Kench matchup, and who can blame them?
Yeah, give a little bit of cushion to Hippo at this point with that free CS. Might be what he needs at this point because he's not been having a great time against that Fiora.
Hippos have a lot of cushion, it's true. They're quite large and bulbous. Okay, so back here in the mid lane. Zilean now, but the difference is this game, with the better wave clear from Victor, check out Edge's turret. It's not taking the same amount of just chip damage and free pushing auto attacks that Fly got last time. So they'll be able to probably elongate this game, at least when it comes to group pushing. The big question now is how they're going to stop Fiora, who has had a very easy early game of it so far, and we haven't seen Crush been able to take that distinct advantage to this point.
And Fiora relatively does great against tanks in general, is a tank killer.
Yeah.
When she gets those items, I don't know how she's gonna do against this Hippo, but
It's not going to be pretty. Especially, like you say, does well early against these tanks, does well late against these tanks. And Tahm Kench not really able to punish her in any real fashion right now.
seems like whenever a champion gets a reward, it suddenly becomes a very strong pick in the meta.
Well, that's because Riot, I think, tends to rework champions and make champions that thrive in the current meta. So, again, the Shen is available tonight. We could see that come out. I'm curious to see when that will be picked up by the professional scene.
Yeah, it turned into more of a DPS tank with this rework.
I think it actually looks quite strong. Crush still counter jungling right here. Score forcing him off, gets an auto with that red buff.
Yeah, pretty scary to counter jungle against the Graves.
Yeah, that burst damage if you get caught on the wall, but Crush has been very confident on this early pick. It has been his best pick so far this season. But Score caught back up in terms of farm. Crush was really running away with it early. But ever since then, Score's found ways to get the farm.
Like a little bit aggressive.
Okay. Fly coming back over for the blue buff at the moment. Still working his way up towards the Broad of Ages. Should see a similar build to what we saw in the last game. Score is going to be the designated bomb delivery unit. One wonders why Zilean's allies willingly pick up his bombs and put them on their head to have them explode.
Team play.
Oh, Hippo actually going to get something right here. Crush is on the outside, and he's going to just have to force the flash. Score is here to provide the necessary backup, so there isn't follow-up from EM Fire. Crush actually went right into Cougar form on that one. That's a bit surprising. I thought he'd throw a spear before going into Cougar form.
That's what I thought too.
He could have just caught Someday as soon as he was spit out by Tahm Kench, so not the best coordination.
Very dangerous against with Someday being flash gone. That could happen again at this point, so forcing him to play a little bit less aggressive.
That caution will be well warranted, especially with the lack of wards very far up into the top side, just one at the choke point. Well, Runic Echo's now done for Crush, and Warrior Enchant for Score. It's going to be a game of scaling here for a little bit.
Not much is going to happen until 15-20 minute mark, I feel like. Dragon's still available.
Yeah, it's just the problem is nobody really has the opportunity to get it. There hasn't been a whole lot of action. We did see the swiftness boost start from Soul too, so very dedicated trying to just dodge out this poke here from the Torquay.
Edge actually playing very well against this Fly Zilean compared to last game when he was on Rise. So
yeah, if we take a look at that matchup too, you do have with Victor the ability to get that shield from your Q. So if Zilean comes up for a bomb, you can play more aggressively in retaliation and try and make that trade and take a little bit less damage from the double bomb. Also, yeah, so it's a bit of a different matchup this time around. And
TP
Edge,
being used.
yeah, Edge really doing it well. As you said, TP comes into mid.
They've been trying to put some pressure on the bot side, maybe turn it into a dragon, but Crush has been there every single time the score's been about the bot side, so having the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, you see that the Cinder and the two cloth armor is trying to deal with Someday here. You can go back and get a pickaxe, but it's pretty nice of Hippo to be trading so well with the Fiora in the top side. Fiora too, lacking wave clear without that Tiamat yet. So Tahm Kench, at least for the moment, able to spit those minions back out and continue to push forward into the turret.
Yeah, and then this comes from all the lane swaps that the EM Fire did, just so Hippo has a little bit more cushion in his laning phase, and it's turning out to be a very good choice at this point. He's trading very well.
Yeah, somebody trying to riposte some of these minions, but again has to recall. It may have to burn his TP this time just to get back there and not lose much of the minion wave. But that'll give EM Fire an opportunity to make a play. Yeah, immediately TPs into the top side. Hippo doing all right in this game. There's the Tiamat completed. So at least Fiora will be able to push out now.
Tahm Kench, Hippo on Tahm Kench, like hungry Hippo.
It's again, we're back. Definitely a hungry Hippo this game. Hungry for his teammates. I'm not sure if that's an act of cannibalism or not.
He spits him out again, so it's like a bulimic Hippo. Bulimic Tahm.
And Chaos Storm goes down. Fly actually falling low right here. Crush coming in. They're going to see the revive. Chrono Shift down on Azilian. Score and Someday collapsing, however, and Crush. See if he gets out of this. Hippo going to come in with his own teleport. Flashes forward. Fly getting low, and they're actually going to get the kill thanks to Crush's spear. Score pops over into the Raptor pit. So EM Fire making the plays. They had the TP advantage. Someday walked into the mid lane, but the response there from EM Fire was good. And now they find themselves down by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, Hippo, completely different player from the last few games that he has played on Nautilus. Maybe Tahm Kench is a very comfort pick for him. He's been having a great showing on it.
Yeah, he picked it earlier this season. And there we go, Ignar. Ooh, flash for flash. Good reflex from Soul right there. Ignar just flashing out of that brush. Soul picks it up and successfully dodges it. No kill in response there from KT, but that's a very preferable summoner trade. Score still here on the bottom side. May try and make a play in response now. Crush just sitting there for the counter gank while he recalls. Don't want to play too offensively right now.
Yeah, this Graves has not been able to make much of an impact as when Score played in Italy last game. Because Crush has been there every single time the Score's trying to make a move. So
yeah, that's been definitely a good read in this game by Crush. Ruger actually going to knock Arrow around. Arrow tries to kite him out. Ignar now back in the lane. Still a good trade though.
Ignar no flash though.
No flash. Still can make plays on the Callista. And this is where you have to be cautious. Here, Callista. Cougar's going to heroic charge people away, and there you go. Q going to knock Cougar back. Cougar, goodbye. Uses his hammer to get them out of there. Don't even have to use the Fate's Call to save him. That's the trouble with Callista and Poppy is following up on an engage in that 2v2. They both have ways to get you away from them.
Double disengage. Can't really kill him when you just knock them away.
There you go. Bo, due to the sustained pressure and the better warding in the top side, will go ahead and take down that turret. Euro waiting in base there. Picks up the Titanic Hydra, and KT uses that poke damage they got onto Poppy to take out the bottom side. So each team takes a turret, and no transition immediately into Dragon from KT. They just don't have enough control over the mid lane right now to make that work.
It's definitely a different game than was played last time with the picked up, have a large player. And Hippo has been playing better than last game also, so I think those are the two differentiating points.
Yeah. They're in the mid lane, and EM Fire looking at their first first Dragon of the series. They saw the recall from Corki and Alistair, and even though they don't know where Fiora is right now, they take the risk, and it pays off. First Dragon of the game goes to EM Fire. They've managed to collect about a 1,500 gold lead for themselves thus far. And they look like they're really adapting well. KT came and threw the same style of composition at them again. And they've held onto it and adapted pretty admirably, considering the very fast win that KT had in game number 1.
Yeah, it's like how you adapt in between games is the bigger factor coming in.
Yeah, Val coming in with the package does force Crush's flash to retreat underneath that turret. So KT now wanting to set up and get some deep wards in. They are not going to contest the blue buff in the end, and they turn their sights, looks like, on the mid lane. So they deny Edge the blue buff for now. Edge trying to find a time where he can go over here. They've been leashing this for quite some time already, and
Good 30 seconds.
yeah, Victor will pick it up with the Death Ray. Back to the status quo. More wave clearance farming. But this is what EM Fire wanted this game. Wanted to be able to react to the dives and prevent their outer turrets from going down.
Yeah, what they're thinking with equal CS and equal farm into the late game, they're thinking they can beat them in team fights, so
Well, they can win the team fights. The question is, can they win the split push? Because KT has a lot of disengage tools, and Hippo is getting quite low here in the Fiora ult. Is just going to eat Fiora, try and time out this ultimate, and he's going to succeed. And Someday actually getting very low right now. Score here to back him up, and there's the smoke bomb coming through. Someday walks forward and tags him one more
Crush
time.
here.
Crush on the flank, and that was a very interesting use of the Devour from Tom Kench, just trying to time out the ultimate so Someday couldn't get the heal. Ends up working, and they come in topside, don't get the kill. That means EM Fire has some nice free time onto the bottom turret.
it just shows his understanding of this champion and the opposing laner too, so Hippo definitely a different player from the last game, I think.
And he's picked up the, he looks like he's going for the Frozen Heart here. It's smart. I mean, we've got 280 carries and a Fiora on the enemy team. It's going to be a pretty big hit in terms of the damage output.
And it gives you slightly kill pressure that Tom Kench that can have if he goes in was it attacking items, so their armor too, an MR.
Uh-oh. Ignar going to flash forward. Crush punts it out. Score is there with the burst, and he's going to get it even though he is knocked out of the fight by Poppy. Picks it up with the collateral damage. And that's enough. One kill over to KT Rollster. Someday now going to find some time alone with the turret. Hippo went down into the mid lane, and that may have been a mistake. He's just giving up his turret right now, and he uses ult to get down there, and he's not using his TP to come back to the top side. Now Edge here on the run. Bombs are going to miss, and Chaos Storm drops. Does enough damage to Arrow to end the siege.
And that turret was full health when Hippo went down, so that's a lot of advantage that they've given up to this KT side just because of that poor pathing.
Yeah, Crush probably was not savable right there, and we still see the Tom Kench go in with that Abyssal Voyage flash into knockback here. And then there you go, still get the kill. And Tom Kench shows up, but the party's over.
Another 1v1 here.
I imagine we're going to see a lot more of this, Justin. Someday now is wise to the tricks, though. He's not ulting. Crush is here. Are we going to see this? Oh, Cougar's here, too. There's the spear, and he's going to block the rest of it with the riposte, but there's still just too much damage. KT couldn't get up to the top lane in time. Much different fight, though. Someday didn't even use his ult that time.
Or his flash.
Holding on to that. Learn from his previous mistakes. Cougar actually stuns himself by picking up the second bomb, but EM Fire now with the siege onto the second turret. And this is great. They're finding their openings. Nice block there of the headbutt with the Poppy W. Edge is stunned though, and Score comes through, doesn't finish the kill. Two summoners used, heal and flash by Edge as he's caught out in the front line.
That damage output though is crazy. That ultimate.
Oh yeah, combine that with some Corki ults. And the double bomb, and that is a recipe for some very high burst.
Very back and forth this game.
Has been. Fly also mixing up his build, going for an Abyssal Scepter, so he might be a little bit more mana starved this time around. Doesn't have the mana regen that he would have for El Navicon, nor does he have the tier for the big mana pool. So this time, he's going to be just worried primarily about trading with Victor and the damage that Victor can bring out. He's going to have to pick and choose which bombs he wants to go for, though.
His tower's about to go down. Tahm Kench here, but not going to be able to save it at this point.
It's too late, and the minions pick up the kill. Someday just walks straight out, not wanting to find any more members of the Empire moving to the side of the map. So he'll escape. Died once, but does get the tower. A little bit more global gold for his teammate, now building Phage for some extra movement speed here.
And health for the Titanic Hydra.
Yeah. Crush once again caught out. Ignar lets him get over the wall. So this CC was there, but the damage was not. Still not contesting this blue buff, watching it go while they just continue to push up the mid lane. They have swapped Zilean into the side lane for some wave clear. Maybe not where you want that Zilean to be, but finally we may be looking at the second dragon of the game. Would be very late, but KT setting up around in the river.
Trying to get some vision out, but vision's being cleared by KT.
They're
Both top laners have TP.
Yes, they do. In a very good situation right now. They're trying to force a face check to get some poke damage down before they commit to this objective. But again, the waves just not in their favor. They have to back off. Gonna keep the river dark with a couple of pink wards. Someday they're waiting to see what he can do. Hippo gonna face check this brush. No response from Someday as the ward goes into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, top. Different thing is the Fiora cannot just freely split push against this Tahm Kench anymore. Just not gonna die.
Well, not yet. We'll see what happens when Fiora gets 2 or 3 more items. There we go. A bit of an engage, but Ignar is there. Gets a couple bombs popped on his head to discourage EM Fire from going in. Still just pushing out. Those waves. Rylai's here for Edge. Man, they are going so hard for the utility in the CC to stop dives from KT.
They're respecting the Zilean pick, also Somebody's ability to just go ham on Fiora.
Yeah, they definitely are. Comes through. Uh-oh, Poppy knocked up, does take some damage from the second time bomb there, and Hippo now getting low. He has been ulted, and Someday here actually is going to win the duel this time. Comes through and gets the kill. I think he reposted the Devour, actually, right there, and that meant that he wasn't eaten during his ultimate like he was in the last little scuffle in the top lane.
Learning from his previous mistakes.
Big change. All right, the dive is being threatened. Ignar wrapping around the side. Here we go. They're going to find Edge at the back and try and burst him. It's just not enough damage, though. Ignar getting low. He is going to get revived with the Chrono Shift, but Gravity Field goes down, and that is a stunned cow.
Yeah, too far behind. Was not able to follow up KT at all. Other than those arrow bombs by Corki, but
yeah, Fiora just not there either. There you go. Flash out now. Someday back in the mid lane. We're going to try and follow this up. Someday is knocked away by the Poppy ultimate. Guger tries to finish it up. Arrow with 1 rocket takes a kill onto Soul's Callista. So they may have the opportunity they need now that Someday is back to take down this turret and then move into the dragon.
the over-aggression by both supports turned this game around quickly. Back and forth, and they're trying to go for this second drag of this game. First drag for KT.
So they are going to take it out. First dragon for KT, who got their first dragon at 10 minutes in the last game. Very much like, let's take a look at this Someday fight right here. He's going to come in and actually try and get this down, and looked like the Devour was reposted by Someday. And so he couldn't get in there to finish off the Fiora that time. Great prediction That's a very subtle animation to riposte too. Be quite quick on that.
Now we're seeing what KT does best, trying to invade their jungle, trying to check or get a face check.
They do get one. You find a bomb stun. Cougar on the tankier side at this point, and having taken that Aegis of the Legion, so avoiding some of that damage through the prioritization of MR. Score here. Maw of Malmortius. We've seen the mixed feelings around this item, but with the Victor Burst and the fact the score is going to be on the front line, having the Maw is, I think, definitely worthwhile as opposed to going for the more damage-oriented Yomu's Ghostblade.
They're definitely respecting Edge. And we can see that from both Maw and Abyssal Scepter coming in from Fly. Different itemization from the last game.
Yeah, I love what Edge is doing too. Just picking up the Frost Queen's Claim into the Rylai's. Just a ridiculous amount of slows and zone control on this Victor. The gravity field also, and that the gravity field and his ability to kite was the major factor why KT couldn't actually complete that turret dive. They're still behind in gold here in 28 minutes. So for EM Fire, it's going to come down to their ability to play around this Baron, because like you said earlier, Justin, they're great at kiting, but they have to be in a position to kite, and that means they need to be on the Baron and baiting.
Because they do not have any sort of hard engage other than Faircall by Callista.
Yeah, that's not an enviable position. Something going to be knocked around under the turret right here, and Hippo doing work. TP forced out. Fly will complete it, not going to eat the gravity field stun. Does manage to get out, but the Iceborne Gauntlet here from Hippo actually doing a lot of work against Sunday.
I want to see if Sunday could just lifesteal his way out, change over to that Ravenous Hydra instead of Titanic.
Well, that's what he's going to do. Indeed. And he's also going to get a Bloodthirster. So here we go again. Hippo caught out. Gravity Field going to stun up Ignar. Hippo now pops his shield, but he is so far away. Someday has TP'd in, and now he's on the edge. He's going to flash over to find Edge beyond the wall. Oh, that is a Poppy. Oh, reposted by Someday. What an impressive play. Cougar snatched out of the jaws of death here by Soul. Someday locked up further. Ignar still pursuing on the backside. And this is why Someday is one of the best Fiora players.
His repost timing has been perfect for the past.
That was ridiculous. He could have predicted that coming, but man, he has been on point. Looked a little bit messy on that last trade, but he TVs and immediately redeems himself.
Yeah, playing the Fiora is like the words of Riot, that repost is what differentiates between a good Fiora and a great Fiora.
I think Someday is one of the latter, the great Fioras for sure. It's been super impressive in every Fiora performance we've seen this season. So, Tier 2 in the bottom side goes to KT. They take their first gold lead, really, of the game now.
1K at 30 minutes, not that big though.
Oh, no. No. I agree, definitely not the biggest of deals. EM Fire has many ways to get back into this one. Let's take a look at this team fight again. So, Ignar here, he's going to get stunned up, but Hippo has to use his shield early. Let's take a look at Someday. So he gets into the brush, flashes over, and there's the riposte. And it actually gets the stun onto Edge, too, from having that knock-up. And that is going to be the finisher on that kill. KT now sniffing around this Baron, and this is where they need to be. EM Fire is great at kiting, but if they have to engage on a Baron, that is not going to be very effective from the team composition that they have selected.
Yeah, you have to force them to come in, not engage, but with Fiora just split pushing and it's going to be 4v1, they're going to have to 5v4 at some point, because no one can stop this Fiora.
KT going to have to wait, though, because they do have the TP disadvantage. So they can't really actually threaten the Baron right now. They can only sit there and start to play with the vision until Fiora gets the TP, and then they can do the bait that they actually want to proceed with. Otherwise, too risky just to have a 4v5 while you're on the Baron itself. Wave Clear actually quite good now when the Iceborne Gauntlet has been completed.
Decent.
Actually has another long sword here instead of completing his Bloodthirst. He just didn't have enough money when he went back.
For higher damage output, I guess.
Yeah, for the short-term gain. I'm curious how KT is going to finish this one, because they just simply aren't going to be able to play the same dive game that they did in Game 1 of the series. And by going for the same composition on blue side, it almost seems like a certain level of disrespect, considering that EM Fire has managed to draft a pretty good counter.
And then, yeah, EM Fire's utilizing that disrespect, adapting in between games, so they telling them that you cannot do the same thing to us as you did last game.
Yeah, definitely, that's what has caused this game to drag out longer, is that EM Fire has much better tools to deal with it in game number 2. Game number 1 ended in a very short 29 minutes, but KT's not going to have that luxury. They're going to have to play around Baron baiting this time, not just the pushing that we saw in game number 1 of the series.
What I can see KT doing is just utilizing the Fiora, slowly chip away on the both top tower turret, maybe rotations to get some more objectives, and then turn it into a Baron.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what they have to do. Right now, they have that vision control still. Move a Sentinel here and some wards with the Raptor buff. But this is going to be the way they win, is threatening the Fiora 1v1 now that they have TP back up, and trying to make them face check into this Baron while Ssumday, package is down. Try and move a little bit forward here to get one bomb on the Edge. Don't land the second one. Edge here, now there's Death Ray. And look at that, they're actually just going to move forward. Ignar dives, gets the knockup, but has to ult just to back off. It was purely zoning while they took the turret.
A lot of a go-away flash pulverize engage.
Yeah, so just using the Alistar to get the objective more serious for the time being. That's about all they could do right there.
Arrow's still on the top side.
He's trying to land whatever poke he can. They don't know that they're not doing Baron right now, actually. You can suspect without the Alistar ult that it would be a bit risky.
There is that Sentinel, though.
Sentinel wrapping around from the topside river, and KT just wants to get back. Oh, Soul. Way too far out. Cougar is here. He's got to charge up his ultimate, going to knock Arrow away, but Score is still here, and so is Fly. Nice job on the knockback, and that's going to kill Sky. They get a nice chain CC on him. Fly goes down. Score now has to back off with the help of his Ghostblade. Crush, though, trying to follow up. Score gets his shield procced from the Maw of Malmortius. Will disengage with a successful smoke screen, but wow, that was some great poppy play from Cougar.
Yeah, and great saving onto that flash too by Soul. It seemed like he was dead on that point, but managed to turn it around and taking a Baron off of this.
Yeah, they're going to try. They still have to deal with the poke. Score is here, could steal, and Ssumday has his TP. They're just going to take it though. Ssumday not using his summoner to come in, and they give it up. So EM Fire, nice transition off those kills. Fly there just was knocked from the heroic charge straight into the gravity field and then exploded before he had a chance to do anything. I mean, this is just, look at this poppy play too, just coming in from the face call, great awareness and Edge with the follow-up CC. It did look like Victor had a small amount of time to actually cast Chrono Shift right there. It wasn't perfectly chained, but Fly misses that timing.
Disengaging from both sides. Great utilization of both Poppy, Ult, and Pinnacle.
Alright, so here we go. Back into the mid lane. See how far EM Fire really want to push this. With Ssumday's TP still up, they may be a tad reluctant to go too deep into the lane. Waves have been pushed out on either side of the map so far for KT, so they have some time to play with here. Big wave developing in the bottom side, though, so someone is going to have to go clearing that out eventually. Seoul popping forward and taking advantage of a brief time. Auto attack down onto the turret. KT has a choice to make whether they're going to try and defend this tier 2 or whether they're going to let these massive waves at top and bottom smash into their turrets. Nice stun.
The bot side wave is huge, though. The tower's definitely going to go down.
Yeah, it is absolutely massive. More wave clear for the time being, but this may be the wave they lose it on. Pushing out at just the last second. Using those bombs to zone, and Fiora is still in Tahm Kench's gut, and now Ssumday dashes out back to the safety of his turret. Frost Queen's claim goes down. Bot lane turret is going to die to the massive wave, and KT may well lose 3 turrets now.
The Fiora opting to teleport from behind.
Well, they're going for the play during the Baron buff. He's zooming around. Where's he going to find? He's going to ult Edge immediately. Goodbye, Edge. Now he's on top of Crush. Seoul going to save Cougar with the Fate's Call. Himbo comes into the fight with his teleport just to try and clean this up, or his ultimate rather. Going to eat Graves, but Graves gets out. Crush now, he is caught. And Ssumday picks up the kill over the wall.
They blew up Edge in a second.
Yeah, that was... He found the target, went after him immediately. Edge didn't use his flash to get out of there. Ssumday finds him in the back line, follows up, chasing down 2 members of EM Fire during their Baron buff. And now they're going to counter push. They may have lost those 3 turrets, but they're going to take an inhibitor.
Yeah, so Ssumday definitely a great choice he made. He's just decided to give up that top tower turret and make a play 4v5, knowing that Tahm Kench is trying to push out that top side. And this may be game.
Yeah, they're pushing it right now. Still those death timers. Soul's going to get knocked right into the middle of the fight. Does. And that's going to be the ultimate, popping a large amount of healing now for KT as they push through these Nexus turrets, and a decisive comeback victory from KT Rolster. Looked a little grim, but they punish EM Fire for the overextension. Ssumday comes up big, and they're able to take the win with the long death timers after the engagement in the mid lane.
It just shows why you don't give this champion to Ssumday. Fiora on Ssumday is a whole different deal than other players.
Yeah, really, him and Smeb, top of the game here, and just something that makes it very difficult to deal with KT. EM Fire, they took a good advantage off that fight. They did the right thing. They took the Baron, they took the turrets, but Ssumday was so strong in the end that with that flank, he was able just to instantly destroy Edge.
And it just goes to show, like, they did try everything to slow that Fiora down in the early game, but she still manages to come back just off of 1 opening. So the question is, how can you stop him?
You ban it. You ban it, Justin. You don't let Ssumday have Fiora. He's won 4 games with it now this season. Don't let him have it. So that'll be it. 2-0 for KT Rolster. First game was quick. Second game took longer. On the plus side for EM Fire, I think they did adapt well in between games. They definitely made the second one much more competitive. They had a decisive Baron. And for a team this new, these are all very good signs.
Definitely.
So that'll wrap up our first best of 3 for the night, guys. CJ versus Longzhu will be the second game of the series. Longzhu looking better as time goes on. CJ continues to struggle as the BDD waiting game continues. He's so close. BDD will be available to play in 1 month, Justin.
In 1 month.
He'll turn 17.
Sweet 17.
That's right. And Ghost in the middle of March, so they're looking to get what we assume will be their starting roster, but until then, have to see how they fare. Longzhu Gaming versus CJ Entus in our second best of 3 after the break. Coming up next, CJ Entis, Wonju Gaming, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
롤챔스를 보며 느꼈던 여러분의 가려운 곳을 시원하게 긁어드립니다. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 벌써 네 번째 무사히 방송을 타고 있는 위클리 LCK. 드디어 저를 음해하려는 세력이 등장했습니다. 왜 이렇게 옷을 똑같은 거 입고 나오냐 이런 말씀들을 많이 해주시는데 여러분들 롤챔스 중계진 누가 준비해줍니까? 코디들이 다 준비해주고요. 다른 다 준비해줘요. 저는 근데 저만 지금 이거 맨날 제가 사비를 들여서 제가 준비해오는 거거든요. 예, 너무 뭐라 하지 마세요. 여러분 돈 주는 거 아니잖아요. 제 돈 주고 제가 사는데. 예, 두세요 그냥. 알겠습니까? 다시 할까요? 아프리카가 드디어 창단 이래 첫 승을 거두었습니다. 축하드립니다. 너무 축하드립니다. 너무 오랜만이라 기분 좋은 나머지 이 승자 인터뷰에서 익수 선수가 정말 기가 막힌 승리 소감을 남겼습니다.
이번에 이겨서 기분이 정말 기모띠 합니다.
기모띠. 다시. 비록 지기는 했지만 SKT를 상대로 전혀 꿀리지 않는 경기력을 선보이면서 한 세트를 가져간 이 엠파이어의 표정엔 웃음이 멈추질 않았는데요. 여러분께 최초로 공개합니다. 늘 네임밸류 높은 팀에 오프 더 레코드만 시작되어서 속상하셨죠? 이번 경기로 기대치 급상승한 이 엠파이어 승리한 그 순간 생생하게 준비했습니다.
그냥 지금 이럴 때 바텀을 밀었어. 걱정이 걸렸다 우리. 나중에 기대 가능. 기대 가능. 빼고 나 이거. 이거 진짜 냉정하게 보내야 되는데. 깰 생각 진짜 깰 생각 하자 제발 깰 생각 하자 깰 생각해.
자, 오랜만에 반가운 얼굴 나그네 선수가 KT를 응원하러 경기장을 찾아왔습니다. 옛 동료의 응원 정말 훈훈한 모습 아니겠습니까? 하지만 썸데이 선수의 1층
상문이 형 성격도 좋고 게임도 잘하는데 게으른 것만 고치면 정말 좋은 사람인 것 같아요.
게으른 나그네 선수 데려가실 팀 어디 없나요? 게으름만 고쳐주면 완벽하다는데 나그네 선수 이러다 진짜 현실 나그네 되겠어요. 자, 요즘 정말 잘 나가는 5연승의 지네요. 예전에는 뭐 지네요 또 지네요 이걸 지네요 막 별명 굉장히 많았는데 5연승이에요 5연승. 아무튼 이번에 지네요에서 트레이스 선수 말고 새로운 MVP가 탄생했습니다. 그 주인공이 바로 최희 선수. 하지만 인터뷰 내내 계속 눈에 밟히는 저 글씨, 최희 선수 자켓에 선명하게 써있는 글씨 바로 상현. 최희서 선수가 최희에게 유니폼을 물려주면서 이런 말을 남겼다고 합니다. 최희 써. 너 써. 민족 최대의 명절 설이 코앞으로 다가왔습니다. 여러분들 새해 복 많이 받으시고 설 연휴 가족과 함께 풍성하고 즐겁게 보내시길 바라겠습니다. 새해도 위클리 LCK는 여러분과 함께 할 것을 약속드리면서 마지막으로 롤챔스에서 볼 수 없는 레어 영상 롤챔스 선수들이 보내주신 새해 인사 보시면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 또 만나요.
시청자 여러분들, 팬 여러분,
롤챔스 팬 여러분
새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 와, 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
시청자분들 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 기모띠
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you.
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Your MVP is, of course, Someday with his fancy riposts in that last game and his fancy teleports too.
Yeah, so decisive that last play. Just decided to give up that top turret and just make a play on the bottom.
Now we take a look here. He's going to riposte the Devour actually right there, and then go and continue the all-in, force the flash, go through the turret with the dash. And again here, we're going to take a look at his follow-up. Does TP into the Tri-Brush. So you can see him coming in right now, trying to zone out Edge. And he's going to flash after him. Now watch this riposte. It's actually going to hit Edge and stun him so that he can finish off the kill onto Victor. Great timing. Someday once again showing how effective you can be with ability anticipation. There's the last kill of the game, really, where he just nukes Edge with the help of Score and the collateral damage, and then a chase down afterwards onto Crush. Gets that nice shot on the Vital. Crush here going to try and be fancy, pounce over to the blue buff, but Ignar's there playing defense, and Someday just gets him through the wall.
Crushed.
There's Rookie. He's back. He's trying to hide, but you can see through his disguises, of course.
Right next to Score.
Score there. And we, of course, have a lot of guys back from the LPL right now.
Yeah, with the Chinese New Year, and Korea also celebrates a similar.
Whose New Year is it, though, Justin?
God, I don't freedom to say.
All right, guys, we're going to go to an MVP interview. Of course, with Fly, talk about some Zillion, and with Someday for his Fiora play. George will be here to provide the translations for us. So take it away.
All right, thank you, Monte. Hello, Champions fans. This is George. So today's matchup between KT and EM Fire. KT was able to beat EM Fire 2-0, and today's MVPs are Fly and Someday. Round of applause for the winning team. So first off, we have Fly. So you had no death today, and it is your first MVP interview. How do you feel? I know I'm the only person that got the MVP in the second game. I heard you really wanted to get the MVP. Is there a reason behind it?
Don't make it awkward, Fly.
I actually missed that. Oh, he said he wanted to see Eunjung.
Make it even more awkward.
Yeah, I heard he was actually looking for Eunjung in the backstage as well. So I guess you're really happy. And you made that really arrogant face. Can you do that again? It's not an arrogant face. I was just looking at the camera, making sure if I actually was on angle or not. Can you show it to us again? I was like that. And I was looking at the camera like. Right. Very nice of you to do that facial expression again. I know it's been a while ever since you played in LCK. So how's the life in as a KT member? It is very interesting. I really like it. I love the food, first of all. And then all the coaching staff tells me that I gained weight. I heard you're the class clown of the team, or the team clown. I heard you're more of a entertainer than the all the other members. I'm very serious. I'm just a very natural guy. She doesn't know what to say to that. Alright, back to the real interview. You play Zillion very well. I know you made a very exceptional picks. Is there a reason? Yes, it's actually my choice and coaching staff support as well. Whose idea is it? Is it more of your idea or coaching staff's idea? I really like getting the attention, so I like just exceptional, playing exceptional champions. I just tell the coaching staff, and I ask them if I can play Zillion. Yeah, he's just trying to face Eunjung by just making the chair, moving the chair. So whenever you used alt, what did your teammates say? I actually don't think I gave them another life. Doesn't feel like. I just used my alt, and all my team members were alive after I used my alt. So I was just wondering why, what happened. So that was very. You're very good looking, and I know you have a lot of girl fans. And I also heard you like a lot. You like girls. Can I have a handshake with you? All right. He really loves Eunjung very much. Feels like it's her family right there. Your opponent was Edge. He's also a good-looking player. Who do you think is a better-looking person? I don't know. I actually don't know how Edge looks like. Because I have bad memory. And I actually don't remember the other players' faces. So you think you're the best-looking person in the league? Okay, that's no comments on that. I know there are a lot of fans that are cheering for you for the first MVP interview. Can you say something to the fans, please? First of all, I know you guys took a lot of pictures of me. Thank you for that. Please share those pictures on your SNS sites. Alright, that was the interview for Fly. Next will be Sunday. I know it's your fourth win. How do you feel? On the second game, I'm very happy. That interview kind of got me so I'm just really happy. It was your opponent was EM Fire. I know EM Fire played very well against SKT. So they seemed like a very challenging team. So how was it? I actually watched that game. So SKT they actually lost, but after they almost got the win. So I wasn't thinking too serious about it. So today's the most impressive moment was when you got solo kill against Tom Kench. So what made it possible? It's just one moment, one position. If it was 50-50 chance where he could have got the kill or I could have got the kill. So, but I won that battle. I know opponent's Edge. How did you feel about playing against Edge? I actually chatted with him a lot. He said, I wanted to go to your fan meeting after fan. I know he had a lot of deal. Damage. He gave us a lot of damage, but it's just a game, so I can't say anything about it. I know there are a lot of other players that came from the other leagues to cheer you. Can you say something to them? I know I had an interview, but the editor was, abusing my interview. So I think it feels like I have a buff because whenever they come to see us, I get the victory. I know next game is SKT, and I know a lot of fans are looking forward to that. Please say something for that. I'm gonna get the best rest, and I will try to play my best. And then Happy New Year's for everyone. It's Lunar. It's New Year's in Korea. It's pretty soon. All right, that's the MVP interview for Fly and Someday. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, George. Nice to hear from Fly and Someday and see Rookie back in the studio supporting his former team, of course, Edge, another former KT player. But we are going to go into our second match of the night. It will be, of course, CJ Entus going up against Longzhu Gaming. CJ's really been struggling this season. Longzhu started out with a win against Jin Air. Then they dropped the ball a little bit, but they've looked better and better recently. Their execution has been just a little bit cleaner, it seems like, every game we see them. I'm excited to see what they can do. CJ just has so much to work on, though.
Yeah, CJ and Longzhu feel like different sides of the same coin. That's called rebuilding. Longzhu coming out on the top in that aspect, rebuild very well, just need to work on team synergy a little bit. CJ, I don't know what they're doing at this point. They just got to get better in terms of team communication and just overall strategy. But
yeah, they have so many rookies or players coming back from other regions on their roster. And as we know with CJ, their bench has two 16-year-old players who are turning 17 in about a month. And it's just a matter, I think, of lasting long enough until BDD can make his debut. Obviously a player that many people, including myself, are very excited about. And here we go. It is CJ Entus on this side of the studio. Got a lot of members on this roster, but we're going to see the same roster we've seen so far this year. It will be Untara, Bubbling Sky, Kramer, and Madlife. And Madlife, he's been the core of this. As far as starters go, he's number one in kill contribution with 83.1%.
83.1%, and as a support, that's a very high contribution rate. Has been a key member of this team as long as I could remember.
Yeah, and he remains that way. They really can't make plays, except with Madlife right now. I think the Alistair bans are very much justified against CJ Entus, because that has been his main playmaking champion so far this season. But everything comes down to Madlife. Untara plays Maokai. He teleports to the bottom lane to help them get kills. It's been about feeding Kramer and his blue Ezreal into the late game. And that's been the way that they actually picked up a win against Spenu, but it's going to be much harder tonight against this roster. Longzhu Gaming. Chaser will be starting this evening, so we will not see Crash. And otherwise, it will be Expression, Coco, Captain Jack, and Pure. Chaser and Coco and Captain Jack looking for a little bit of revenge against their old team.
Yeah, that's their first time playing against their formal team. You know, players get a little bit hyped around that aspect sometimes. Captain Jack, of course, has been playing on a different team for a while, but Coco, people called it Coco's prison.
Yep, people did, for sure. But he's back on this new Longzhu. He's got a wealth of talent surrounding him. They've looked a little bit shaky when they haven't been playing Siege compositions. A lot of Lux so far this season, a lot of Jace. But beyond that, they started to dimensionalize, I feel, in their last game. Expression played a Rise, and honestly, they looked a lot like CJ Blaze. We saw them deep freezing two lanes with a Rise and then split pushing for the win. Expression might as well have been Flame in that game.
Expression, they're playing very well despite the long hiatus that he took.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a little bit shaky when he was picked up by Longzhu, but they retained him, and now he is here and he is starting. CJ Entus has lost 0-2 to everybody except for Spenu, and they barely won some of those games, especially with Kramer's hard carrying and sort of like 4 tanks and a blue Ezreal was how they managed to pull out that series.
Yeah, but when a team gets one-dimensional like that in every game, it's very easy to pick out what they're going to do, and I feel like CJ needs to do something different at this point to move on a good note before this Lunar New Year's break. So, hoping to see some changes made in terms of their playstyle.
Yeah, we can hope. Expression, of course, dominating the top lane, KDA. Bubbling has been a bit of a problem, getting caught out quite significantly, and Sky hasn't had the largest mid lane champion pool, especially considering he's going up against a superstar player in Coco. Madlife having to play against 2 of his former teammates. He looks pretty happy, though,
yeah,
all things considered.
Probably the chat. Coco just spamming A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yep. Well, the equivalent in Korean,
yeah.
yes. Okay, so now we get to see Chaser come in as the starter this game. They gave Crash, a rookie, his first game ever last week, actually, and he did really well. And Chaser, we talk about Mad Life being, as far as starters go, number one in terms of that kill contribution, but Chaser, who always has a high kill contribution, whether he's on Jin Air and now on this new roster, is actually number 4 at 79.4%. He was great on Nidalee in the last game that he got to play. His aggressive style opens up a lot of options for his team. And that's the big threat here. It's just, like you said, Justin, it's about getting the synergy together to make a very deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of depth on this team, and then just in general, both top, jungle, and mid. And we're going into pick and ban. Rise being banned out right away. Not really on Tara's champion pool, and Alistar, again, as you mentioned.
I love that. We haven't seen enough of this against CJ, honestly. It's really been their key pickup, because when Mad Life has that, we talked about Mad Life's kill contribution, when he is able to dive the turrets and shot call very aggressively with the Alistar post 6, that's where CJ has actually been performing well. You take that away, and they no longer have the playmaking capability to kind of revolve their strategies around Mad Life.
Standard bans Gangplank and Lulu. See if they're gonna ban out the Elise maybe or Nidalee. Chaser is very comfortable on that champion.
Yeah, I think Nidalee is certainly a strong ban whenever you face Chaser. Bubbling, probably not going to throw any bans at him because he hasn't been too spectacular this season. CJ, interesting to see what they're going to be lining up here in terms of a first pick with a Kalista ban and an Alistar ban already down. We could see a Corki. Wow, Thresh, 2 support bans.
Yeah, very targeting Mad Life very hard. I feel like it'd be good to take away the Nidalee pick away from Chaser, but they're opting to go with that Corki flex pick, both mid and ADC. So,
indeed, Corki just such a strong pick right now. But we could see the Nidalee come through right now. I have a feeling, Justin, we're going to see some Trundle here from Longju. Bard would be Mad Life's third string support.
He also does play Trundle also.
Yep. So now you're getting the caster problems of accidentally repeating yourself. That's actually a big issue that we all have, of course.
Second time casting.
It's all right. You're doing great, Justin.
Super hard.
Poppy and Lucian, the locks. So we will see perhaps an expression Poppy. Been a pick that he's done pretty well on this season, and Lucian for Captain Jack. That really has been his go-to, and Expression and Jack have been surprisingly lane dominant. Both of them are actually in the top 5 players in the league in terms of CS lead at 10 minutes. So they've been actually dominating the laning phase, getting a nice farm edge very early on in the game, and champions like Lucian will do that for you.
Elise and Bard getting picked out here. Bard, as you mentioned, Mad Life, one of stronger champions. And Bubbling shows a lot of proficiency in Elise, but haven't really seen him play anything other than that.
Yes, yeah, it's been his Elise has been really the story of the season for Bubbling, and even though he has that repel, he does get caught out at times, make poor pressure decisions. The Bard now, the choice for Mad Life, so not going after the Trundle, just defaulting immediately back to his standard pick.
Kogo trying to show his mid lane, I guess, in this case.
What Longju is doing is they're really just taking away all the picks from CJ. Sky has not really shown much skill on anything outside of Victor. His TF was kind of a disaster in the last game, so you're not going to be too afraid of a counter pick from him.
He also does play Lux a lot.
Yeah. So the Victor going for the wave clear, and as you said, Justin, Nidalee here for Chaser.
Yeah, a lot of power picks for Longzu. All of these picks are comfort picks.
Well, when you ban out Alistar and Thresh, you tend to open up a lot of the power picks. And with an early Bard, too. See, CJ didn't want to actually show their hand too early. on the blue side, but that results in them taking an early Bard pick that is not the strongest support in the current meta.
I'm trying to see if this Poppy goes jungle or top lane, maybe just not trying to show that jungler right now, so...
Support too, we really don't know what they're doing. We can see Trundle top, Poppy support, and some other jungler. There's a lot of flexibility for Longzhu Gaming. Thinking about Nautilus, I really hope it's not another Nautilus top, Justin.
A lot of these top laners that have to have small champion pool opting for this Nautilus pick, but...
I just rather see him play Maokai, because even though Maokai is a bit of a fringe pick in the current meta, I still think Untara as a player is pretty decent at it. And the Twisted Fate might be the default pick again for Sky. He tried this last week, but it really wasn't impressive. All right, it's gonna happen. We're going to see a top lane Nautilus. We saw it in our first series. We've only seen it thus far out of Hippo from EMFire, so Untara taking it. They've got good engage and lockdown. If you depth charge into a Tempered Fate, you can actually get some nice CC going, but that's going to be pretty hard to time properly.
Yeah, Nautilus is not a bad pick in general if you're picking TF mid, because you need a hard CC in the top or the bot side. Bard, I don't know how it's going to be synergize with this TF at this point, but literally coming in here for Chaser probably.
I don't see why you would take anything else at the moment. If you're a Chaser, why not just go with your best pick? And like you said, the top lane Nautilus able to set up the crowd control here for the Twisted Fate in the lane. So he might be able to get some ganks up there, but still relatively low damage. And Poppy going to be pretty tanky. So at the end, because of the Poppy pick, we might not have seen the Maokai as a result of Poppy 2 stopping the Twisted advance.
That is true.
That might actually be the major factor that caused the switch here. And so Italy is going to be locked in. Pretty good wave clear here from Longzhu. Lots of power picks. They'll be well set up to team fight and to force poke. They've got Italy, Lucian, and Victor with a Trundle Pillar, so excellent siege.
And Poppy ult.
Yeah, Poppy ult too.
Good disengage and poke.
Yeah, very nice power from the Longzhu lineup. CJ, they have a relatively low damage composition in the late game. Very reliant on Twisted Fate and Corki as your main damage dealers. Those are not words you typically want to hear.
Yeah, a lot of focus on the early game with the Elise and TF. Want to see how TF utilizes his ult after 6, but if that doesn't go CJ's way, I don't know how they're going to call him out of it if they fall behind.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They need to make the plays in the early game, and that's not a comfortable position for them to be in, really, considering that they are number 10 in the league at gold differential at 15 minutes at negative 1,500.
That's pretty big.
So trying to play an early game composition when you consistently get early game deficits is a very big risk for the CJ Entus team. We will see if it pays off as they fight against Longzhu in Game 1. Welcome to Game 1, CJ Entus versus Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, so Sky picking up the Ghost instead of TP or Ignite or Heal, so he's trying to roll him as much as possible with that, and it has great escapability as well. So
I'm just not sure I agree with that. I mean, they don't with the Nautilus, they don't have any split pushing threat to deal with the Poppy. And it does double down on some of the ganks. However, against a Victor, it can be difficult to even get out of lane because of how hard Victor can push you into your own turret. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, against Victor, TP would have been, I feel like, a better case. Just trying to match that lane clear, but let's see what Sky does here.
Well, if it's anything like his previous Twisted Fate games, Justin, the answer is probably not much. He's really
Hey,
struggled.
let's give him a benefit of the doubt. You know, if the game has started.
Nope, I'm going to go from experience. Sorry. I'm going to shut you down right down there. I like to speak from experience. And, yeah, well, you'll be his cheerleader, okay, Justin? A little bit of damage.
One trade.
A tiny, tiny trade. Well, this guy looking to redeem himself on a pick that he has yet to really, truly make work this season. Now he's going up against one of the best mid laners in Korea.
Coco's Revenge.
CJ enters Coco's Revenge. That sounds like a kind of cereal that I really don't want to eat.
Captain Jack also has great games against CJ, believe it or not. Every time he plays against CJ, he's on a different level.
He gets really mad, what can I say?
Funny thing is the guy that made him mad on the team is now on the same team as him, so I don't know if that anger is necessarily...
It's a Captain Jack motivator to have Flame on the team with him. We've only seen a couple games of Flame this season so far. And Expression has definitely looked a lot stronger right off the bat. Good poke here. Great job from Mad Life. And the Bard is one of his better champions. And early on, Bard can really hurt, especially they hit level 2 first. And if you take that Thunderlords onto Bard, you can chunk people very, very hard in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of people like to sometimes take W first, but Bard is actually really strong level 1 and 2 when he gets that Q up. There's a lot of kill pressure with that Ignite.
Yeah, especially the hard CC combined with Sky's TF. They may be able to stitch together a play here on the bottom side once that level 6 happens. So, looks like Captain Jack and Puro stabilized for the moment, but losing those early trades hurts. The biscuit already gone from Jack. One still up here for Kramer.
Tar actually winning the trade a little bit.
Yeah, 2 corrupting potions, interestingly enough. Tara very intentionally picking his top Nautilus, expecting the Poppy. And Poppy will have basically no kill pressure against this Nautilus in the late game. We actually saw that exactly in our last series. A little bit of action going on here. Bubbling coming for a 4-minute gank. Not going to land the Cosmic Binding, and not going to land the Cocoon either. Quick dash from Captain Jack. Yeah, we saw this in the last game, the Nautilus versus Poppy, and it really did make it quite difficult for Someday to split push, because at a certain point, Atara just gets so tanky, and Poppy is not the highest damage split pusher.
Oh no, and when he knocks him away, he can just hook back and try to counter that too.
There's not that same dash that we would see on the Maokai for Poppy to shut down either.
Bubbling putting a lot of emphasis on the bot lane, the story of CJ this entire season actually.
Yes, indeed. Bubbling is seen in a ward, however. Looped back around. Trying to threaten, but with all those summoners up and Pure with the pillar disengaged, they're really just trying to bait this out. They want to keep Elise here as long as they can. There you go. Showing that they know exactly. Bubbling is actually stuck in the wall right now. Well, nice little delay and cute mind games there from Longzhu's duo lane. They wasted a lot of Bubbling's time while Chaser cleans up the Scuttle Crab. They're going to be head-to-head in the jungle. One actually wants that engagement, though, just playing some ward games there, clearing out.
Yeah, and then Bubbling missing out his power spike level 4 release is actually very strong, but has not been able to do anything at this point in the game. Sky's about to hit 6 after he comes back, so let's see what happens with the Fatal.
Yep, that's going to be a point to watch. He walks back into lane. Cooldown boots first for Sky, so he'll be maximizing his uptime. Nice magical journey through the wall, right out of the base. So far, we talked about Jack and Expression being very dominant laners when it comes to farm. They not taking that same advantage that we typically see them grab in the early game, at least not so far.
Oh yeah, Antara is surprisingly CSing very well against this Poppy early game.
Madlife back out on the roam. They know there's a pink ward in that brush, so he's going to try and clear it out, and he will be successful. Nice vision denial there from CJ Ensis as Corki freezes closer to his turrets a little bit. The bottom side. Chaser now on the counter jungle. Already had some nice deep wards there. Going to throw in a couple more.
Yeah, not knowing Sky's whether if he's going to ult top or odd makes them play a little bit more passive than general, so
they're trying to hold back in the bottom lane, but as for this, they saw Madlife clear out those wards alongside Elise on the bottom side of the river, which prompted Chaser just to walk into the enemy jungle and lay down a whole bunch of wards, including several wards that are able to CTF at the ult's top side. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow Expression to play more aggressively. Chaser
2 levels above Bubbling right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely devastating. I mean, 37 to 25 CS. Bubbling wasted so much time in that bottom side, and now here comes the engagement. Blue buff just going to be stolen by Chaser, and he leaps away back to safety. Just great vision control and sensibility from Chaser's Nidalee. Trade right there.
And this is going to force Sky back. Missing out his timing on that ult, and then this is what we talked about. We needed that early game pressure, but it's not coming from CJ's side. So as the game goes on, it looks worse and worse for CJ.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any combat stats either, so he can't really trade. As long as Coco drops the Chaos Storm on cooldown, it'll be easy for him to keep this TF pinned down and not able to actually provide any kind of kill. Especially at 50% HP, but still too high to actually do anything with right now. Bubbling seen again on a ward. Man, Chaser has done just a great job of controlling Twisted Fate and controlling Bubbling and reacting in the early stages of this game. Bubbling trying to look for a red buff steal possibly here. Nautilus recalling. Sky feints up to the top side just to threaten the TP. Bubbling may be able to take this red buff out, but here comes Chaser, and he's going to get seen on the ward, and he think he knows Bubbling is there. Yes, he does. So Bubbling going to get TP'd on right now. Bubbling here takes a spear, and there's the TP from TF. They're going to try and get the kill on the Chaser, but Expression's already there. Nice knockup. Here comes Coco. He's going to try and back off of this one. Coco moving forward, has no Chaos Storm. It's actually going to be first blood for Bubbling on to Chaser. Everybody from CJ getting into the topside jungle. And if Coco had his ultimate up, that would have been entirely different.
Yeah, but great was it ult used by Sky right there, and TP matched at the same time, so they really, Chaser had no way to get out.
Well, he tried to go back in on the Bubbling, as you can see right here. He activates the Krugs, but Madlife just shows up right at the end to make the play and get the kill.
And great ult in the end too, just a great disengage in general. Madlife shows great proficiency in Bard.
Well, it's been Madlife, we said it before, carrying this team. There's a reason why he has the highest kill contribution rate, but in spite of that first blood, we still remain even in gold. And a lot of that's thanks to Chaser's just superior farming this game.
Sky going for the Catalyst for the Roa.
Wow, that is, we do see that on Twisted Fate, and he probably does actually need that to survive the Victor and the damage he's taken, because if he has the Catalyst in lane, he should be able to use the health and mana regen to try and keep himself topped up if Coco tries to drop his Chaos Storm on cooldown to chunk him out.
Bot lane relatively even despite the pressure that Bubbling put up.
They're making it work. Wow, I can't believe Chaser's won this game. He has just been tearing through the jungle. 20 CS up here at 10 minutes. That is a huge amount when it comes to CS. And he's just keeping on moving through. Gets a swamp right now. His lane's holding their own.
So moving down to the bottom side.
He was seen in his own jungle, so just going to recall the Tri-Brush, not choosing to go for a late gank. It should be just a conservative play, but Sky did help get a kill on the first TF ultimate of the game, but it hasn't actually netted them any kind of advantage.
Yeah, and if he decides to ult top lane at this point, I don't think he'll get a kill against Expression. He's becoming a tankier and tankier as the game goes on, so that limits his option to bot lane. And when you become one-dimensional like that, it's very easy to pick out what he's gonna do.
Even in bot lane, Pure has such good disengage. They have all their summoners available. It seems unlikely they'd be able to convert on that without a really good Tempered Fate from Mad Life. Back to counter jungling. That has been Chaser's specialty so far, trying to starve out Bubbling as much as he can. And taking those Raptors away too, going to starve him out of vision control, considering he won't have the buff to clear. Mad Life is knocked up by the pillar, but easily out of there with Magical Journey.
Great name for a skill, though.
The best name.
Best.
What's the? Do you know the name in Korean? The Korean casters tell me that the Magical Journey name in Korean is nowhere near as funny as the name in English. So
I'm glad I don't know that.
They
name.
use the Magical Journey because it's much more amusing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We'll ask him after the game. Apparently, it's quite boring in Korean.
No one can top Magical Journey, though.
Oh, Stealer from Chaser. Bubbling gets caught out, and there's the Death Ray. One more spear should do it. Chaos Storm is dropped early, but hello, Expression. Knocked back straight into the ranged auto for the kill. And that's been Bubbling this season.
Yeah, Bubbling was trying to do the same thing, with trying to go into the opposite jungle without any vision, and he got out there luckily last time with the help from Mad Life, but this time there was no one else to help.
And notice the difference between CJ and Longzhu 2. When we saw Chaser go get those Raptors, who was there with him? It was Coco laying down the Death Ray, supporting him, and making sure he was okay. They had no pressure this time, so without TF there, they had the TF ultimate, but Coco was faster to respond. So this has been the problem with Bubbling, is that he just doesn't know the right times to pressure, and he ends up getting out-jungled by his opponents as a result.
Yeah, last time he invaded, he also was trying to invade when Tara was backing. That was also a big point that I noticed.
Yeah, definitely an issue with the communication. Bot lane still continuing to perform well. Kramer and Mad Life starting to run away with the farm lead.
Bubbling level 8 at this point, Chaser level 10, so keeping that 2-level advantage.
Here comes Chaser. Blocked off a little bit right there by the Pillar of Ice. They're going to try and make a play. TP coming into the enemy jungle. Mad Life with the Magical Journey. They may have to just settle for the Dragon right here. Sky going to get it. There's the Depth Charge. Chaser's got a flash, and there's a Tempered Fate. Coco right into the Cocoon, and he will just cleanse Flash instantly. But the fight's not over yet. Pure has got them blocked up in a choke point. Pure is by himself, however. Indeed, he has to flash over the wall to escape. Especially now is TP2, so CJ just takes the journey right back out, but they're going to lose control over the mid lane. And here comes the pressure from Coco.
And CJ has been trying to take this fight 5v5, 5-man was a gank every time, and it's been working out the first time. Second time, they had all their summoners up, so. But that instant flash, though.
Yeah, and Chaser once again taking advantage of every opportunity. He knows they backed off, heading down to the bottom side of the river. They can't possibly be here in the jungle right now, even if they walked straight back and around. So he just, again, clears out Wolves, clears out Grom, and he's up 85 to 58 when it comes to that CS.
And it's a limitation of this team, Kyle. Once they miss that opening, they can't really do much for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, they have to sit there, keep on farming. Bubbling is underpowered in comparison to his jungle opponent. You mentioned that level difference, but it's been a 2-level advantage for Chaser so far this entire game. Very troubling. Troubling for Bubbling.
Troubling for Bubbling. Bubble trouble.
It has been a season of bubble trouble. And I think that's the major concern for CJ, because you expect, first off, Kramer's actually been doing pretty well, and so who knows whether Ghost will start or not. And you look at Sky, and you're like, okay, this guy has some very distinct weaknesses in terms of his champion pool and his play, but you have hope for this mechanical god that is BDD, that he's going to make some waves when he finally becomes old enough to play. And you have to imagine that CJ is scrimming with him actively week to week. But the big issue is that there is no backup jungler. And Bubbling hasn't shown a large amount of improvement so far in this season.
I mean, like jungle definitely is the hardest position to turn, adapt between amateur and pro level. But what CJ needs right now is not a talent they can develop because they got that in both mid and AD. So they need someone who has in-game knowledge like Mad Life, assisting in the shot calling and team synergy. But that's not what they're getting from Bubbling.
I agree. CJ should rescue Kakao from the LSPL. That's what should happen. Hashtag save Kakao.
Save Kakao.
Yeah,
Bubbling, I feel like, doesn't know where his jungle is.
No, and he's going to get collapsed on again here. Coco really dictating where they're going to be. They do get some decent deep boards in that time, and that was the major switch, is that Sky was actually there to help out his jungler and provide that necessary backup, and they had the pressure on the top side. So starting to show some upgrade here. Pure's going to knock Mad Life.
Great magical journey.
Yeah, he's been on point, but we talk about Mad Life, his 3 best champions are Alistar, Bard, and Thresh. Waiting for Sky to make the next move. Meanwhile, Longzhu IM has been building up that lead.
Chaser 40 CS over the opposing jungler.
Just ridiculous. See, Chaser actually going for a Negatron cloak this time, and that is not a build we normally see.
So going for the Abyssal Scepter, probably?
Yeah, going for Abyssal Scepter. And what this means is because usually Nidalee is not going to be in range. If she's throwing max range spears, that's not going to be in range of Negatron cloak when it comes to its MR reduction. So what this means is Chaser is planning on going in Cougar form to maximize the efficiency of the item.
That's scary.
Basically, this is I'm going to kill you one-on-one. That's what Chaser's saying. He says, I'm 2 levels above this Elise. As we see the gank coming in, Pure to use that frozen domain and then back off, uses that pillar last. He was waiting to see whether Elise and TF were actually going to show up before he used that ability.
And if you look at CJ's comps, it's 5 AP technically. With Corki does a lot of AP magic damage, so
there's more magic damage than anything else these days.
Yeah, so 5 APs just do a lot of MR, and I don't see how, with the lack of damage output they have already, I don't know how they're going to kill him in the late game.
Well, so far we don't see that MR coming out, except for the Negatron cloak, which is, again, another great point and a great reason for Chaser to go for an Abyssal Scepter in this game. But that means the onus is on Pure to actually build an Aegis, which will be, as you stated, a pretty big item when it comes to dealing with the damage from CJ Entus. And 5 AP is not a composition you want to have in the late game.
No, it's not.
Especially a 2 damage threat 5 AP. That's actually like a late game disaster composition right there, Justin.
It's like this team is all inning on this early game, but we're already past early game at this point. In 20 minutes in this meta,
I agree. It does seem grim. You may look at this and say, "What? There's only 500 gold difference," but team compositions really matter. And there we go, packaging right across the top of the Dragon Pit.
it looked like a magical journey at one point.
Magical package, that's what I like to call it. Mad Life is on the front line here, does pop the magical journey, doesn't actually take it out. TF Bolt going to drive them backwards. Another TP, Tempered Fate only going to hit Pure, especially coming around the backside of Tara here, trying to get in. Chaser now on the flank, throws a spear, and Kramer does manage to land it. Pure very low, especially tying up 3 members of CJ. Flashes forward to join the rest of the team. Nice knock up. He is going to die though, and in the end, no kills for Longzhu, as Expression got in the back line, but there just wasn't a follow-up from the rest of his teammates, really, on the front side. They're still going to try and get this turret. Captain Jack at full HP. It should be easy.
So like a little bit of a trade there. Seems like Pure was the one that was going to go down, but Expression coming from behind. Took a lot of time though.
And Kramer will trade 1 for 1, but that mid-lane turret worth infinitely more. It was a bit of a sloppy engage there from Longzhu. Expression easily collapsed on. And may have just actually been better wrapping around to form a front line with the rest of his team instead of going for that flank. Has his Sheen now, so at least he'll be dealing a little bit more damage. So Nautilus also going for the Sheen. So we're going to see 2 Iceborne Gauntlets in this game. We did not see the Iceborne Gauntlet on Hippo's Nautilus in game number 1. That's actually quite odd considering Nautilus is very low attack speed. But good for wave clear.
Nautilus top usually tends to take that 15% attack speed runes.
That's true.
With AP.
So we'll have that, but long cooldowns on Nautilus's abilities, so you're not really going to get that many Iceborne procs over the course of a fight. Back eyes on the dragon once again for Longzhu. They can set up and take number 2 here.
A lot of vision control coming down here.
CJ to find him, chunks out Pure immediately. Lots of damage from the Gorky Bard combination. Has to use the summoner, nope, not the summoner heal, just the heal from Chaser there to help him survive long enough. They had to use the Trundle ultimate to disengage from that situation. That's one pretty crucial ultimate not going to be available to them. They want to force Coco back to his turret with this Nautilus. Nautilus with no TP, especially without one either. CJ really wants to clear out these wards and attempt to get their first dragon of the game.
Both teleports not available.
Nothing there.
So one of them has to come down.
Just playing around the waves. And you can see how these professional teams do that. For example, you saw the Nautilus fade down into the bottom side of the map once the wave was pushed up, and that meant that his entire team could play more aggressively around Vision in the bottom river. And as soon as he comes up, everybody just melts away out of that position. Pure gets a bit chunked there. Coco has to pop his Frostqueen's Flame.
If they know Chaser is in the top side, they might be going for the drop, but
every time Chaser sees where Bubbling is, he takes something. He punishes him in some way. And it's very bold to do this. But with the knowledge of where Chaser is after seeing him on that ward, they are going to punish in turn and take their first dragon. So evening up that objective score is CJ, who is playing the map much better tonight than we've seen them previously. They're at least responding and taking away a blue buff of their own as Captain Jack tries to get the culling down, but not much to be gained.
Kramer has been running away with the CS lead, now about 30 at this point, and that's pretty huge.
Yeah, 50 so far for Chaser. 141 jungle CS
I guess
in
that's
24
fair,
minutes. That is absolutely brutal.
Take this mid lane turret.
But there's a Victor, so that just isn't going to happen. All right.
Sebastian might be able to take this turret.
Yeah, he will be. Has the Sheen. No response from the Nautilus unless he wanted to TP much earlier. And there it is. One more turret down in favor of Longzhu. Chaser here discouraging a follow-up from Antara, but they won't turn. He's just there to counter gank in case his buddy needs some help from the lane, because they have the top side of the jungle completely warded, so no chance of a gank from Bubbling coming there. Just a very nice ring of wards.
And with the lane phase practically over, I don't know what Sky's going to be able to do at this point other than maybe split push, but he did not go Lich Bane.
Well, especially with the mid tower down. I mean, he has to overextend to actually TP right now. If he's at his tier 2, he really can't use his ultimate very effectively. They're going to go down right now, try and dive, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to get a nice Tempered Fate onto the turret so they can just walk right past with no minion wave. Madlife takes it on the way out. Great setup on the play there from Madlife.
Madlife has been on point with this Bard this entire game, and that's what's been pushing this team, you know, to the snowball that they need to have to win this game, making Sky's ult, you know, very useful.
It's really incredible how hard Madlife carries this current CJ roster. And with that kill, they're going to get some time with the mid turret too. Everything coming back around for CJ as they make the play in the bottom lane around the Tempered Fate. And no one expects you to dive them when there's no minion wave this early in the game, but with the Tempered Fate, you can really make those plays work, and great synergy between the Bard and TF.
Still 1K down in gold though.
Well, for how much longer though, Justin? I have a feeling we'll be right back even. Turret goes down. There we go. Dead even.
Dead even.
Taking that out. CJ looks so much better in this game than they have previously. And we saw the target bans against Mad Light, but on his third string pick, he's still able to set up for his allies.
And that changes stories for pick and bans in the next game, because if you're target banning the opposing laner on 2 champions and he's still showing up well on the 3rd champion, then you can't really target ban.
Wow, Mad Life comes through. They're going to try and go aggressive on this play. Kramer wants to get it. There's the kill with the rocket. Chaser couldn't get there in time with the heal, it looked like. And that was it. Mad Life set down a ward, it looked like, right after he got out of that magical journey. So, looks like he's trying to delay any kind of aggression from Captain Jack and Pure, punish perhaps an attack move.
Captain Jack did not want to play the game.
Yeah, he did not. Got ignited. I'm surprised Mad Life was so bold as to take that magical journey right into the opponent. But he is absolutely wrecking that lane, and Kramer just doing a solid job of following up from Mad Life's engages.
Yeah, all Bubble needs to do at this point is become a cocoon shuttle. Basically, just cocoon, cocoon, cocoon.
That's the setup, and it's easy to hit cocoons when there's a gold card first. So it doesn't even have to...
Or Bardold.
Or Bardold. He hit a nice one of those earlier. Coco has to be careful while walking through this choke. Mad Life's ultimate available. There we go, back into the mid lane. Trying to make sure they can retain their mid lane turret. That is the big advantage that Longzhu has at the moment.
And with this advantage, Sky can actually split push with that Lich Bane now being bought as a 3rd core item. Pretty tanky too with the Roa and Abyssal Scepter.
He needs the mid lane turret to go down before he split pushes though, because he doesn't have TP, he just has his ultimate, the gate. And he needs to make sure that he can actually reach other lanes if he is going to be the designated split pusher.
And that's why they've been trying to pressure that mid lane for such a long time, but with that lane clear from Victor, it's not very effective at this point.
Victor makes it quite challenging. So Chaser actually going for his own Rylai Scepter, so double Rylai's here from Longzhu. Getting just that bit more survivability, since we didn't see Chaser go for the typical Rod of Aegis. So MR and HB, they are building against this 5 AP composition. And now the Aegis is done, so in any group team fight from this point forward, Longzhu Gaming should have a pretty distinct advantage when it comes to the single damage type across the board from CJ.
Teamfight's going to be harder and harder as the game goes on for this CJ team. So they're trying to go for this pick.
Really want it. Looking to Valk out, forces Coco's flash. Expression now has to get hooked into this. Chaser trying to follow this one up. There's Captain Jack with the culling. And there's the Pillar of Ice cast on the flank just to make sure CJ can't re-engage that or dive under the turret. Still, Longzhu takes a lot of damage from the poke.
They really want this mid lane turret gone, but there's Longzhu's not making it easy, so they're just opting for the dragon at this point.
Longzhu still looking for some poke here, dodging the wild cards as they sniff around the dragon pit. Easy dragon though. There's a hook on the Pure actually, and they're just gonna have to let him die.
Max range.
Great hook from Huntara. Absorbs the death ray with his Banshee's Veil. So Pure a little bit too far forward, and the hook straight into the gold card. Sky actually flashed gold card at that to continue the CC long enough. Longzhu playing the CS game just a little bit better, but, well, not in the bottom lane at least. Kramer getting quite scary. But they just can't keep up the pressure, and every time they seem to lose these fights by a little bit of mispositioning on the engages, whether it was Expression on the TP or Pure being too far forward.
This mid lane turret's still not gone though.
Well, that's the big key, right? This is what is holding Longzhu together at this point. They need to maintain this and just keep scaling, because in the late game, they will have a distinct advantage.
Yep.
QSS now into Captain Jack. He doesn't have cleanse like Coco does. Finally decides there's enough scary single target CC that this is going to be a necessity. Whether it's Cocoon or Cosmic Binding or Nautilus auto attack or a gold card, he is a prime target.
Moving on to the top side turret right now. Kramer pushing it in, and jungle and the support moving up.
This is so much better than what we've seen. Uh-oh, Chaser has a lot of damage. Nice. Forced actually the TF ultimate out. That's a big, big win for Longzhu. He's going to TP right there, and Lichbane Rocket. Mad Life joining him via Magical Journey. CJ has completely overrun the top side of the jungle from Longzhu Gaming.
Such a high CS game in general.
Huge numbers being put up. Well over 10 CS a minute for a couple of our players. And now Tarn Expression going head to head. And there's the package. Kramer going to arrive. Special delivery, but there's the disengage with the ultimate and the flash. They might still catch it. 5 men down from CJ in the bottom. Cosmic Binding into the kill. Whoa, what a Tempered Fate. 3-man, absolutely incredible. But they just don't have the follow-up. Exhaust down onto Kramer. Pure is going to survive thanks to a heal from Chaser.
So hard to hit that Bartle, but Mad Life is hitting it like it's a target skill.
Yeah, super, making it look very easy. Creative use. We've seen it on turrets for dives. We've seen it on champions now. Jack disengaged from that. You see him on the screen, but it's a big problem. Package use right here. They get onto Expression. Nice knock-up, but the follow-up knock-up just eliminates the flash from use effectively. Chaser just trying to heal up his ally on the retreat, but that is just a fantastic Tempered Fate. Poor communication, because Bubbling actually, had Bubbling not used his cocoon at the start of that fight, they could have actually followed up and gotten another kill. So Bubbling and Mad Life not on the same page, but they still managed to push forward and get one kill at the very least.
Though CJ seem to be lacking in jungle communication, they've been on point of the 5-man communication, just collapsing on individuals that's trying to push out the lanes.
Yeah, you never take that cocoon if you know the Bard ult is coming in. You need to save it so you can actually create a kill at the end of that, which is the failure that we saw there from CJ, but it was very, very close.
CJ currently utilizing this pick-com very well, getting 6 kills.
Well, 6 kills in 34 minutes.
It's better than what they've been doing.
It's better. And they are still ahead in this game, and they still do have a chance to win if they can continuously get picks and eventually just transition into a Baron. We're getting to the point here where death timers are long enough that even with the low damage composition like CJ's, that becomes a possibility.
The story of this game should be this mid lane turret, though 34 minutes and still not down.
Well, that's been a factor of the new season. 2016 is the year of mid lane turrets not dying. Too much wave clear to really make that effective. And with turrets kind of being the most important objectives in the game at the moment, players will double down extra hard on keeping them safe. This may be finally the push that they need. Kramer has taken a blue elixir early on just to max out his damage here.
Yeah, they know they are on a time limit for this game, so try to put on pressure as much as possible.
I really like the warding that they've managed to do in this top side consistently. Longzhu has not had an answer to clear out these wards. They're going to try and force a bad ward, but that's not going to work. They're just going to go for the Baron in the end.
They have no vision.
They don't have the vision, and they don't have a blue trinket either to try and see this. They're going to have to face check it. Uh-oh, CJ going to get the Baron and then TP. Wow, that was a great TP bait, by the way.
Yeah.
Holy cow, that was smart from Untara. I assume that was intentional, Justin, but by TPing there where they knew they didn't have vision, it looked like CJ was going to be coming out to try and create another pick, but instead they were just trying to finish the Baron and buy themselves time, but that caused Longzhu to briefly back off.
Great zoning TP.
Yeah, well, that's a very unusual phrase that you don't hear very often, but it was definitely a nice zoning teleport.
That's what I say in solo queue when I cancel teleport. That was like zoning.
And now the split push really rolling here.
And then they're going to be able to take that military with this Baron buff too. So a lot of advantages coming on CG's way. They seem like a completely different team.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed to. Third Dragon also going in CJ's favor. So this game from CJ has been night and day difference from what we've seen in the past. Finally managing to grab some advantages, and they are on the verge of winning this first game. They've got one good team fight, and then they can take it. Coco's recall delayed.
Kramer's huge with the 400 CS and the 2 kills.
He's doing work, picking himself up a Hex Drink or 2. Trying to deal with the poke damage from Chaser and from Coco. There you go, 7,000 gold lead now for CJ as they take down 2 of the tier 2s in the outer lanes. They have 1 more to go, and with that Lichbane, they're making it work. Kramer's still trying to split push as Captain Jack just has to back off. Kramer hits him for an immense amount of damage.
Both tier 2 turrets gone on top side and bottom side.
It's a recall. Kramer grabs the package.
Magical package.
Magical package. He's been taking his magical package on quite a few journeys. Siege continuing here. CJ can take down 4 turrets on this Baron. It'll be just massive. Sky gonna get caught out. Expression now comes in. Tempered Fate. Nice disengage from Mad Life. Chaos Storm was dropped. They will keep their tier 2 alive, but they don't actually get the engage they were looking for.
Those Bartles.
He's been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic for Mad Life.
And then Tara showing this is how you play Nautilus top.
With Iceborne Gauntlet, apparently.
Yes. That's the only difference.
That's what we're learning. That's what we're learning. But realistically, I think this is a pick they had prepared into the Poppy, and they are making it work.
Too tanky to kill. Can't split push. All the tier 2 turrets are gone now, so now they can snowball this into any sort of objective that they might want in the later game.
They're starting to prepare for that. Longzhu Gaming really on the ropes with this level of deficit and with how fed this Corki is. They're pretty much going to have to wait here for 6 items across the board, and then they should be competitive. Jack still taking a lot of poke damage, and without any kind of lifesteal so far to back it up. Of course, once he gets that Mercurial Scimitar, he will start to build into that stat, and that will be invaluable for canceling out some of these trades with Kramer.
Locking that spear out.
So CJ have a few options right now. Baron is going to be coming up alongside Dragon in just a couple minutes. They have a strong chance to go ahead and bait that objective, try and play for that. They're going to try and zone out right now. They force the flash from Coco with the Tempered Fate, and they're just going to face tank this turret. Especially comes in, but Intara is very tanky. He's going to knock Intara up, but this Nautilus is just too big in the front line. He's going to live through all of that. Pure comes in with the pillar. They're still trying to get somebody. Sky has to flash over the Pillar of Ice, especially going to back. Now he has a chance to actually TP here, but there's no targets on the opposite side of the map for him to go to. So another engage just stuffed by CJ. Very nice kiting.
Yeah, Mad Life, without his ult gun, he knew he could just tank the turret. He didn't have any more usage in the team fight other than that afterwards. So he just backs out. Nautilus too tanky to kill at this point in the game. Live safely.
Picks up another Negatron Cloak. Still concerned about that magic damage burst from Victor. And you take a look at that. So Coco flash Mad Life's ult, so they decide it's go time here. But all of that damage onto Antara, they don't even try for a flank either. Now, note that Expression does have his TP, and they could have teleported to a ward, but instead, they don't make that decision and try to engage head on, and I just don't think that's going to work.
So much disengage from this team with the picks that they have, so.
Yeah, and also a team with TF and Corki just built for kiting, especially needs to make that play. They're going to catch Bubbling out, however. Kramer
is
here. There's the ultimate coming down from TF. That is not a good ult, but the Twisted, the Temper Faded follow-up is decent. They're going to dodge the Poppy ult in the corridor. Ventara basically taking no damage.
TP being used by Ontara, so Expression does have that advantage at this point. I don't think it's going to do much with them just being pushed to the turrets like that. They could go for the TP engage again if they see an opening.
Absolutely. But it's a matter of getting down those wards. They have no wards on the top side, so if CJ decides to siege on this part of the map, they will not have that same TP option. They're trying to set up a pick once again. But no one's going to actually walk through that part of the jungle. The inhibitor is open in the middle of the map. CJ Entus has a chance to try and rush that. But
they could wait for the Baron.
Longzhu just checking brushes right there with the Pillar of Ice. Flash Cocoon. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Gogo had cleanse up though, so that probably wasn't going to work anyway. That's actually just a bad play.
Zoning Cocoon.
Zoning Flash Cocoon.
Zoning Flash Cocoon.
And Coco's definitely not the one you want to go for on that.
With that cleanse up, could have just cleansed out immediately.
Yeah, minimum you're making a bad summoner trade right there, unless Coco like forgets how to press the.
Kramer alone here. Could just Valkyrie out, I guess.
They also got the crab. They happen to be on their side of the river, so Longzhu going to walk over. Now they have to use Destiny to go to Dragon, actually. And that's might mean a Baron, actually. They know that the Destiny is down. They can just force a Baron right now.
Sky quickly walking up.
Whoops. That's not how you want to use CF's ult. So they're going to try and go for it. They want to bait this fight. Still burning down the Baron. Captain Jack is taking a lot of damage already. Untara going to come in with a hook, and now Captain Jack trying to deal that damage. They're going to turn, especially gets the stun into the wall. Untara gets stunned into the gravity field. After that, they finally kill Nautilus. Expression is low, though. Where's the follow-up? It's like there won't be one. Madlife used his ult somewhere. I didn't actually see where that landed. Sky now going to try and split push. They're trying to delay. This is a bold call. It might cost them the Baron, actually. They might just trade in him for the Baron.
Expression back, but he does have TP.
Exactly. So he went back, and now he's going to TP right back into the thick of things, and they're just going to take the Baron. Oh, man. So here's an attempt. Bubbling may try and steal this, but he's going to get knocked into outer space. Italy secures the Baron after that, and Longzhu is going to flash over the back of the pit to make sure they can get away. 2 flashes used, Coco and Expression, but they get Baron on all 5 members, and wow, that was a big mistake by Sky.
One bad move, and this is what it turns into, a Baron, and he knows it himself.
Yeah, he definitely knows that. I can understand that they wanted to use the Destiny to see where people were, but to immediately take the gate to the opposite side of the map as the Baron just gave Longzhu everything they wanted. Disappointing, but you know, it's been a pretty good game out of CJ so far, but that mistake is something you really can't do. As we take a look at this fight once again, it looks like Captain Jack, nice cocoon in the back of the pit, but Bubbling is just deleted from the team fight. Good ult there from Expression to secure the objective. So the tables have turned. Second Baron of the game goes to Longzhu Gaming, and they're starting to catch up when it comes to gold. They just need to crack this base. They've had that inhibitor open on their side of the map, but no one has actually been able to take it.
Expression just as tanky as his Nautilus, so they can do exactly the same thing that CJ has been doing. Poking and then disengage and poking, disengage.
Just not able to do much with this wave. They're going to have to transition into a tier 2. They're waiting for that big wave to hit the top side. And they just don't have any split push right now without TP. They have TP disadvantage and TFS's ult up, so there's no way they can actually move Expression into a side lane by himself.
Yeah, so a better choice would be here too.
So there's the Tempered Fate. He's going to be disengaged immediately by the Pillar of Ice. And they're going to front load the Culling, get some poke down, but this is a huge minion wave. It should be an easy turret with the zone that Longzhu has.
CJ trying to look for an opening, but they're playing so far out back.
They're doing a good job keeping Captain Jack from autoing this thing. But there we go. Finally going to remove the last cannon minion, so they actually managed to save it for another wave. Well done by CJ. They're keeping themselves alive here, sort of against all odds. It's amazing that with Gravity Field and with the Pillar of Ice, they're able to defend turrets this well.
Another wave coming here.
How much of that is going to melt before it hits the tower? Another cannon minion is the only thing left. Kramer's just going to face tank that while they try and put that damage on. There it goes.
Chaser's poke not really connecting other than to the tanky Nautilus.
Yeah, really not going to be too effective. He's laid down a huge line of traps. They're going to try once more, but CJ is really wasting a lot of his Baron buff. Nicely done. Oh, Sotara there.
They're going to protect it again.
I'm actually really surprised, Justin, that Expression did not use his ult just to remove them. Just get them off the turret, because now they don't even get it.
Baron buff almost wasted.
Yeah, now they're not going to have too much to do in terms of contesting the 5th dragon, too. Remember, CJ is going to be on the cusp of that in just a couple of minutes, and that's probably where this game is going to end one way or another.
47 minutes into the game. It's a one team fight that's going to take it all at this point. The death timers being so high.
Everybody filtering back down to the bottom side. They have a chance, Longzhu, to take the blue buff, but no more Baron buff for them. They got virtually nothing out of that.
Other than the mid lane tier 2 turret, didn't get anything.
Crucibles on both of our supports now. Naturally, given that the single target CC, especially from CJ, is pretty intense. Void Staff now picked up, though, for Chaser. This might be the item he needs in conjunction with Death Cap to actually start doing damage on the Pope.
Chaser needs to hit that spear on either Kramer or Sky, or even Mad Life, just to back them off, but so far it's only been hitting the tanky top laner.
Or the jungler here with the Banshee's Veil, so it's not to be particularly helpful either. Zara still there, also going to absorb it with a shield, and it's back to wave clear. There's no turret here, but CJ doesn't really want to be coming through this choke point, because if they walk in there, Pure can just use the Pillar of Ice, and the Gravity Field can come through from Victor and divide the team immediately.
Yeah, so it's definitely just like a game of chicken. Who's gonna go in?
I think that no one's going to go in, and we're going to go to the 5th dragon fight. I think we should just fast forward to that, Justin.
Mad Life always has that Bartle surprise factor.
Don't you love Poke Wars?
Isn't this your best type of war?
The Poke War?
Yeah, isn't that your favorite?
No. Dancing back and forth and shooting Corky rockets is definitely not my favorite, Justin.
0 kill, 0 death game. With
Yes,
Poke.
but I like it decisive, not 50 minutes. You have to snowball every... Oh, here comes the TP. They're finally doing it. They're finally pulling the trigger. CJ's going to have to react to this. Expression coming around the side. Here he goes. He's going to knock C... Oh, he gets bubbling in entire. Those are not the targets he wanted. And that is a big, big tempered fate for the disengage. They're still trying to bottle up Sky, but Sky has the magical journey right there. Gets Chaos Storm on his face. Still escapes, even though he splits off from the other members of CJ.
I really did not
Why did
understand.
Expression go on their tank line? That is exactly the opposite of what you want to do in that
He could have dashed
situation.
into anyone at that point. He had a perfect positioning on all of their damage dealers.
Wow, you tangle them up and then you try and burst down their front line. That's how you play that. Poppy should be all over Kramer and Sky if possible. And here comes Dragon number 5. We're going to see it attempted one more time. They've been separated now by a nice Trundle Pillar, but that's going to be it. They get Dragon number 5, but can they survive? Ventura's already down. Expression going to have to flash out of this fight. And they're still backing off Captain Jack solo. Summoner Heal is going to save him. Mad Life coming through, and the Magical Journey has a flash immediately on the other side. Coco low, and there you go. There's the finisher from Kramer. 1 for 1, the trade. But with this poke opposition. Bubbling still going to try and make a play from around the side. Bubbling is going to die on a questionable engage, and now Expression's still on the front line. He's going to get his ultimate off, and Kramer is just cleaning him up alongside Sky. Triple kill quadra there from Kramer, and that is going to be a win from CJ at the 5th Dragon as they push through. CJ Entis finally making it work and taking a win here against Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, Bubbling sacrificing his life so Kramer has enough time to Valkyrie in and kill everyone at that point.
Well, Kramer building around him works again. We saw him take a year in Taiwan on the Flash Wolves, comes back to Korea, and when CJ wins, it's him carrying. Very nicely done. Much better TF. You were right, Justin, from Sky. That game, and especially Mad Life. What incredible Bard play to enable what we saw happen.
Yeah, Bard, Mad Life on Bard is true carry of this game, making those picks happen on top side early and on the mid and bottom. Just keep transitioning.
Yeah, I love that Temper Fate dive too with the help of the Twisted Fate. Very nice play set up there from CJ Entis. Mad Life comes out of this one with 10 out of 11 kill contributions, 0-0-10. And that's going to keep him right there in first place in terms of kill contribution. He does it again.
Whopping 91% kill contribution.
Yeah, it's actually raising his kill contribution, surprisingly enough. Mad Life's been it. They tried to ban him out, but he comes through with the Bard, has a big, big game. And his team manages to take a long win there. Kramer does a very good job of farming himself into an advantage. So CJ Entis maybe looking to turn things around just a little bit sooner than we might have thought. Thanking these guys for maybe a revitalization with their new players, but that was probably their best performance of the season.
Yeah, it feels different going into halftime, with a leading score like this 1-0, just gives them better motivation and better morale just in general going in.
It does. Well, we're going to see game 2 in just a few minutes, everybody. CJ takes the win against Longzhu.
언제? 귀여워 진짜.
세팅은 한 3분 안쪽으로 빨리 끝내주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
세팅방 모르니까 세팅방. 아 언제 하는 거야? 정상가 문제인 거야? 그게 아니라 룸 페이지가 2개밖에 없어요. 전 쉔도 해야 되고 라이즈, 리산드라, 문도. 그냥 안 할 거잖아. 그냥 아무거나 하셔도 될 것 같은데. 야 내가 임마 핵심인데 지금. 빨리 해 빨리. 박정석 때문에 지금 늦어요. 박정석 때문에. 세팅 겁나 하고 있네. 빨리. 전화해야겠다. 야 장누리 전화번호 전화해봐. 아니 그냥 처음부터 그럼 룰이 있는 걸로 세팅해 주셨어야지. PD님이에요? 아니 PD님 계정으로 보면 그 계정으로 해주셨어야지. 이상한 계정이잖아요.
페이커 룸페이지 2개를 1등 하던데.
내가 그러고 싶어 그런 것도 아니고 이거 왜 나한테 그래.
야 건우야 탑만 가라.
아니 왜? 빨리 할게요. 네.
아까 저희가 처음에 들었던 아이디로는
그걸로 할게요 그냥. 그거 주세요. 아니 뭐가 이렇게 세팅이 오래 걸리는 거예요? 세팅 박이라 그래서 원래 박태민 형 많이 떠오르시는데 아 세팅은 무슨 1시간 반을 해요 지금. 자 저녁 들어가자. 뭐야? 네, 쟤네 멤버 왔어. 박정석 집중전제 나온다. 와 뭐야 이게.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Welcome back to Champions, and it is Mad Life, of course, as your MVP. He has been undoubtedly the key player for this CJ Entus team this season, and he came up huge on that Bard.
Yeah, right here, that's what turned the game around, I feel like, at this point. Allowing Fly to utilize that ult.
Yeah, definitely got some nice setups there. Helped out with that, and then the disengage too. And so many three-man ults. What a great Tempered Fate too. Awesome play and follow-up by Sky and Kramer. Especially once again caught out. Great Cosmic Binding. And then the three-man. And if that Cocoon had been up just in there, would have been another kill there. Well, this play too. I mean, Expression getting onto the tank line and then ulting the tank straight up. It does absolutely nothing in this situation. Certainly Kramer delivered on a nice performance, but it was all about the setup from Mad Life.
You know, so when support's playing that well, as AD all you need to do is put out the damage.
Indeed. You see the cleanup there from Kramer, gets a quadra kill to end the game, and Kramer's been performing when he has the right engages, but honestly, that game, Longzhu, they had a chance really to use Expression and his TP much better than they ended up actually taking it. Longzhu, when they are able to group as 5 and play poke compositions, they've been good. When they haven't done that, they've been very iffy.
Just when they had that Baron buff, they could have turned it around, but you know, CJ did very well pushing them off of that top tier 2 turret in general.
Yeah, they couldn't dive either, of course, with the Nautilus. And whoa, 3 substitutions for Longzhu. Frozen, Crash, and Flame. This will be Crash's second game professionally ever. He actually did a very good job on Graves in his first game. He played some smart jungle, did some very good counter jungling. Frozen, it'll be his first game of the season, actually, coming in for Coco. And Flame here had an 0-2 defeat in his first couple of games, but Longzhu really mixing it up.
Yeah, nice to see Flame back in the LCK. I don't know how he's gonna do well with Captain Jack again on this team.
Wow. So this is a very interesting situation and a big shift from Longzhu after that loss. Very risky. Remember that Longzhu actually has the largest roster in the league right now with 9 members.
There's a lot of depth in their roster.
Yeah, there's a ton of depth. Technically, they have 10, but Fury is still banned until the beginning. Actually, it gets unbanned very soon. Should be about another week, I think. Yeah, another week, and he will be unbanned. So by the time we get back from the Lunar New Year break, he should be available for Longzhu to play. And at that point, they could make a full team substitution if they so choose.
Full on second roster.
There, of course, Coach Kong and Lust Boy in the booth. He'll be coaching 2 of his former teammates in Flame and Captain Jack in this second game. They kept Pure on, even though they do have a substitute support, Zeus. So here we go, Reach with CJ Entis, having some success in game number 1. And CJ just played a much better game than we've seen them play previously. So that Twisted Fate might come in as a ban now, especially because CJ's on red side.
I want to see if they still chooses to target ban Mad Life after that performance on Bard that he had.
I think you ban the TF and you ban the Victor this game if you are Longzhu, because you don't give Sky Victor and you don't give him TF, and then you see what else he has. So they're going to ban the Kalista. They don't want to take it as a first pick. Gangplank still up. CJ did ban Rise, GP, and Kalista in game number 1. They are actually going to ban the Alistar. Interesting.
Respecting Pure in that department. For the last ban, as you said, it could be Victor, or it could be just standard bans like Gangplank.
I think you just ban the Victor here, but they're not going to have any of it. Lulu instead. So GP may well be the final ban in this draft. CJ didn't want to play it or have it first picked in the first game of the series. Taking a long time to think about this. Could see CJ select Thresh on the first round of the draft, or they may be confident in their ability to play Bard, but that means GP is almost certainly going to be a first pick here. And with the Corki ban, we will not see Kramer on that champion. I think they're just going to try and take Lucian away.
Thresh being picked. One of Mad Life's go-to champion.
Indeed, lots of chatter in the CJ booth right now. As you can see, Mad Life running over the options with the rest of his teams and they're just going to take Victor right off the bat. It was either going to be Victor or Lucian alongside this Thresh. Elise and Rek'Sai, of course, still available. So is Graves. So there's not a big squeeze on the jungle pick this game.
So yeah, I want to see what they go for support now that Alistar banned out. Maybe go for the Trundle again.
Yeah. Pure is definitely one of the better Trundle support players that we have in Champions. He's delivered big on that pick in the past, but Lucian may well be the selection and probably will be. Frozen has an option to take his mid laner a bit early here since he already knows what the mid lane is going to be.
Probably be better to show the support at this point. Just hide the mid lane pick, just know to so you can flex that GP pick.
Very true. Very true. So wait to see what they're going to do. Showing 2 early solo lanes would be bold, but they're not going to do it. Instead, Crash is going to take the Nidalee. Now, we've only seen this guy play Graves. He was a smart jungler for his first appearance. I was actually impressed that he managed to take such a large CS lead by playing around the enemy jungler in the last match that Longzhu competed in, and he was able in a lane swap to really do a number in terms of out-farming and had a very good sense of where the enemy could be.
Elise being hovered over again for bubbling.
Pretty sure they'll go for the Elise. They've got a lot of pick potential with the Thresh and the Elise already, and they ran a pick comp successfully in the last one, so why make any large changes to your strategy if you had something that was already working.
Jinx, we haven't really
Whoa!
seen.
This is the first Jinx of the season, in fact. Bold. Very bold.
Kramer has played a lot of Jinx previously when he was in the LMS.
Yes, but this is not a champion that we really see actively play these days. They're going to have a lot of opportunities for Jinx follow-ups to damage. Of course, with the Victor Burst and the AoE. But what are they going to play in the top side? This might be another Maokai game for Antara, depending on how comfortable he feels. Gnar would be another good champion that we know exists in Antara's pool.
I feel like Gnar would be a better choice.
Yeah, the range matchup too would be nice since he almost certainly is going against GP in that top lane. Frozen has long been a Syndra specialist, and we have seen Syndra in other leagues, just not here in Korea. NALCS running some
Syndra
Syndra.
is picked.
The first Syndra game, first Jinx game. And the Bard, a staple of Pure's champion pool from last year. So Fiora for Antara, that would be a bit of a surprise. Antara hasn't been busting out that many carry top laners.
I feel like a zoning top laner would be better at this point. Let Jinx deal free damage from the backline with that also zoning potential from, was it Sky's Victor, so. But Fiora, also a very decent champion, I guess, can split push very hard.
I think you just build around Kramer too so that he can actually hyper carry in this situation, because that is CJ is how you've been winning games, is basically protecting Kramer while he goes nuts.
Yeah, because like, why gamble at this point when you know you have a strategy that's worked against this Longzhu team?
I agree with you. I agree with you, Justin. But we may see Fiora actually locked in as the counter runs down. So they're going to try and split push, but with this top GP, that split push may face a few difficulties. With both carry top laners there, definitely an ability for Gangplank to wave clear very efficiently in the late game and stop Fiora from actually putting on pressure. And the Syndra, well, this has long been one of Frozen's favorite champions over the years, and it's fun to see it back, and he is very confident against the low mobility Victor that he's going to be able to bully him around the lane and buy some time for Flames GP to really ramp up and take over the late game.
Yeah, it seems like a similar composition. Pick Kompenka with a late game scaling potential on both sides of the Jinx definitely scales better than Lucian into that late game, but has a lot of mobility this Lucian. And Captain Jet has shown proficiency on it, even though last game it didn't work out very well for him. But
yeah, he's been great on it for the most part. Just had a few troubles. So Kramer and Madlife trying to keep Captain Jack down yet again. 3 new members of Longzhu coming into this game. Flame, Crash, and Frozen. A lot of stress put on Crash now. He's team's down 1-0 in this situation. He's only played 1 professional game ever. And now he's basically tasked with digging them out of this hole. Frozen is back. He's back on Syndra. We're going to get into game 2 right now. Longzhu versus CJ, game 2.
We'll find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on
Welcome to game 2 of our 26th best of 3 this year. Will be between CJ Entus and Longzhu Gaming. CJ Entus with the upset victory.
Gangplank with no items.
He's got.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he actually recalled right there and picked up the corrupting potion eventually, but a little bit of a gaffe at the start of the game from Flame. Got his ward down though. So now we are just going to wait in a typical fan, and I'm excited to see our first Syndra game of the year in Korea.
First Jinx game also.
First Jinx game also.
So much purple.
So
No
much
Lulu
purple.
though.
No Lulu, so there won't be any tasting, but definitely purple.
Love the perps.
Did she say that in Korean too? Tastes like purple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that obnoxious voice.
So, no lane swaps this game. Both of our duo lanes preferring to be in that bottom side and taking Gromp and Krugs respectively. With junglers starting on the top side of the map, so a bit of a time probably before we see any action. Untara deciding to show a Fiora, which has been uncharacteristic of him so far this season, but we are still very new to this season and very new to Untara, who is a brand new professional player this spring.
Yeah, I want to see how he does on the carry champion like Fiora. If I remember correctly, this is first time him playing Fiora.
Yeah.
Right?
It's been a lot of tanks, Justin. It's been a lot of tanks.
Against Flame too, who's been known to be more of a carry-oriented top laner, trying to show something, I feel like.
Definitely a possibility. Flame on this GP. He's got a lot of weight on his late game play. Nice trade there from Sky, actually. Managing to get his Q off before getting the orb tossed right in his face. GP already starting with a little bit of an advantage here, but Untara just falling back, playing very defensively, wants to collect some of this CS underneath the turret. Posting a parlay. Just waiting this one out. Not looking to play aggressively early. Happy to farm underneath his turret. He's not going to have that jungle pressure, considering his jungler going to the opposite side of the map right now and taking blue. Crashed a little bit faster on that clear, of course, for Italy, and looking to hop over the Dragon Pit and collect that Scuttle Crab. Oops. Well, he missed his spear. Gets the trap, though, by hurting the crab on top of it.
Yeah, Bubbling, again, going for that bottom lane pressure, I guess. Been the story of this CJ's team, try to get that bot lane going.
Crash is a level up, actually, now. So he's just going to push Bubbling right off of that Pure there. Great play there, and this is Crash for a rookie jungler. We've only seen one game in this little bit from him, but he just seems to have such great communication because he's very good at knowing when he can invade and counter jungle. And that's been something that has impressed me, at least at the very start of this guy's career. Yeah, but Jack just gonna get hooked right there, and there's the follow-up actually with the zap. Gonna get the ignite down and force a flash. So get the flash at the cost of the ignite. That's a great trade for the CJ lane. Jack is going to back off and pick up some of these heal packs.
It's always fun to see Mad Life on Thresh. Just the hooks.
So they know where it is though. Now they can play aggressively onto Flame. Are going to get the riposte off, but
bad trade taken here though, so it's gonna force Untara to back and TP back into the lane.
Yeah, they couldn't make it work with Bubbling up there, and so they do. So they just back off, and CJ already falling to a pretty hefty deficit as the CS lead from Flame begins to build up, and there's the TP back for Untara.
10 down actually at this point is pretty big.
Yeah, going to collect some off the wave that was building up in favor of Flame, but still going to be a few down when all is said and done. And the jungle lead too for Crash. He got back in there, got the deep wards, and then took out some more of these camps. So he's actually doing a number right now in Bubbling's jungle, taking that level advantage and really turning it into a substantial early game edge.
Yeah, great instincts, and as you talked about, it's not a thing we see on a lot of these rookie junglers.
I've just been very impressed with Crash. It's too early to tell, though, Justin. We shouldn't get too excited. 1 point, 1 game from this guy, but his instincts at the professional level initially, his reads are very good.
Understanding that the Bubbling was going to be in that bot lane, trying to pressure off, trying to give a little upper hand to this bot lane that seemed to be carrying the CJ team in a lot of the games.
Yeah, Frozen also doing a good job of just pressuring Sky, getting a little bit of tower damage down and keeping Sky on the move here.
They're super aggressive.
Well, that's how Syndra is. That's how Frozen loves to play her. I'm very excited to see Frozen Syndra's back. It's always one of those player-champion combinations that have been enjoyable to watch.
A little bit out of mana though at this point. Top lane backing.
And lots of Doran's rings in the mid lane. Each player trying to survive this early game and press up as much as they can. Crash continues his jungling now that he has taken about a 15 CS advantage. Sky actually going to get stunned up right there, and wow, Sky is just dead. And there's the follow-up from Pure. Longju gets the nice start on the game.
Both summoner used for Sky also, so they could Crash could come in again and do the same thing. Nice stun by Frozen.
Yeah, Pure had to come through and actually use both of his summoners in order to pick that up, but now, same with Frozen, but they do have a certain level of pressure, so now we'll see how the junglers react to this summonerless situation in the mid lane, and whether Bubbling can follow up.
Bubbling now moving to that bot side that this lane is pushing.
Culling cut short right there. Mad Life just taking Kramer out on the Lantern. There we go. Mad Life actually just faking that his jungler is there at the moment. Bubbling actually coming from the other angle. There is a pink ward in the Tri-Brush. Most are going to get done. Is that taken out? Nice cocoon there to zone Captain Jack off to make sure they can actually kill the pink ward and keep their ward up. Which is not what they're going to do, as the pink ward goes right back down again.
Flame taking over this lane though right now.
I think that's the most disturbing aspect of this, Justin, is that you pick the Fiora into the Gangplank, and Gangplank with this kind of a lead is something that you are not going to be able to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, you can't play a carry-oriented top laner and play passively at the same time and expect them to do the same thing in the late game. Like,
well, especially GP too, who gets so much of an advantage off that farm due to the extra gold he receives. If you're not keeping him down early, he is just going to have so many more items than you.
GP hit level 6, so we're going to see how that ult transitions into any ganks, maybe going into mid lane or the bot lane.
Look at that damage too. Crash is coming into the mid lane, and he's just going to pop right over into the side. Another great read by Crash. He knew, he sees Sky come back. So he's got two choices, Crash. When he comes back into that mid lane, as we see the action going down, Mad Life might be a good bit caught out, but Captain Jack in trouble, has to take the magical journey. Box goes through. Rocket, not enough to finish Jack and Tara with another TP into the top side, but here is Crash waiting. But Tara should know that Crash is there. They saw him hop into the Raptor Pit. They're not going to try for the kill just yet, however. And that'll be a recall from Crash. But Crash, he comes into the mid lane. He knows that that turret's chipped and that Sky is likely at the blue buff. As soon as he sees Sky coming away with the blue buff, he immediately starts counter jungling and again gets the deep wards, wrecks the jungle of Bubbling on the top side, and then provides coverage while Flame pushes up. Just really good play with his teammates.
And chunks that mid lane turret too by a lot, now down to half health at this point. And Flame TP's back to the top lane, takes control over the lane again.
Yeah, this is a disaster for CJ, really. Just a complete disaster. Flame should not have this kind of advantage. Crash here, gonna get caught, and he's all by himself. He's gonna try and pounce his way out of this, and he will succeed. They're a little bit worried from Syndra. Kramer left alone in the bottom side with Mad Life there, prompts Captain Jack to move up with his culling and get some nice damage.
It's a little bit back and forth. Good to see Bubbling now invading with his support on the side though.
CJ actually probably should have played that better. I think Sky had a chance to come in and follow up on that hook onto Crash, but didn't actually come through, even though the wave was pushed up close to Frozen's turret. And they were pushed up at the bottom side. I think Sky could have done a lot more right there.
Flame heals right back up.
Big problem now. His GP is way too far ahead for 10 minutes.
And Syndra too. More than 10 CS at this point.
Morello Namicon will be the first pickup. Crash is here, and he's coming in onto Antara. There's the ult. It's going to force the flash. Crash now gets the Fiora ult down onto him, but there's no follow-up. Flame is under the turret now, and he's going to get the finisher for sure. Just waiting for it. Easy kill. They get the flash also. Flame.
I want to see when the repost was used, because it seems like he did not use that entire game.
Yeah, it may have been on cooldown from Parlay repost when he was further up in the lane. That could have been the call. But now the pressure coming in huge.
Bubbling trying to cover, but I don't know if he can do much.
Crash is up 87 to 40 CS on Bubbling. This is just a destruction of Bubbling in the jungle. Bubbling a new player too, but Crash definitely seems a lot more in tune with his teammates.
Yeah, like in a moment, CS lead has gone up from, the gold lead has gone up from 1,000 to 4,000.
It's enormous. You are really not working out for Antara. They haven't done enough to lock down this Gangplank, but they don't have follow-up CC from the top laner either, and Antara here not delivering. Meanwhile, Flame looks like he has a very easy laning situation, and he's been helped out quite a bit from Crash. Crash is just a monster at this point. I mean, you look at this, he's 3 levels up. He's 60 CS up. He has been dominating Bubbling's jungle. He has been everywhere stealing his farm.
And that's a big problem, being leveled down and having a less effect all over the map.
Well, yeah, and good luck trying to shut down GP now. Deep wards go in. Flame just has all the time in the world to sit here and freeze the lane and scale into that terrifying Gangplank late game.
I feel like Bubbling should have tried to help out the top lane earlier in this game rather than trying to go bot, but...
Well, I mean, there just hasn't been a lot of plays to be made, and he's just been read so easily by Crash, who's up 5,900, 6,000 gold. Crash has the most gold in this game at 6,000 so far. He's ahead of both of his solo lanes, including a Gangplank. He's in fact he is ahead of CS with Antara.
It's crazy.
That is incredible. Oh, it's going to be super hard to shut him down now. Does take a recall, so blue buff will go over to Sky. They set up a single zone right there.
I think it's definitely looking grim for CJ at this point.
Well, they're about to lose their mid lane turret. Their Jinx is not farmed enough to be truly relevant at this stage. And I think they're just going to slowly get pushed in across the map. And when they try and contest any Barons in the late game, they have the wherewithal to go ahead and just zone them out with GP barrels, with the Dark Spheres from Syndra. There's just no way you're going to be able to get into the objective. You cannot get through a choke point.
Now Sky can't really push up against Link because his flash is down.
Ow. Yeah, big damage. Already the Abyssal Scepter complete for Crash, alongside the Runic Echo. And Frozen. Mad Life trying to see if we can get in here. He cannot. There's the Scatter of the Weak. Dodges that. And here comes Flame. Down to the mid lane. And they have 2 pink wards there, so his pathing is going to be a bit of a mystery. They're going to try and go for a dragon right now. Flame has his TP.
Just backing away. Like, with Crash this big now, I want to go back to that point again. If Sky moved down when they were invading that jungle, like, if he got that kill on Crash, it could have slowed them down significantly, but now he's just all over the place.
As Bully Syndra does her work 15 minutes in, mid turret is gone. Gold lead at 6K. Captain Jack and Pure have held their own in this bottom side. And Pure picking up an early kill. So this is the last remaining outer turret, and the pressure is going to come in. Crash has every opportunity to dive right now. With that Abyssal Scepter complete with the Runic Echoes this early, his Cougar form is going to be super dangerous.
Down to the boss side.
They have GP ult available too. There's the culling, front-loading the damage. Kramer takes a huge hit. Crash is going to walk up on him. There we go. There's the GP ultimate. Crash going to try and finish this one up. Spear onto Mad Life. Mad Life forces the flash, gets the hook, but doesn't. Holy cow! Tempered Fate. Crash coming on through, and he's going to jump on him. A double kill. Crash is just a monster. Holy cow. Second professional game, everybody.
Showing them up on this middle right now.
And I don't even know what to say. His Graves, I thought, was good. He played smart, but it wasn't this kind of lights-out jungle performance that we saw from him.
8.2k gold.
Just unbelievable. And who's going to stop this Nidalee? Great follow-up from Pure. We didn't even talk about that Tempered Fate, but really good use of that. And Crash is just enabling his team to take every single turret on the map at the moment. I mean, this, honestly, Justin, we've had some impressive jungle performances from Peanut and Score and Wing this season, but as far as this game goes, this might take the cake.
And again, it's a rookie jungler, has no professional experience. Second game.
All right, so this is just such a great call. Crash comes in and flashes the Thresh play. Then is going to follow up, gets hooked, but he's too close. Runic Echo is going to do its work. What a great Tempered Fate right here. Backing off, has the Ignite on him, peels the minion wave away to get the angle, and then pounces forward. They get the turret at the same time.
And to save that bar ult till the end, just takes a lot of guts.
Crash is getting close to 100 CS advantage on the enemy jungler in 18 minutes. Holy moly. Probably trying to build up some tankiness at this stage, but
I don't think it's going to help out that much.
No, it's not. Not when you're 4 levels down. I mean, Crash is the highest leveled champion in this game by 2 levels. He's beating out his solo laners and the solo laners of the enemy team.
Yeah, we've been talking about Chaser's Nidalee, but Crash's Nidalee is something different from what we've seen before.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Chaser's a great Nidalee player, and maybe Crash is just having the best game he's ever going to have in his career, but just ridiculous.
Bro, 3 core items at 19 minutes. Roa and Abyssal Scepter build.
On Nidalee, you are lucky if you have Runic Echoes and Roa at 19 minutes. To have an Abyssal Scepter and your cooldown boots complete on top of that is extraordinary. They'll try and take the Rift Herald right now. And they're going to get it. We'll see if Crash is going to take that one away. Nope, Captain Jack will be the recipients as they want to push more into this top side. Tier 2 mid lane already gone. GP ult used by Flame to save his turret. Only 1 turret down in favor of CJ Entus.
Again, highest level as a jungler, that means something. That's definitely a jungle carry game.
I mean, to put it mildly, this is so unusual. Frozen now setting up for the pick with Tara. He's going to get scattered the weak. Oh, actually, nice riposte. Turns the sun around. Frozen might be in a bit of trouble right now. Has to use his ult, but he still picks up that kill. Captain Jack got the Herald buff, and he's got that tier 2 turret.
I thought he had follow-up from his team, from Mala and Kramer being there, but the damage output from Frozen with the ult and the Ignite just too much for this Tara to handle.
And now they're going to go for a Baron at spawn at 20 minutes. Carving through it. There is no vision on the map for CJ. They're going to try and stop this, but it's just going to be too late. He's already down to 2,000 HP. There's a nice ult straight onto Bubbling, so there's no chance at a steal. Crash going to get grabbed. He's just too tanky with the Rotted Ages and the Abyssal Scepter. They can't deal the damage.
Almost heal for like 150 health.
So 20-minute Baron now for Longzhu, who is just putting on a clinic in this game of how to play aggressive and snowball a lead with your jungler. Where did they find this guy?
Why couldn't CJ find this guy is my question.
Blasting Wand on top of everything else now. One tier 2 left. Flame also showing up this game, dominating the laning phase on Gangplank early, and then having some very good ultimate. Bubbling here. Fortunate to have his Spiderlings to block that, but he can't get his recall through. Another one dodged. But they're pushing up. They want this last tier 2. Wards are in the jungle. Flames TP and ult are available.
Nidalee Spear at this point is just you. Can't get even hit by one of them.
You know the one thing I'm sad about, Justin? We're not going to see Crash get 100 CS advantage in this game. Because he's just going to intelligently group with the Baron buff instead of farming the jungle.
Sucks that he's intelligent.
It's about the style
It
points,
was
right?
just a little bit stupid.
He'd be trying to style, but he's not. Last tier 2 down. Good wave clear from CJ, though. It may be a bit early for Longzhu to actually force their way into an inhibitor, even with the mammoth 13k gold lead that they possess at the moment.
Just GP doesn't really need to do much other than split push and farm.
Yep, and he can't be matched by Fiora at this point in time, not with Eye-Edge and Trinity Force done. Okay, there you go. Oh, wow. Bubbling getting chunked down. Maybe not the target you want to chunk, but they get Kramer with the stun, so they're slowly working away. The turret is almost nothing left, and now Flame just sitting there on the top side, putting down the barrels, setting up here to get that turret completely chunked down. Each of these turrets hanging by a thread. Gravity field goes down, gets the stun, but actually the spear still hits on the sky. GP ult is coming down. They accidentally hit the turret. Crash is going in. Crash is all alone now. It's maybe a bridge too far. Nope. He's actually going to get saved. Gets a heal at the end, and Pure there with the kill on the Bubbling. Jack follows up with a double on Untara and Madlife. And Longzhu, there is no respite here for the CJ team as they just power on through with these relatively low kill timers. Longzhu going to take this second game. Are they going to go right now, or are they going to back off? Okay, they're going to back off. This is the safe thing to do. Got 10 seconds left on Bubbling, 5 on Madlife. You got the 2 inhibitors. Don't get greedy.
No style points, though.
No style points, though. What a shame. It's okay. Crash still has time. I believe in him. He's got 11 minions. Let's take a look at that again. And they tried. It was just an unfortunate placement. Had they been able to not hit the turret with the Bard ult, they would have been able just to push that down a little bit faster. Crash comes through and just dodging out of absolutely everything, pouncing away.
But that Bard ult was on point, though. He chained it right into a double man CC with the stun with the Q. And we keep talking about Crash, but I also want to talk about Pure on this Bard, who's also been on point, having a great showing.
Yeah, he played a lot of Bard last year, actually. Pure, his Trundle and his Bard, top tier for sure. Rosa now after the blue buff. And now it's 12 CS. Bubbling keeps getting CS, Justin. I fear that the style points will not be gained. Longzhu nearly getting a perfect game. If not for that one tower that CJ got, we would be in perfect game territory right now. It's the only thing they've managed to put together. Flame gets hooked in, and CJ going to get stopped there by the Bard ultimate. They rip out Sky on the Lantern, but everybody gets chunked. Gangplank ultimate now down, and they're looking for the final inhibitor here. Crash dodging a spear, or rather a hook there on the outside.
He's an intelligent player.
Yeah, and there we go. Last turret. Protecting inhibitors will fall. There's the final inhibitor in a short 25 minutes. And here comes the last siege, more than likely. Trying to use the Dark Spheres and the Spears to get as much damage down as they can, force CJ back and whittle down to these turrets. And Tara in the front line, and he just gets destroyed. Yeah, that's it for him. Super Minions do their work on the inhibitor turrets or the Nexus turrets, and now we are going to go to a game 3. That is a takedown of the Nexus at 25 minutes. Captain Jack dies in the end to rob them of their lights out performance, but what an impressive second professional game from Crash. Holy cow. Ended that game, the highest level player in the game, nearly 100 CS up on the enemy jungler in 25 minutes. Level 16 in 25 minutes. The highest amount of gold in the game. What? What?
Not a clinic.
Yeah. I had just such great counter jungling, running circles around Bubbling, playing around the pressure on the map absolutely beautifully. And we'll see. 2 games. He's played very well in both of them. That game was absolutely incredible. If he can keep up this pace, as a rookie, it will be mind-boggling.
Yeah, we might be seeing one of the greater junglers being developed in Korea.
Absolutely. If he can keep playing like that, there's no question. Definitely a player to watch. He actually did the most damage to champions in that game, too. So, he's absolutely showing up. And we are going to go into a Game 3. Longzhu with an easy win, replacing 3 members of their roster. I imagine we'll be seeing Flame, Crash, and Frozen once again as they attempt to close out this series. First game was a bit of a grinder. Second game, lights out from Longzhu. Wow. I did not expect to see that after a 3-man substitution.
Me neither.
All right, guys, we are going to go into the 3rd game of our series after a short little break. We'll see you in a few. in case there was any doubt about that last game, Crash is, of course, your MVP.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? I know. You were really surprised by that, I know. But coming into this game, this is Crash's second professional game, and it's one thing to come in as a very mechanically skilled player into the professional scene and show off some 1v1 kills. It's another thing to completely dominate your opponent's jungle, ravage every single CS on their side of the map, and totally control their resources, getting such a huge level advantage, not off of kills, but just off of superior pressure.
Yeah, and that's crazy because, like I was saying before, to try to defend bubbling a little bit, jungle is actually the hardest position to transition into from solo queue into a professional scene, but he's been just winning off of pressure and good decision making, which is
totally different. And he's got the mechanics to back it up. You saw that flash on the play right there, jumps in for Mad Life, eats the hook. But at this point, he has Echo and forces Abyssal Scepter, so he's just going to chew through people. You also see he was 4 levels up on Kramer and Mad Life during that little engage.
the ability of Longzhu to actually sub out Chaser and put in this substitute player, like, shows just how much depth they have with that China money they got.
That's true. I'm hoping that this wasn't a fluke, Justin. I really am super excited to see more of this guy now, because as we look at pro players and we look at the first few games of their career, very few pro players have had the first 2 games as good as Crash has.
Maybe Faker, one of the great. Kind of looks like Faker a little bit, doesn't he, Crash?
Yeah, but Faker, the thing about Faker is he was great in terms of his 1v1 ability, and in terms of Faker's debut, he did play against Ambition, who is considered one of, if not the best mid in Korea at that point in time. So obviously a disparity between, say, Ambition compared to Bubbling, who has been pretty weak this season. But even with that said, just unreal performance from the jungle from Crash.
Well, I was kind of talking about the visual aspect there, but...
Oh, the visual aspect, yes.
Yeah.
He does, actually.
He looks similar, actually.
He actually does. That's a great point. He does look quite a bit like Faker. And that's going to send us into the 3rd game of this series. No substitutions after Longzhu, excuse me. I still make that mistake from time to time.
Now, do you bad out this Nidalee, though?
I don't know. You have to be a little bit worried. The TF ban coming through again from Longzhu. They may leave Victor up and either force CJ to first pick it or just to give it over to them on the backside of the draft. And there's the answer to your question, Justin.
They do respect it. But he did play well on that Graves also.
Certainly not the only champion in his pool, and the Graves still an option. So CJ thinking about this last ban right now. They've been mixing it up a little bit.
There's so many champions to ban.
So do you take away the Corki? They're probably trying to first pick Alistar, but Corki and GP. You take away GP, and the Alistar ban should come through, so we should anticipate a Corki first pick, but it's going to be Kalista. Interesting.
Definitely going to take the Alistar first pick. I feel like to take it away from Cure.
It's also just been the core of CJ's ability to win games.
Of course. Mad Life's ability to dive on that champion is great. But they are actually trying to cover over Corki.
Now they did win in game 1 without Alistar and with Corki. So we could see them attempt that again, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to pull off the same thing without the TF, and Longzhu is going to take Victor.
It really limits Sky's champion pool. What is he going to play if the Victor is taken away?
Wow, Poppy and Alistar, so just letting him have the Victor, that is a bit of a shocker, considering that you're probably not too worried about Untara or Mad Life playing that Poppy, but they are just going to put the premium on that right away, and we will see most likely Flame on that. The outside shot, of course, that Crash takes it into the jungle, but when we look at Crash and his strengths in the very small sample size that we have to judge off of, he's been playing Nidalee and Graves, which are both very fast jungle clear champions, and so it's been counter jungling that's been getting him these big advantages, so he's probably not going to take a slower jungler like Poppy.
At least 3 games in a row. I know that's his champion pool, but
Yeah, he hasn't been able to make it work in the early dueling. Not something that he's been on the winning side of. Bard, Elise Corky, this is the exact same draft they had in game 1 of the series, but
They don't have TF.
Yeah, they don't have TF, and Frozen, a perfectly good Victor player. They can take Victor Lucian right here. I don't know if they're going to be so bold as to blind pick a Syndra, but that may just be to scare them out of the Victor matchup again, which Frozen did extremely well in game 1. But a lot of that too was just the aggressive play of Crash giving him the information he needed to play so far forward. So Graves and Lucian taken as expected.
Yeah, Crash, one of the better Graves jungler out there in the Korean solo queue right now.
He's coming up, and he showed it his first game. It wasn't the same level of domination, but it was in a lane swap, and he definitely got the pathing advantage. So Mad Life here.
Yeah, so I feel like, are they going for the same comp as the first game, just stick to what works?
Well, they played against the Poppy top in the first game, and they used the Nautilus as a counter pick to deny the engages and deny the split push that Poppy had. Sky could be going under the Lux here. It's been a popular pick, but we haven't seen it picked or banned today, which has been a little bit of a difference. Remember that in the first game, Longju's main problem was playing against a poke composition and not having an answer in terms of proper teleport flanks.
So it seems like it's Corky mid and Ezreal ADC, or could go both ways, but I feel like that's the case at this point.
Yes, and I agree with you because we've seen Kramer play that Ezreal in the AD carry role before and absolutely carry games with a large enough front line. So very similar composition. They're just switching out the TF for an Ezreal. CJ going with what worked. Frozen now.
So much options for mid lane right now.
Knows he's going to be up against that Corky. Frozen always been an Echo player, but I just would be quite surprised if we saw it in there. He's actually one of the few players in Korea who's made mid lane Echo work.
Has been very proficient.
There we go.
AP mages, as I was going to say.
That's more like it. Take the LeBlanc. That has been a common ban against Frozen in the past. Last season, when Frozen was really the only threat on this Longju team, we used to see a lot of target bans at him, particularly Victor and LeBlanc. But he gets it this time, and that'll be the last pick, so trying to all in on the Corky.
Very high damage output coming out from Longzhu.
I wouldn't want to be on the end of a LeBlanc Graves gank if I'm Corky. That is some immense burst. They have good setup for it too with Alistar and Poppy in the side lanes, and it's another game for Crash here as the clock ticks down into our third and final game of this best of 3. Longju looking like they want to run a pick composition this time around, but if CJ gets into the late game like they did last time, I mean, you think it was bad with that Twisted Fate. Well, it's going to be incredibly bad with the late game blue build Ezreal, which is one of the best late game champions in League of Legends right now.
And it has been for the entire history of the blue Ezreal build.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Kramer has basically 1v5'd the enemy team with 4 tanks that CJ has played previously. And he's got a chance, but he's going to have to avoid the dives and the burst early on, and that might be tricky. When you have a Graves, a LeBlanc, and an Alistar, avoiding death from turret dives in the early game might slow him down enough for this Longju team to take a win. We're going to get into the game very shortly, guys. Crash showed us what he had in game number 2. I'm excited to see how he does in the final game of this series. It is CJ versus Longju, game 3 right now.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
On a series, Justin, that most of us would have called one-sided. We are in a game 3. As long as she makes the big swap of more than 50% of their players and finds a very convincing victory after the slow bleed of game number 1.
It's my first time seeing like when the crowd cheers in the beginning, like IM have a higher like a decibel than CJ.
Well, Longshu's always been a popular team, Justin.
Really?
Yes, the ladies love Frozen, let me tell you. I'm not joking, they've always been popular.
And with the addition of Flame.
The handsomeness has really gone through the
미니언들이
roof
생성되었습니다.
on Longshu, and guess what? Both of them are in this game. Frozen here. It's a pretty standard start, and looks like we are going to have a lane swap. CJ definitely going to be happy about that, trying to scale this blue Ezreal into a point where he can be relevant. Take a look at the Keystone Masteries right there. Nothing looking too terribly out of the ordinary. Of course, we did have some of those changes on 6-2, so hopefully we'll see more and more Mastery Keystone diversity.
Bubbling started on the red side. Again, putting emphasis into that top lane with the AD carry and the support.
So just double jungling, as we can expect, weak side starts. Poppy, though, going into lane for what CS he can get, and you see Mad Life rather, starting to be a little bit annoying here. They have a ward in the red buff, so they're going to know that Raptors are going to be the next camp, and they are going to deny this. Mad Life just looking for some chunk damage here onto Frozen. He's not going to see it, and he's not going to try and disrupt. Of course, that Bard early on can be quite squishy. Don't want to take too many risks in case you get caught out. Pure mirroring that aggression on the other side. The Sky cheating up to the strong side of the map, and that's not going to be an opportunity there for Pure to do much, especially.
The 3 people moving on to the top side for that early tower.
Indeed, actually, see Poppy now moving down, and the same thing. Tara joining up just a hair earlier, but shouldn't really affect the timers here of the turret bubbling, taking a scuttle crab and then proceeding up into that top side. He is a camp behind. Should be noted. Didn't actually go after the frogs on the bottom side of the map. This will be an opportunity perhaps for Crash to get up by a single camp's worth of CS as he chases that crab down the river.
What we seen from Crash last game, that might be just the story of this game. Just one camp at a time. Slowly build it over.
One camp advantage at a time. Slight delay on the tower, but Crash is going to get the Krugs. That'll put Bubbling back on the Gromp in the top side. Bard actually sticking around with Antara as they push the lane forward all the way to the tier 2, and they'll have a nice CS advantage as a result, considering that the later tower means that they have a bit more freedom.
Yeah, Untara not being in standard lane is going to help him out a little bit more than last game against Flame.
So the sacrifice here, obviously the few more jungle creeps for Crash, but in return for a few more lane creeps for Untara. Poppy now stuck in an unenviable situation. Flame has to play back. He does have some good wards right now, so we'll be able to clear out this way, but he should be a little bit worried to go any further. Nice lane ward there to see if there's going to be a Bard or a Nautilus showing up.
Kramer sticking to the boss.
Yeah, those wards actually allowed Flame to farm pretty far forward right there and even up the CS. So got a few more seconds with that minion wave, and it did some work. Of course, tier start onto Kramer. A lot of times in these lane swaps, we actually see the Ezreal left solo to level up just a little bit faster, considering that he does scale well with his levels, but this time Mad Life is actually joining him. So players like Prey tend to do that on a blue build Ezreal.
Because Ezreal can be used as a solo laner too, so like he has a lot of versatility with that arcane shift.
Yeah, also having the support with your top laner helps out, and they're just going to transition straight into another turret kill. Crash will join up in this top side. At least continuing to counter jungle though, as Poppy delayed from staying in lane for just a little bit longer. And the Boots of Swiftness early on to Antara, just to make sure he can zip around the map and get where he needs to go. Provide a small amount more turret damage.
not surely sure the reasoning behind picking an early game jungler when you're going to initiate the lane swap.
Well, at least you have some sort of pressure, because choosing all scaling can come with disastrous results. And as you noted, Bubbling has been comfortable
파란 팀의 포탑이
on the
파괴되었습니다.
Elise.
Too comfortable.
빨간
Too
팀의
comfortable.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Mad Life going for that.
Bubbling here seems a bit high in the sky with the flash. Just waiting to see if Frozen actually uses W to clear the wave, but he's not going to be silly and do that. They won't have an opportunity to try and gank. Meanwhile, no dragon attempts
Rift
by the
Herald
members of
going on.
CJ. Yeah, they could have made a dragon play right there. They did have a pink ward, but instead, opting to not go for that early dragon and see if they can find a pick onto Frozen. But that means that Herald now down for Crash. Mad Life going to check in. Does see Crash, does not see Pure.
Aggressive trades coming from Frozen.
Nice chunk of damage there. You're actually going to eat a stun for free as he walks by the wall, but they'll have a chance to push this one all the way home. Crash sticking around, actually. So Kramer was trying... That was actually cute. Kramer was trying to freeze that. Oh, Jack is right in a very dangerous position. Has to flash over the wall. Found Bubbling. And the flash from Antara, too, to follow up. But he does manage to escape.
Yeah, a little bit of misplay there.
But as I was saying, back at that bottom tier 2, or top tier 2 rather, it looked like Kramer was trying to stall the wave out and wait for his, but what Crash did was he just walked right back in with the Herald buff to get that 40% attack speed down, and Kramer changed his tune about freezing that wave pretty soon after that, not wanting to take a huge amount of damage.
Smart plays.
It's a little things, Justin, you know?
Things in life.
Make you appreciate good players. Meanwhile, Captain Jack to fearlessly push this up. Does have Alistair there. Bubbling too occupied with his red buff right now to respond. Well, look at this, Justin. Crash is taken off again. He is already 12 CS in the lead.
He did have a lot of time to counter jungle with the decision that CJ made to push out that top third.
Indeed he did.
Scuttle Cry too strong.
There you go. Pull that. That'll make it weaker. And now they're just going to transition right to the dragon. They know Ezreal's still scaling at the top side. Just used his ultimate, so he's not even going to have any damage to put down onto this part of the map. And Flame is an opportunity to recall, so easy dragon here
드래곤을 처치했습니다.
for Longzhu.
Great objective control in general. They already took the Rift Herald and they're taking the dragon again, so
Shouldn't be able to do that, quite frankly, but CJ attempted to make a very low probability play on the mid lane instead. And they are ultimately punished for it. But they do get some CS advantage on this Ezreal, some solo laning time, and CJ has a very nice scaling composition. So if they're playing just to play for the late game, having that one dragon down might not be the end of the world. Here we go, TP coming into the top side. Flame pops his W. They're going to try and zone out on this turret. Pure's not level 6 yet, so it is a risk to go in here. And CJ makes a very good play onto a tier 2 turret. Kramer built up that wave, so they made up for it in the end. Great planning there, good setup from CJ, so they make something out of the disadvantage they took at that dragon. Nicely done.
So in this case, prerogative would be on the Longzhu team. Try to maybe initiate team fights.
Well, they got to make some picks here, right? They have the burst damage from LeBlanc and, of course, from this Graves. So trying to set up a scenario where they can actually make a pick by having superior vision would be the best way to deal with their advantage. Also, not too many deep wards yet from CJ, so they're going to have to play cautiously around this Lucian, even though he is overextended. They're going to try and intercept him. Mad Life wants to get some wards in. Utara also there. He's been glued to Mad Life's hip for this game. Now they're going to go to Captain Jack, but there's the TP. They force it out. Magical Journey. Untara is left high and dry. Flash for the headbutt on the other side, and You can't magical journey fast enough. Untara
Trying to go for a pick, instead got picked off.
Well, they were playing disrespectfully. They didn't actually have TP. So, and they were trying to make a play with their top laner, and who is a Nautilus and a Bard. So, even with exhaust, you're probably not going to actually finish off that kill. Very prompt reaction from the members of Longzhu, and Flame is doing Flame things. He is freezing deep in his own lane.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention when they pushed that tier 2 turret. Flame is known to be able to freeze that lane forever.
Well, guess
He
what?
wants to.
He's going to do it again, Justin. Just like the old Flame times.
Going for the Flame Horizon. Though I want to see that on Crash this time. again.
That was exciting. Nice follow-up. Beautiful. On to Frozen. Frozen is going to get out of... Oh, he gets the kill! Holy cow, he actually managed to pull that off even through the Tempered Fate from Mad Life. Wow. The turnaround, epic. Oh! That was the only way it could end, really, at the end of the day. The brawl still continuing in the mid lane. Kramer with the heads-up play. Pure is going to ult. Does get stunned, but it's just not going to be enough damage to kill him through the Unbreakable Will. Kramer, though,
Still even, though.
still even, still pushing down, and CJ has more HP at the end, so they are going to probably take this mid lane turret. Graves just, one wave short. But still, Graves has to recall, so the turret will fall eventually as everyone just pulls back on the side of Longzhu. Oh, actually no response. CJ actually could have taken that turret.
Yeah.
They could have taken that turret, but they decided not to. They already had the Sheen onto Corki, so it was enough time with that wave to actually burn through it. A flash starting off there. There's the Cocoon hook. Straight together. Now Frozen's going to come over and actually just W back, just barely living through that gank. I don't even know how much HP he had. It looked like 1.
And Untara wasn't tanking the turret, but he decided to go backwards. I don't know if he just autoed him one more time, he could have died, but...
I think you just assume that's going to work. Sure looked like a sure thing after a nice initiation, but Frozen with the double move back underneath his turret unfortunately did die to the True Shot Barrage afterwards, so not keeping his wits about him during the recall.
Flame moving down, goes for that Mercurial Treads first. Really haven't seen.
Yeah, perfect treads. But when you're against a Nautilus, there's only so much you can do. Crash, Pure, and Frozen here. CJ has to be super careful about this. They don't know that Frozen's here. And they're going to go in. There's a TP bubbling, caught all by himself, and Crash, combined with the burst from Flame and Frozen, just destroy them. Trying to slow him down with Iceborne, but Flame perfectly happy to tank that up as they flee back to Captain Jack. Does give them a long route back to the mid lane turret. So they may actually sacrifice their mid turret for this. Frozen will be there in time, but the question is whether he actually wants to W into a Nautilus or not. Clear the wave.
Alistar doesn't have his ult up yet.
Oh, Mad Life. Oh, the chain nearly actually goes down.
Magical journey.
But Frozen backs off at the last second, not committing to the route. So they threaten enough of the flank there with Captain Jack to dissuade the members of CJ Entus from committing to that turret. Flame now right back in the top side farming, still just a hair behind Untara.
Well, CJ lacking a little bit of damage at this point. Kramer still needs a long way to go before he turns into that late game monster.
But again, Crash here. 25 CS will be his advantage at 15 minutes. Not quite the same unbelievable score we had last time. Kramer the target. Pure trying to cut him off. Captain Jack is going to get caught outright here, knocked up by the depth charge. He's going to flash the wall. Magical Journey for a follow. Crash going to find Bubbling here. Still a lot of burst. Frozen on the other side. Pure still there. They couldn't actually track down Kramer, as Captain Jack saw the collapse coming in from CJ. And now Captain Jack moved into mid lane clearing duties as CJ tries to take their first dragon.
Looks like Frozen probably can't stop this, so it's the first dragon for CJ.
Uh-oh. Goodbye, Kramer. It's nice knowing you. Too easy from Frozen. Cleans him up. He had no mana. Nothing. He couldn't even arcane shift right there. And his flash already burned. Good patience from Frozen. Gets another kill, but they don't actually have that same level of map pressure in this game, so they're going to have to go for the Rift Herald again. The waves are not in the right places to push very convincingly immediately.
Probably due to the lane swap. Not the same amount of pressure that can be applied.
If you line up your waves properly, it's just harder with the very long lanes that result in the lane swaps that we see the majority of the time. Crash will take that Herald buff and continue to try and gank right here. And Tara is very tanky, and that's just not going to work. Pink Ward already there sniffing out the gank well in advance. So Crash going in for some deep wars. Uh-oh, he's by himself actually. Oh, this is bad. Crash though going to try and flash out, uses that. Hammer not going to hit from Poppy's ultimate, but they don't need it.
Sidestep that hook though, it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, Crash though playing a bit too aggressively at that stage in time for the ward. Does have to use his flash and his ultimate to knock himself back to escape.
Alonso playing a little bit lax than usual from what we've seen last game. Last game they didn't put on any pressure once they had the lead, but
oh, it's a bit harder this time. They don't have the same wave clear they had in the last game. And asking LeBlanc to W in against the Nautilus can be a death sentence. If you get stunned by a cocoon or one of Nautilus's many tools to make your life miserable. They're getting a lot of time just to farm up though. That is a great sign for CJ.
Frozen moving down a little bit.
They just don't have the best vision to make these picks right now. They don't have any vision over this bottom side, and Frozen going to just get discovered on a Scuttle Crab and have to come over the wall there with his distortion. That'll put his ult on cooldown, doubling up on his W.
With the entire team moving down like that, they might be able to take that middle turret.
Well, they're going to try. They find Crash with an Ezreal ultimate.
It seemed like Bard was packing, but decided to come back after seeing Lucian.
Well, I got to deal with this Poppy's pressure now. Flame really just delaying any kind of damage, going for full defensive stats.
20 CS over is Untara at this point.
Yeah, so Flame at least bouncing back in this matchup. Crash continues to expand his lead, but you see Sky rather at the moment, of course, winning that poke war in the mid lane against the LeBlanc. The kills are over on the Frozen side, so pretty much gold leads player for player for Longzhu. And there we go, Kramer gonna get trapped, actually pops out with his arcane shift, has to turn around in order to eat that ultimate. Frozen dueling with Sky now, and there's the Q, just not enough damage. He can't go for it again, actually flash for that. Pure now very low, but Captain Jack trying to bust through the tank line in front. That'll be Alistair dead though. Frozen gonna come through, nice exhaust from Mad Life. That'll keep Untara alive. Now, retreating once again is Longzhu. They trade Pure, and they don't get anything in return, so this might finally be the opening on the turret. They couldn't catch Kramer before he arcane shifted with the Poppy ult.
Yep. And Crash just missing the ult a little bit there. Could have finished off Untara, but they're taking this mid lane turret, which is going to be harder for Longzhu to vision control them.
Will be. Still doing a good job of pushing up. They have all the wards right now. They definitely could be pushing this edge a little bit harder. They could be taking this mid lane turret. They've chunked him out several times now and not pushed that forward. This guy was just not looking right there. He's looking at the mid lane. That's why he didn't see Frozen come out of that brush. He could have falced way earlier. Very lucky he didn't die. Ignite running out just in time. And you see the play here in the mid lane. Pure trying to get out, does headbutt bubbling away, but Untara living with the help of the Summoner heal, and Frozen Mad Life saving his exhaust for the LeBlanc, and it ends up working.
Both Summoners down for Sky, so how that plays out. Trying to push up this mid lane, the mid lane turret again.
Frozen has really only started getting rolling on his burst there. The buffs to the price of Morello Nodomon helping it to be picked up much more frequently today. Quite a cheap item now with the stats that you get. Good chunk of AP, and also, of course, the buffs to its mana regen. Quite good, so
a lot of these items are getting picked up by pro players as they get cheaper, highly being more efficient. The Frozen Gauntlet too.
Very efficient right now. 150 taking off the price of that item, and you're still getting some great stats that you need in the early game. And that'll speed up his death cap in the end.
TP advantage for Flame at this point against Utaro. Did use it earlier.
He's going to be happy just to farm out right now. Lucian back in mid, no culling, but he won't need it until the... we'll see, he may need it actually this wave. This might be finally the death of this mid lane turret. No culling available, and CJ still unwilling. They're going to catch and crash out with the cocoon, but they don't follow up with any autos onto the turret itself, and now the culling will be available for the next wave, the next fight.
Moving down for some Dragon Vision. It is up.
CJ right now focusing on that objective. Recall from Flame, so he is setting up for a TP. He does have good pings coming in through the pink ward right now. Flame on the side, pops his W. There he's going to come in against Kramer immediately, and Kramer actually lives through that thanks to the Tempered Fate onto the carries, crashing Captain Jack. They're going to keep trying to move through this fight though, but Pure is already dead. What a great Tempered Fate from Mad Life. Here's the follow-up too. Actually, Mad Life going to get knocked into the wall as soon as he comes to the Magical Journey, but it buys time to deal the damage 2-for-1 in favor of CJ.
And they're going to be able to take this dragon.
A super good reaction against Flame's flank. They catch out Kramer, but the Tempered Fate onto the back line nullified the culling damage that Captain Jack had lined up.
What was that damage onto Flame and Frozen though? Let's see here.
I mean, Flame here flashes. Look at that. Gets Kramer immediately. But watch this Tempered Fate. Goodbye follow-up. Frozen in front, but just crowd control during his W engage. And Pure there, trying to stall while he can, but Kramer gets out of that one. Mad Life sacrifices himself, but that is a worthy trade to take out Flame as well. Crash is still 50 CS ahead at 3-0-1 in this game. Burst is definitely real. Most of the advantage that Longzhu have. They still have a gold lead, but that is going to dry up with that turret. Back to even.
Now CJ can take better control of this game now with CS being even at 24 minutes, and Kramer has been getting a lot of kills, 3-1 and 1.
This is definitely looking very promising for CJ Entus. Being even right now is wonderful for their team composition that is only going to get stronger with this blue build Ezreal, who is working his... Crash is caught, and he's gonna have to flash. Does escape in the end. Didn't even have to use his ult to disengage, so he'll still have that tool available, but wrong place there, and he is punished for it.
And that's what the mid lane turret being gone, you have way less vision control that you can actually apply, and for a pick hunt that's very important.
Yes, it's crucial. Very crucial. Nice dragon lead for CJ. They're just sitting pretty heading into the late game. Death cap now done though for Frozen. He's going to be a significantly larger threat, but we can see already CJ anticipating that. Double Hex Drinkers on their carries, smart buys, and considering how good Maw Malmortius is, the lifesteal and everything you get from its proc right now, once you get that shield up, just is devastating against burst mages like LeBlanc.
Huge difference whether Frozen can one-shot or drag out that assassin potential.
Finally, Longzhu gets to take a shot at that mid lane, but
single shot,
one shot. 0 kills.
An opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted.
Oh, great. Yes, Mom Spaghetti. Glad you're here to provide our M&M rapping tonight. How good of a rapper are you, Justin?
How good of a rapper am I?
Yep. Very good. Okay. I was hoping you had some sort of hidden talent that you can display on this broadcast.
No.
Apparently it's not rapping. We'll find out what it is, though.
It could very well be rapping. Don't want to put my name out there.
Not yet. We're still waiting for your hot mixtape to drop.
My fresh new hot mixtape.
But you're Justin's song. You're not Justin rap. So I'm anticipating some better karaoke from you than rapping skills, right?
Karaoke? Nah. Although I love that aspect in Korea, though.
You do?
Yeah.
The Noraebang?
Not Noraebang, karaoke.
Okay.
Two very different things. Some of you know what I'm talking about.
Less said about that, the better. Anyway, Crash gonna get caught out here by a Cocoon. Tempered Fate gonna catch Pure, but not anybody else. This LeBlanc has been a relative non-factor from Frozen as they just can't find those angles yet. Now both Maws are done from Kramer and Sky. I really like the way that CJ is itemizing in this game to deal with the LeBlanc. There's pretty much nothing that LeBlanc can do right now. You can't deal with this Nautilus very effectively in the top lane. And now the number of targets that LeBlanc has are dwindling. Locket is complete, 2 Maws. And now, of course, a whole lot of HP with the Giant's Belt on the bubbling. Kramer here just to provide some wave clear. That'll trim the wave. Great angle, actually, on that. Takes out the entire wave while pressuring the bottom side simultaneously. Frozen wants this. Kramer going to see what's coming, though, and Kramer just not, Frozen rather, not looking for a kill in the end as he just pops right back to save his turret.
And this Kramer's ability to just push out waves, just making him farm harder and harder. Turn into that late game monster that we talked about.
Well, in CJ's few wins this season, they have come at the hands of Kramer, especially one notable game on that blue-billed Ezreal. And this is a guy, he was benched at the World Championship. You see them push down this turret at long last. They catch Crash. Crash going to be knocked up right there. Does have the Maw, though, and whoops. Took a huge amount of burst, and now Flame going to come around from the side. He's looking for Sky. Actually does stop him from going through the magical journey. He's going to follow up right now. Pure there with the re-engage. Sky getting low. Can they actually finish off this kill? Flame going to pick up 1. Bad Life trying to slow them with the Cosmic Binding. Magical Journey doesn't have Cosmic Binding up. Flame going to follow him. There is a Cocoon at the other end of the tunnel. Captain Jack now here, but too much kiting potential with the help of that Iceborne Gauntlet. So they may have to look for something in the mid lane instead. Mass Recall coming in for Longzhu. They turn it around. Good engage by Flame.
It seemed like Crash was getting caught out there, but so much damage output coming in from that Graves jungle. 402 now at this point, and can transition this into a dragon.
Yep. Justin, that Maw of Malmortius is pretty good at saving your life, it turns out. Oh, chunky Captain Jack. That's a lot of damage from your Chop Barrage already. Crash comes in to help pick up that dragon. He is now 60 CS up. Let's take a look at that again. Natara rightfully thinking he's very tanky. They lock down Crash, but look at that. Just gets backwards with that shield from the Maw of Malmortius, and that's enough to do what needs to be done. Flame now coming around for the flank. It was a great heroic charge to keep Sky from getting through Magical Journey, and try to follow it up, but there aren't any more kills.
Yeah, Flame's been better than Expansion at those teleport engages. We haven't really seen it coming from Expansion other than that whiffed one in the end. But right now, in 30 minutes, we already saw 4 from Flame, so definitely utilizing that.
Flame had a good engage too with that dragon. It was just a great tempered ult, tempered fate Bard ult that turned that fight around. It could have definitely gone for an easy kill on the Kramer. The setup was there. Well, this is where we start getting scary onto the Ezreal. Once that Blade of the Ruined King is completed, it is going to be really difficult to kill him. Burst or no burst, everything is going to have to align nearly perfectly here. And there you see the Tempered Fate once again. They do catch Captain Jack, but Get some damage down onto Crash, but they're not going to get it on this wave. Culling is available just to clear out. Flame is sitting in a pink warded brush at the moment. See if he can find some sort of engage here. Frozen keeps getting items, and he's building into a Void Staff, which he desperately needs considering the amount of MR on the enemy team.
Trying to rotate down to that bottom lane, getting this blue.
There's nothing to take down there, though. They have to be careful they're not going to accidentally give up a Baron, actually.
Vision set up around the Baron for that long zoom team.
Yeah, CJ actually playing a bit cocky here. There is not a ward in the pit for CJ, and they don't really know where the members of Longzhu are, so taking a small risk with having that Ezreal down. There's a chunk there, taken with the True Shot Barrage. Captain Jack still able to cull himself another wave, and CJ will have to break off their siege as they deal with Flame split pushing.
Casually walking down.
Just checking out what's going on. We'll see that the Scuttle Crab has been taken. Lots of pings, though, into the red buff by CJ of Longzhu. Uh-oh, Bubbling going to get caught here, actually, and he's just going to get engaged on Crash, going to pick the wrong direction, and there's a flash forced thanks to a heroic charge from Flame. So, poor place to recall means a free flash, a free summoner for Longzhu, but, you know, at least his flash actually doesn't matter, is the thing. Unless you're escaping from attempted picks like that, because you're never really going to engage if you're CJ. Like, you don't need to flash Cocoon, because your entire point is to poke and peel. So, losing a flash for a team fight if you're this Elise is really not terribly important.
It's a bit different if they were running a pick comp, but you're now using Cocoon as a disengage instead of a pick, so.
Precisely. That is not going to be consequential unless he gets caught out again. That's the main.
Which has been the story of Bubbling.
It has been the story of Bubbling. Dragon Sign now free of wards in the river in favor of Longzhu, but
Flames TP's back up.
And he's back to split pushing too. And Tara has that opportunity. Madlife has to be careful. He is the one target. Actually had to pop Locket right there to make sure that he survived that. And that's going to be the player that Frozen is really actively hunting for on the members of CJ Entus.
Now the members are a little bit too tanky with those MR. Probably the only one that can burst down 100 to 0 at this point.
They can do it on Kramer and Sky if they also have the burst from Crash.
Yeah.
But that's really the only scenario. And catching them out with such a massive front line from CJ, and the Tempered Fate able to save or save their own players, or actually stop the burst like we saw at that Dragon fight from Longzhu, stop that follow-up, is a major thorn in the side. I think Longzhu has to try and bait out the Tempered Fate if they actually want to get a good fight in this game, because fighting straight up with it is most likely going to be ineffective.
Or don't group around for that 3-man Tempered Fate as we've seen before. Flame doesn't really have a lot of openings to TP behind them.
Well, it's hard not to group up like that, though, because your choices are never engage or engage and know Tempered Fate is going to be coming onto your back line. And if you're trying to take advantage of a poppy engage, you have to target one target, so you may have to group up to get the damage down. I think the only way they could maybe deal with that is by having Poppy and LeBlanc both flank at the same time. And we still don't see any damage items on a Poppy whatsoever. That is actually what they need right there.
Tempered Fate being
that is huge.
Carelessly used.
And they wanted to catch out Pure, but
he still has Unbreakable.
Yeah, there's not, and Flash. There's almost no chance that they were actually going to get a kill off of that. They're going to invade. Captain Jack zooms out of harm's way. I mean, Poppy is full tank. No Iceborne Gauntlet. Uh-oh, Sky is caught out, and there you go, death for Sky, and that's the pick they needed. Crash comes through with the burst damage to finish it off. Untara now here, but so is Flame, and they're going to pick off Crash on the side, but Flame still trying to catch off Bubbling. Captain Jack here wants to get the damage down. Pure is very low, and that's going to be a double kill now for Ezreal, and this is the cleanup that we can see from this blue build Ezreal late in the game. He's so good and trying to get tough down, and there we go. Flash there forced from Captain Jack in the end, and a very favorable 3-for-1 trade as CJ turns it around. It looked like it was going to be absolutely perfect with the Tempered Fate down, but Longzhu can't even win that. Forces the flash at the end. Nice wait there by Bubbling, camping in the brushes. And Kramer, they just can't get back to him, and he's doing too much damage now at that 5-item point.
Level 360 CS with 5 kills. You just can't stop this Blue Ezreal at this point. Have to burst him down first. Even with Sky gone, they still come out on top.
Yeah, actually pretty amazing right there that they managed to pull that off. Now CJ wants to do this Baron. It is going to be a bit slow. Tara there now. So there is a chance here for counterplay, but they're just unaware that this is actually happening. They're not going to be able to collapse in time. This goes over to CJ. So CJ once again. Kramer gets the blue Ezreal. Kramer has 100% kill contribution. Everyone doing a great job of protecting the Kramer. And this will be an immediate transition into Dragon before the siege really begins. And this is a nightmare for Longzhu. They don't have the burst to track somebody down. They don't have a TP to get the necessary flank, and they have to TP to win a team fight.
And this Nautilus has been very good at soaking up all the damage from Captain Jack. Being a constant nuance.
Yeah. Kramer now, as if he needed more money. He's actually not even going for QSS this game. Instead, choosing the armor penetration route. He feels very safe, apparently, that Flame is not going to get another chance to heroic charge him, nor is LeBlanc going to ever land a chain. And he's got the Crucible already, so I'd feel pretty confident if I was him. Mad Life there to bail him out in case one of those two things happen. But those are the only two real cleansable hard CCs on the enemy team. So more damage it will be for Kramer, who has arrived at glorious 6-item blue build Ezreal, and I am right now. I don't think they're going to be able to come back from this.
It's like, for Frozen, at this point, who do you go for? Do you go for that blue Ezreal who can just Arcane Shift out right away? Or do you go for Sky who can also just back out right away? Like, not a lot of options here.
Great itemization from CJ. They completely shut down the LeBlanc pick. So easy turret taken now by CJ. They should just steamroll through the towers for the rest of the game. And this draft just didn't work in favor of Longzhu. They couldn't make enough early plays. Frozen was a non-factor. And now they're going to go in. They get onto Captain Jack with the depth charge and follow up with the Bard ultimate. He's going to ditch, though, as Poppy charges up her ult and fires it off for a clean miss. There's CJ getting the first inhibitor of the game, and they're looking to complete a major upset win today. I mean, Crash is still 80 CS ahead. I mean, even in this game, where it seems like things have gone really wrong for Longzhu, Crash's individual performance has been excellent.
Yeah. Maybe one of the upsides that Longzhu can take from this series, maybe one of the only upsides.
Well, I think this is just a drafting issue and a great read by CJ. And Longzhu, they picked the Poppy in game 1, and they knew what the counter pick was, which is top lane Nautilus. And we're going to see another engagement here, but they cannot engage straight on. It doesn't do anything. Bubbling, going to repel out of that, right back to the minion wave as they attempt to get inhibitor number 2. They're not going to complete it, leaving it with just a sliver of health.
Frozen just trying to W into that Nautilus, maybe get 70 health, 80 health.
Yeah. Well, going back to the draft, CJ picked Nautilus into Poppy in game number 1, and they showed how effective it can be. There's no way for Poppy to split push, and as long as Nautilus just gets the Sizemore Gauntlet, he actually has better wave clear, and his presence in team fights has been stifling. So when we see that pick again, Longzhu again picking Poppy, I don't really know what they expected.
They've been trying to get behind them and trying to engage, but it has been blocked by Mad Life's ult every single time, so.
Well, I think they were assuming they'd just be able to make plays in the early game with this LeBlanc, but Frozen. It's just been shut down. Part of it is he was just farming up too heavily and not trying to make plays on the map. And part of it was by the time he got the necessary items he felt he needed, there were a ton of laws on the enemy team. So CJ battling back right now, presuming there's siege here now that they've had a chance to go back, buy, make sure that they are well equipped. Try and fire up that true shot barrage. Inhibitor has healed, but they're going to have to deal with those super minions in the mid lane very shortly.
CJ showing here again, slowly instead it takes the game. Just waiting out till the late game till that Ezreal gets super hot and heavy.
Yeah, that is an easy turret. Bubbling has to flash in the end as they get a little bit of damage down. He was leading the pack and need some shots there from Captain Jack.
No Bubbling.
But smoothly transitioning up, take the red buff, move into that top side. There's nothing else to take right now. You already have your 3 dragons. Your Baron is not going to be up for the next several minutes. So CJ now with the top lane siege trying to complete their sweep of the enemy inhibitors.
On a better note, Crash does have that 100 CS over Bubbling's Elise.
Oh, it happened this game.
And then, yeah, it's unlikely Bubbling's going to get any more jungle, so.
Well, at least he has that, even though he is going to face defeat. This will be, looks like his first professional loss. He's 2-1 after this game. If indeed CJ's able to keep it up, Jack actually does a nice job of culling Kramer. Kramer does have not too shabby lifesteal with the help of that blade, but he needs some minions to get it down on. Uh-oh, Flame actually TP'd into the back. Can he find a target? They know he's here now. Try and chase him out. Uh-oh! Bug splat. It's our favorite time where League of Legends breaks in the middle of a very tense moment. Is Flame dead? Is Flame alive? Who knows? Maybe CJ just lost. I don't know. He doesn't look very happy. He's yelling. Uh-oh, he took his head. He's dead. Well, we missed the ace, everybody. There actually was an ace in that game. We're taking a look at it right now, as you can see on your screen. We are looking at Untara's screen. He died, but everybody on the side of Longzhu Gaming went down, and that is going to wrap it up. It'll be a win, 2-1 for CJ Entus. They look a lot better this week. It was a tough loss at game number 2, but they bounced back and they play this top Nautilus. We've seen it a bunch from EM Fire. They have yet to make it work, but man, the answers were there.
CJ made it work on the first game against Poppy, and they stuck to what worked and did bring them win in the end. So,
CJ showing that they at least have one effective composition, and that is get everybody grouped together with an ultra line of tanks and just let Ezreal and Kramer carry the game. 2 games in a row where Kramer has just gone off, one on Corki, one on Ezreal. And the peel there has been great. Mad Life was wonderful in game number 1, and Longzhu, in spite of a dominant game number 2, will fall in this series. And another win, surprisingly, for CJ Entus in an upset.
Makes CJ 2-3 and Longzhu fall down to 2-3, so they're tied.
CJ moving up, Longzhu Gaming moving down, and looks like they're still on the hunt for the right mix of starting players. Really a good showing from CJ tonight, honestly. They played so much better than we've seen them play previously.
Yeah, other than the second game, there's been a great improvement in terms of team synergy, grouping up as 5, knowing what to do, taking aggros when they need to, and then making the top Nautilus work.
Yeah, the turtle to victory composition and the strategy working for CJ for now. And we saw Longzhu, they tried to take a more early game focused composition, and that ended up biting them because they couldn't get enough work done fast enough to neutralize the scaling of this Ezreal. And Mad Life put on a great show, honestly. Did wonderfully once again on the Bard. Tried to ban him out in game 1, he just takes Bard and wins MVP. How's that for you?
A little bit of homework for though CJ is that jungle champion pool, picking at least 3 games. I don't know if it's 3 games in a row or 4 or 5, but
I mean, the Elise is strong, and I honestly think that Bubbling, if he was on a different champion with lower mobility than Elise without that repel, he might die even more. All right. Oh! Hello. Well, we were close to watching it, Justin. Instead, we got to see Skype messages. But fortunately for us, you can't DDoS people on Skype anymore. It actually hides your IP now, gloriously.
sucks for Froggen.
Big nerf for sure. Well,
Doesn't look very happy.
I mean, I don't know, honestly. Crash did everything he could in that game. He crossed the flame horizon as a jungler. So CJ moving over to our MVP interview area right now as we figure out which one of them will be our MVP for game number 2. Frozen and the rest of Longzhu still having some work to do. They've just been so inconsistent. You have smashing victories like you did in game 2 that really show the raw individual skill on this team. Yep, well, CJ players a bit overwhelmed. No one expected them to come in and take this victory. That's what they're going to get. Well done to them. And they are developing as a team. And now you just wonder what's going to happen when BDD actually hits this roster in less than a month. How much that can take them to the next level. And it will be MVP for Kramer. Of course, it would 100% kill contribution on the blue Ezreal. Did a lot of work cross-map with his ultimate. Pressured intelligently in the side lanes. I guess we're going to see a Frozen highlight here where he just barely survives up against this Elise. Great chain.
Snipe.
There you go. Moving out of vision to take that shot, just to make sure no one knew it was coming.
Little things.
Just little things. And here we go again, and we take a look at Kramer. I mean, it looks so bad for him, but the arcane shift in the end gets him scot-free. And then he has the Hexdrinker, another great true shot barrage. And to talk about Kramer just a little bit as we watch these highlights, this is a guy who got benched at this year's World Championship on the Flash Wolves. He looked very uncoordinated when it came to working with the members of his team. And NL, frankly, is not a great AD carry. So to be benched for NL actually said a lot. But when we watched him, it wasn't his individual skill, it was his teamwork on a team where he didn't speak the language that was really suspect.
It comes to show that it's also the individual skills, but the team synergy that matters a lot in this 5v5 games.
He looks much better in terms of his map play now that he's back here in Korea.
Especially laning with someone like Madlife.
Yeah, it's been really good for him, so very much rebounded as a player. And we are going to go into our MVP interview with Madlife and Kramer.
Favorite duo?
Our favorite duo right now with George to translate. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Monte. So today's MVPs are Madlife and Kramer. First of all, for Madlife, how do you feel about today's victory? I guess our management was very well coordinated. I know I thought it was going to be a very hard team to compete against, but I'm really happy. I know you carried your team. After last game, did you give any advice to your teammates? I didn't have much to say. I just kept repeating, try to cheer them up in all way I could possibly. So I guess it all worked out today. And on the first set, before the first set, I saw you smiling. Was there a reason? And on the chat? One of my teammates said to Captain Jack to wave on the chat room. So they were waving to each other, I guess. On the first set, you played Bard very well. Every single time you use your ult very well to carry your team. Did you practice a lot? I've been practicing all the supporters, all the meta supporters. And I felt like Bard was one of the best supporters. And I guess it worked out today. I know Pure can play Bard well as well. Were you thinking about how he was playing? I didn't really care about how he played, so I just cared about my game today.
인터뷰하면서 조금씩 웃어주시는데
I know you're smiling today with this interview. So does it feel like you guys have a really good chemistry now? Yes, it feels like we're playing a lot better than before. Now I'm a little bit less worried, and I guess I can smile.
그렇다면 오늘 가장 잘한 팀원 칭찬해드리고
So who do you think played the best amongst your teammates?
다 대치도 잘했는데
I think everyone
오늘
played very well.
잘 겁먹지 않고 열심히 한 거에 대해서 칭찬해
So he wants to actually
점점 네,
say everyone actually played very well.
모습 보기 좋습니다. 앞으로도 많은 가능성을 보여줄 것 같은데요. 각오 한 말씀.
So can you say something for moving on from this point?
어떻게 보면
Your future goal?
느린데 이런 성장 속도로
I know we are improving even though it is slow,
스프링 때 좋은 모습 보여.
and hopefully we will show a better.
선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
We'll play very better in the spring season.
자, 이제
Congratulations for Mad Life. Next will be Kramer.
크레머 선수 이즈리얼로
Israel.
받았습니다. 지금
You got MVP with your Israel. How do you feel?
그냥 뭔가 제가 MVP 받을 것 같은 느낌이 들긴 했는데
I felt like I was gonna get the MVP, so I'm really happy.
지난번에도 이렇게 바톤
Last time,
받았잖아요.
I know. Last time you guys, the bottom duo, got the MVP. Did other teammates envy you for that?
그냥 저희는 항상 끝나면은
After
이렇게 웃고 있어서
every single time after our matches, or whenever we win, we always just smile. So we don't really care about who gets the MVP. We're just happy.
화려한 라인업을 응수했습니다.
I know opponents. Your opponent was Longzu, who has the very strong lineup. Did you have confidence?
장난식으로 한 말들이 현실로 돼서 좀 기분이 좋죠.
I'm really happy because what we joked around to win the game today actually really happened. What really happened? What did he say? I don't think it's appropriate to say it on the interview.
메라 선수가 계속 옆에서 하지 말라고.
Yep, Bad Life is saying don't say it.
아, 네, 알겠습니다. 굉장히 궁금한데 말씀 안 해주시니까 더 궁금해지네요. 오늘 가장 기억에 남는 장면이
So what's-
기한을 타려고 했던 르블랑을
I know one of the best moments today was that you used your ult to kill LeBlanc, who was trying to go home.
이지고 쓰면서 제가
To retreat.
맞아줘 하면서 쓰긴 했는데
I was wishing to get my ultimate to him, so I was just wishing him inside.
텀에서 다시
Please hit, please hit.
그때 심정은 어땠나요?
제 전 한번 잡았으니까 한번 죽는 거라서
When you died on bottom, how did you feel? I felt like because I killed once, I guess I died once.
크래쉬 선수가 굉장히 활약했잖아요.
I know your opponent Crash played very well.
매섭거나
So were you worried?
버블링 선수의 말이 있었나요?
Did Bubbling say anything about that?
준영이 형이 이달리가 너무 짜증난다고 제발 배내달라고
I know Bubbling said Nidalee is very irritating, and
아, 그렇군요.
so told me to please go against him.
다행입니다. 오늘 마지막 한타가
I know the last team fight.
많은 분들이 못 봤어요.
Team fight, we had a bug problem. So what really happened there?
저도 잘 모르겠어요.
I really don't know what happened.
때려가지고 저도 잘
I just hit whatever was. I hit all the opponents, whatever is on my way.
뽀삐를 외치더라고요.
I know you guys are shouting Poppy, Poppy, Poppy.
뽀삐뽀삐 하길래 그냥 계속 뽀삐만 따라가면서
So our teammates were yelling Poppy, Poppy. So I was just trying to just hit him.
기억이 아직 지금은 잘 안 나는 것 같은데 다음 상대가 아프리카입니다.
I know next opponent will be Africa.
예상해본다면
What's your expectation on that?
저희도 이제
Hopefully,
얼마 안 된 팀이라서
I know we're really a very young team.
한 2대1 정도 될 것 같습니다.
So hopefully 2-1,
아프리카가 이기고
either we win or Africa wins.
네네. 항상 반반이라고
So it's
생각하고
50-50 chance.
겸손한 자세로 승리를 향해 나아가길 바라고요.
So hopefully you guys get the win next time.
마지막으로 팬들에게 한
Alright, lastly, say something to the fans, please.
이제 좀더 연습 많이 해서
I know we're going to practice a lot to show, play our best from now on as well. Congratulations for CJ. That was it for the MVP interviews. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, George. Nice to hear from Mad Life and Kramer. And CJ will take a very nice upset win over Longzhu, showing a lot of coordination. And of course, that caps off a night that started with KT Rolster rocking Empire. The Empire pretty much was relatively one-sided.
Relatively one-sided. I mean, it was to be expected, but on the second game, though, this was somewhat of a surprise. I mean,
That's actually, first off, that is the Rocks Tigers logo. It was actually Longzhu Gaming that lost tonight.
Yeah.
The Rocks Tigers are still undefeated in best of
Yeah, it
three.
would have been a bigger surprise if CJ Entus took a game off Rocks Tigers, and here's the standings.
Longzhu, but you can see right now the big difference is Longzhu has at least been splitting most of their series. As you can see, they actually have 0 points, which means that they've won and lost the same number of games. CJ's still at -4, so they're 4 games behind, even though they've tied that record. So that's still a big gulf in terms of tiebreakers to navigate. And now, of course, the Afrika Freaks coming up tomorrow versus the Rocks Tigers, followed by Spenu Sonic Boom versus SKT T1. Another day that looks pretty one-sided.
But we never know what's going to happen.
But today happened too, and CJ played great. So, Jin Air versus Samsung on Friday, and then EM Fire
versus Longzhu Gaming. This may be actually one of the tighter games that we might see.
That's a very interesting one now, because, like you said, EM Fire doing better than expected, Longzhu kind of doing worse than expected, so there may be a chance for Longzhu or EM Fire rather, to steal a win. And of course, in Samsung versus Jin Air, these are teams that are, Jin Air's doing really well right now, but they haven't faced a lot of the top tier opponents yet, so it'll tell us a lot about where Samsung and Jin Air are in this league. Well, thanks, Justin, for joining me today. May see you tomorrow, too, depending on how Doa's feeling. Thanks for coming on and helping out tonight.
Thank you guys for listening to my awful casting for a day.
You've been great. Don't worry about it, man.
Hopefully you guys don't see me tomorrow.
Well, if we need to, I know you'll do a great job again. Thanks again, guys, for watching Champions tonight here on OGN. We will see you tomorrow.